Hello everybody and welcome to the World Endurance Championship and the 6 hours of Sao Paulo. We are about to get underway in around about 45 minutes time. Right now we're going to get ready for our coverage and get set with our Radio Le Mans team. Well, they're going on air in about 5 minutes time. Just a pre-warning, we've had to leave in order to get on to the Formula E coverage in Berlin. So let's head you downstairs now and hope that all is well.
Full credit to my teammates today, and we could not have dreamed for a better place to do it than here, and I'm so proud of Dudu today, much deserved, and thank you Anthony for giving us the chance to be in Hyperpole as well.
And you have to carry that on tomorrow. It's time to celebrate. You're going to be receiving the medals from Jean-Baptiste Casta here from Rolex, a nice Rolex medal. Eduardo Baricello must be extremely proud, and I know his father isn't right here, he's not around, but I'm sure we'll see him smiling tomorrow. And time to make sure you won't forget that moment, so it's time for a picture right now with a little bit of music.
So the voices you heard in order, Eduardo Barrichello saying he lives 20 minutes from here. He grew up in this area of Sao Paulo, and therefore Interlagos is so dear to his heart. Anthony McIntosh with a World Endurance Championship debut, and Valentin Hasclot, the final voice that you heard, quite rightly putting all the plaudits onto the shoulders of the two gentlemen to his right. And he singled out Anthony McIntosh for saying thank you for just getting us into Hyperpole in the first place. And so I've got to say, for having never driven an LMGT3 car before, excellent. McIntosh has certainly grabbed the headlines for me. Anyway, we now turn our attention to Cadillac, because they are on pole. In fact, they've locked out the front row here in Brazil. Here's Alex Lynn talking to Bruce.
I mean, it's super tight, except from you, flying 22.8 in the first part of the qualifying, and then 22.5, and Sebo, they joined you in the 22s. That's an amazing lap again.
Thanks. No, honestly, yeah, it feels great to be on pole again. It's a special feeling to drive the Cadillac on one lap. And honestly, I love being here in Brazil. The Sao Paulo track's so cool. It's just a huge honor. I'm really happy.
Excellent. Your teammates, Will, a little word, focusing on the race, I'm sure.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, we knew we needed to start up the front for this race. I think track position's pretty key here. So best place to be starting for tomorrow.
Excellent. And Norman, you must be super happy to be here. We know you're racing in Formula E as well, so it was obviously the right choice to be here this weekend.
Yeah, no, honestly, like a big congrats to Alex and to the team for another 1-2. We know it's going to be a difficult race tomorrow, like a lot of different strategy on tires, a lot of tire degradation. So yeah, it's a good position to start for tomorrow, and yeah, like we're going to try our best to be in the first step of the podium tomorrow.
Excellent. Nothing to worry about now. Now it's time to celebrate. So invite again Jean-Baptiste Casta to give you those beautiful Rolex Hyperpole medals.
So each driver will now get a medal around their neck, the Rolex Hyperpole medals that look resplendent in still the sunshine, just about, although the temperature's reasonably low at 18 degrees. Air temperature and the Mobil 1 track temperature 24.8 in the closing stages of Hyperpole. But yeah, interesting decision from Norman Nato not to be in Berlin this weekend, racing in Formula E for the Berlin E-Prix. He did sit out at the previous race, that was at Spa, and one of the Cadillacs therefore only ran with two drivers, just like Toyota are doing with their number 8 car this weekend. But for the 12 and the 38, back up to the full complement. So that is Hyperpole done and dusted for LMGT3 and for the hypercars. And Cadillac Hertz Team Jota do it again then with a 1-2 on the grid for tomorrow's race. Just a tenth of a second between them. And Will Stevens makes a good point that in that natural pinch point at the centre S, where you can feel quite claustrophobic actually coming across the start-finish line at the end of the second rolling lap, is there going to be enough space given to those in the midfield? Very easy to lose a dive plane or worse for that first run through turns 1, 2 and 3. So the better place to be from a Cadillac Hertz Team Jota perspective is out front, as long as they have some understanding between one another, making that first run down to Desida do Lago. It'll be Porsche third, Peugeot fourth fastest, BMW giving it some good variety as well. And what about Ferrari and Toyota? Yes, they got one car into Hyperpole, but Ferrari, Robert Kubica only 9th, Ryo Hirakawa in the lone Toyota to get into Hyperpole only 10th. So our coverage live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre tomorrow will begin at 11 o'clock local time. Remember, the race here in Brazil actually starting on the half hour, so it's an 11:30 start, taking us through till 5:30 local. And it's not just me, Johnny Palmer, but I'll be joined by Johnny Molam tomorrow for the Countdown to Green, again here on RS1, so 11 o'clock local time. But if you're in other places around the world, just head to radio-show.co.uk, and as long as your browser time is set correctly, it will do the calculation for you. And it promises to be a very interesting race, because the balance of performance seems to have changed considerably from the 6 hours of Spa 2 races ago. Ferrari is struggling, Toyota is struggling. Could this be a chance for Cadillac, maybe Porsche, to get back their season back on track? Certainly Cadillac to continue the form from their qualifying efforts in recent times. And what about Peugeot? Fourth fastest for Malte Jakobsen. It could be an incredible result for the French squad after they had a difficult Le Mans. Thanks for joining me, Johnny Palmer, then throughout the course of the day for Free Practice 3 and for the qualifying sessions. If you've missed anything, that'll be available on the archive. And don't forget about all the coverage happening on RS2 IMSA Radio as well, with John Hindhoff and the rest of the team, because it is the Canadian Tire Motorsport Park round of the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship taking place this evening and into tomorrow as well. Best place to check the schedule, once again, radio-show.co.uk. But if you've nothing else planned, I'd skip straight over to there for more action from north of the border. Thanks a lot. We'll see you tomorrow from 11 o'clock local time.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
News and analysis,
Speculation and debate.
special guests, and our resident experts discussing the whole gamut of motorsport.
Formula One, sports cars, touring cars, rallying and bikes. If it has wheels and an engine, and they keep score, it's on Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
on RS1. The Simcast. News, reviews, special guests and racing updates from the virtual motorsport community. Whether it's console or PC, controller or wheel, the Simcast has you covered. The cars aren't real, but the racing is. The Simcast, Thursdays at 8 p.m. on RS1.
RS1.
Or search for the Simcast wherever you get your podcasts.
This is RS1.
Part of the Radio Show Limited Network.
Feels like only about 5 minutes ago we were racing in the 24 hours of Le Mans, round 4 of the 2025 World Endurance Championship, and it's actually 4 weeks from that point that we find ourselves in South America for another visit to the Autodromo Jose Carlos Pache, which will be the 5th time that the World Endurance Championship has visited this particular venue. Well known, of course, for the Brazilian Grand Prix. There are a lot of fans from Brazil descending upon this circuit this weekend, particularly from Sao Paulo. And what an amazing result it was in the LMGT3 qualifying that we will delve into over the next 30 minutes, because live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, we're on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, bringing you, as always, live and as it happens coverage of the WEC. After 4 opening and cracking races, I just wonder whether things are going to be turned on their head a little bit, because there have been tweaks to the balance of performance. Ferrari, or certainly Nicholas Nielsen, one of their drivers, feels like they're not even capable of winning this weekend's race. Toyota are struggling as well. So this potentially opens the door for some of the other huge manufacturers in the hypercar class competing in this championship. 30 minutes then before we get going, a 30-minute countdown to green with me, Johnny Palmer, and Johnny Molan. Thank you for joining us.
The FIA World Endurance Championship on RS1.
On RS1.
Part of the Radio Show Limited network.
And almost as if by magic, stepping into the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, bang on time. We were slightly concerned that I might be introducing this gentleman 15 minutes in, but Johnny Molan, ever the professional, is here and raring to go. Good morning.
Thank you very much. I can't believe you said it's 4 weeks ago that we were sat together at Le Mans, because honestly it feels like 4 months ago.
Oh,
it
really?
just feels like, oh God, it's just so much. I've crammed so much into that. I won't bore the listeners.
Well, there's been beautiful weather. So
well, I was just about to say, we were looking
activities?
at beautiful grid and sunshine in Sao Paulo, and normally I'm quite jealous, but actually I reckon it's just as hot here.
It's actually warmer in the UK at the moment, because Brazil are in their winter period. So this is one of the cooler months. It seems strange to think about that when we're from the northern hemisphere. But high today in Brazil, 21 degrees Celsius, I reckon. Goodyear have rolled out this brand new hard tyre with the red sidewall. You can't use a medium, and I bet so many teams will want to be doing that.
And they only have one tyre option, don't they, in the LMGT3 category. So I think not because of the temperatures, but more because of the abrasion levels of the circuit. Brazil, particularly on the right rear, can be really hard on the tyre. So whether they don't have the option, but if they did have medium and hard options in GT, you might find them sort of staggering the side to side, having a hard on the right rear and maybe a medium on the left. But sometimes that works, sometimes it unbalances the car. You see that less these days than you used to, as tyre manufacturers get better and better at generating a construction and compound that delivers all-around performance and manages to not drop off and keep the consistency. But also interesting, Johnny, as you said about Ferrari with the balanced performance, I'm slightly ignorant. I've seen some announcements, so I'll ask you exactly how they've changed, because let's face it, Ferrari did need to have something happen, because they won every race up to and including Le Mans, albeit maybe not with the factory cars, but Ferrari still won Le Mans.
Yeah, it's absolutely. And the 499Ps in the 50 and the 51 were there or thereabouts. In fact, they had one on the podium and then had that result stripped because of the damaged rear wing. Right, so weight-wise, they're 12 kilos heavier.
This is the Ferrari.
Yeah. But this is not comparing it to how they ran at Le Mans, because balance of performance at Le Mans is completely separate from the rest of the season. So we're going back to the 10th of May now, when they ran in the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps.
Yeah.
A race where it was a Ferrari on pole and a Ferrari won. In fact, apart from Alex Lynn's pole position in Le Mans, Ferrari have taken all the poles as well. Didn't happen yesterday, but we'll get to that. So 12 kilos heavier for the 499P. That takes them to 1069. And the heaviest car, equal heaviest car with the Toyota, which has not been adjusted. And Toyota are struggling as well. Power-wise, you've got the ICE power beneath 250 kph.
Yep.
And that's an increase of a decrease of kilowatts of 9 kilos. Let's just pause for a moment, because Bruce Giuani is on the grid with the men of the moment in the BMW, with the Brazilian flag. So this is Augusto Farfus talking to Bruce.
Well, we are not as fast as we wish to. The car feels good. Team did a great job. And starting here in Interlagos is going to give it all. Let's hope to have a smile on the face at the end of the race.
Looking forward to the race?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's been incredible so far. I'm smiling every second, enjoying every second of it. And what we can do now is maximize our opportunities and see what we can do.
Thank you very much and good luck. Have a good one.
So that BMW, normally in a sort of orange and white, the Bend WRT car with Yasser Shaheen, but 2/3 of its lineup this weekend are from Brazil. Farfus is the regular driver, But the young kid, Pedro Ibrahim, being brought in to replace Timur Boguslavsky, Russian, who is, I think, otherwise engaged this weekend. It's actually a busy weekend in motor racing because for the first time since 2012, Sebastian Buemi misses a WEC race because he's busy in Berlin with an E-Prix, so the Formula E Championship. And then you've got Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, covered elsewhere on our network, on RS2 IMSA Radio. Mosport. It is how you know it.
Yes, I can't stand the
Canadian Tire.
It's like Sears Point. It'll always be Sears Point to me, even though
It's like the real radio hairpin at Knock Hill.
But Mosport is such an iconic track. Anyway, I'm going off topic. Carry on, Johnny.
Carry on. Yes. So that means that we've got a record number of cars with only 2 drivers in. Now, I'm thinking reasonably low temperatures, shortest track that we go to all year, though. So you're pounding around here many times. And it's also anti-clockwise. And a lot of drivers have said the neck muscles are being felt in places they didn't know that they could, because you get acclimatised to a clockwise track. Actually, we go to 3 of them in the WEC. Already been to Imola, here in Brazil, and then the next one at Cota is anti-clockwise as well. Is that really noticeable?
Somewhere like Imola, I've never noticed it, to be quite honest, on any European tracks. And until you mention it, I was actually thinking, is Imola left? But it is. You're right. But I guess it's the nature of the corners. And Brazil, especially the middle section, and it builds up with the Senna S's. So there's quite a lot of quite fast, and it's in the faster stuff. I can't imagine that the GT guys, to be honest, even though they'll probably be pulling, 3, maybe a little over, at the most, maybe a peak of 3.5 G in the corners. I can't imagine that they'll be feeling it particularly. Hypercar, obviously a lot less grip than it used to have from the LMP1 days.
Yeah.
But
the other thing we should point out is the track was resurfaced last year in time for the Brazilian Grand Prix.
Well, it's generated more grip. That was what I was going to come to. So it may not be necessarily the fast sections, but in terms of the grip, it's got a lot of medium speed stuff, and it really flows. And it's sustained radius of corners, and that tends to what builds up on the neck. So, yeah.
And what about those final 3? They are corners, but they're more changes of direction, because you're just flat, aren't you, through 13, 14, 15 onto the main straight in a hypercar? So 13... So Junção is the crucial one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's almost like Woodcourt, Silverstone. So in the dry, in the wet, it might get a bit sketchy, as we've seen even in Formula 1 cars up there. And it's interesting when you look on the grid at Brazil, and that's one thing that I always remember. They've done those scouring they've raked the track, because obviously, hopefully we're not going to see any rain today, I don't believe, but it can, as we know, be torrential in Brazil, and when it rains, it properly rains. And it causes, through those sections, 13, 14, 15 even, up towards the start-finish line, it can get really aquaplaney. It's aquaplane city through there, and you're a complete passenger. So they're drainage channels. So it's really interesting when you sit on the grid there. And there are a few circuits that you see them, but not many quite as iconic as Brazil.
Let's hear from the pole man in LMGT3. This is Eduardo Barrichello at a track that his dad never managed to win at.
Is that good pressure or hard?
No, it's very good. It's very good. I think it's very motivational as well to have everybody here, all the crowd. It just looks beautiful. And my family is here. My friends are here as well. My dad, my mom, and everything. So it's just so special. I think we have such a good car and strong competitive car. And I just hope we can have a clean race with no penalties, no damage and everything. And it would be my dream to be on the podium. So, yeah.
And we all wish you the best for the race. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, he has recent experience from Brazilian stock cars, both he and his dad, actually. I say his dad never won here. He never won in Formula 1. I'm sure he has had the odd victory, Rubens Barrichello, through the years at Interlagos. But there was a season in Brazilian stock cars, I think 2023, where they came here for 6 races, like 3 double headers. So Eduardo's got lots of recent experience. And the number 10... the number 10 Aston Martin had only been into Hyperpole once before. That's by a new guy as well, Anthony McIntosh, who's never been in the WEC before. So first of all, he got in by the skin of his teeth. I mean, it was so narrow, it was hundredths of seconds. So the 10 car was the final car to get into Hyperpole. But then, Eduardo, local track knowledge. He's from Sao Paulo. Couldn't have been a better story.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. He sounds just like Rubens, doesn't he? He's amazing. But, McIntosh did a super job there. And it shows that it's not just about circuit knowledge. Obviously, the pole position probably is. But just to get it into the last 10, then I would say that shows that they've got a really good and strong car package underneath them. Have there been any adjustments in GTE? Because we were talking, weren't we, about, you were mentioning earlier about the Ferrari and the hypercars and what's changed there.
Yes.
So maybe carry on with that, but also let's touch on GT3.
Well, yeah, but I didn't really finish about the hypercar because, of course, there's always so much to talk about. So Ferrari have been given a bit less power beneath 250.
Yep.
Then when the hybrid kicks in, slightly more, 1.9 boost on a percentage. So that now becomes 5.6% of hybrid power gain.
Yep.
North of 250. Follow it across. And slightly less on the maximum stint energy. But I think it's all about the weight, particularly around here. 43 metres of elevation change.
And also it'll be hard on the tyre. So if you're struggling, for example, we mentioned the right rear before, which can be a problem on this circuit. If you're struggling to look after your right rear and you add another 10 kilos even, you know, that doesn't sound a lot, 10 kilos, but if you're cornering at 4G, all of a sudden that's 40 kilos and it just adds up. Lap after
and
lap,
it's over a 50-minute stint or so, probably, and they're looking to double stint some of these tyres.
That's it.
So, as I mentioned in the build-up, that really opens the door for one or two other teams. But you talk about LMGT3, let's just have a glance at that. There've been little
start with
tweaks.
Aston. So they're on pole, so let's see, have they had a break or have they done it legitimately?
Well, I think Aston actually are on a bit of form in terms of qualification. Edoardo Barrichello was second fastest in Spa by about a quarter of a second. They got pole in Le Mans, but that was down to Mattia Drudi, you could argue. Let's just pause for the Brazilian national anthem, though.
Brilhou no céu da pátria nesse instante, se o penhor dessa igualdade conseguimos conquistar com um braço forte. Em teu seio, ó liberdade, desafio nosso peito à própria morte. Ó pátria amada, idolatrada, salve, salve. Brasil, um sonho intenso, um raio vívido, de amor e de esperança a terra desce. Se em teu formoso céu risonho e límpido a imagem do cruzeiro resplandece, gigante pela própria natureza. És belo, és forte, impávido colosso. Se o teu futuro espelha essa grandeza, terra dourada, entre outras mil és tu, Brasil, ó pátria amada. Dos filhos deste sol és mãe, gentil, pátria amada, Brasil. Deitado eternamente em berço esplêndido, ao som do mar e à luz do sol profundo, fulguras, ó Brasil, florão da América, iluminando ao sol de um novo mundo, do que a terra mais garrida. Teus risonhos lindos, campos têm mais flores, nossos bosques têm mais vida, nossa vida no teu seio mais amores. Ó pátria amada, idolatrada, salve, salve. Brasil de amor eterno, seja símbolo. Olá, barulho que ostentas estrelado. E digo verde louro dessa flâmula, paz no futuro e glória no passado. Mas se ergues a justiça, clava forte, verás que um filho teu não foge à luta, nem teme quem te adora a própria morte. Terra dourada, entre outras mil és tu, Brasil, ó pátria amada. Dos filhos deste solo és mãe gentil, pátria amada, Brasil.
What an excellent, sort of poignant rendition of the Brazilian national anthem. And what you couldn't see was all of the flares being fired off from the final corner at Arquibancadas, which is a very evocative name that simply means bleachers. Just means grandstand in Portuguese.
Bancadas.
Yeah, bancadas.
Similar in Spanish, yeah.
Okay, well, it's just the main straight where everybody tends to sit, because it's a little bit like Brands Hatch in the circuit just descends beneath you, and I would imagine, having never actually sat in the back row of the grandstand here at Interlagos, but I would have thought the visibility all the way around the track is pretty good for spectators to see, because it is the shortest venue that we visit all year, just 4.3 kilometres. So we're talking about Aston Martin maybe having a bit of a tweak, but I honestly think they've done it on the basic form. And Mattia Drudi was the standout driver at Le Mans. With regard to other tweaks of balance of performance, who's had the brakes in terms of weight being lifted? Well, 25 kilos off the Corvette, I noticed. But here's the pole man in hypercar, Alex Lynn, now with Bruce.
You had two cars on the front row, but car 38 has been pushed back one position, so there's a Porsche there in between. How does that make you feel?
Honestly, I think our race is a lot going to be about what happens at the first corner. I think if we can lead off the start, we have confidence in our pace, but we know Porsche, I believe, is our strongest competitor. So to have them on the front row is going to be tough.
Will motivated behind the wheel?
Yeah, he's motivated. It's kind of his half-home race as well, because his wife is Brazilian, so yeah, it's cool. We're all excited to race today.
Good luck for the race. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, the reference there is to the fact that originally, yesterday, at the end of qualifying, it was a Cadillac 1-2, just as it happened at Le Mans 4 weeks ago with the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota cars. However, later on in the day, the number 38 Sebastian Bourdais-driven Cadillac was given a one-place grid penalty for sufficiently impeding the number 93 Peugeot to constitute the offence of impeding. Now, not that it hugely matters about what Bourdais reckoned, but he reported to Sportscar 365. He said, to be honest, they told me he was pushing behind. I was trying to see where he was. Then the nature of the track being so twisty, I lost him in the last two corners. Then I saw another Peugeot from quite far, and I thought he'd backed off, but it was the other one. And by that time, I realised that he was there in my gearbox in the last corner, and he had no option but to basically hold the Peugeot up. You can imagine this twisty-turny track. It's actually very difficult. When you're concentrating on your own times, you'll lose fairly easily cars behind you, I would imagine.
Yeah.
I mean, is that an excuse or not?
All racing drivers have fantastic and very eloquent reasons why certain things happen, and that's no different. Everything he says is true.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if you know there's someone coming, you just get off the racing line.
Yeah, simple. He's lost a place, so he won't start from second position, and this is actually Earl Bamber who will begin the 38 car. He'll be from the inside of the second row, which might be a better place, actually.
And the Peugeot, you talked about the 93, and I think it's 6th, and the 94 Peugeot's 4th, is it?
Yes.
So the Peugeot's having, and they have shown flashes of pace, haven't they? They did at Le Mans, to be fair. But interesting, just like Le Mans, it would have been a Team Hertz Jota front row.
Yeah.
And then the race never really sort of materialised for them. It'd be interesting to see how it works on a shorter track and a shorter format.
Well, the statistic for... They've only had 4 WEC races here in the history of the newish championship. Began in 2012. And there were wins for Audi, Toyota, and I think Porsche in those early days, 2012, 13, 14. They went a decade's break and came back last year when Toyota took a victory. But never had a winning car off the front row. So, as in, you have to be on the front row. Well, it seems like you have to be on the front row to then take victory.
So, when you say you've never had a winning car off the front row, you mean...
Or on the front row, sorry.
Yes.
Sorry. That's the right statistic, but not...
From the front row.
Yes.
Yes.
So, imagine, so you either a pole car or the car alongside the pole car.
I've never won.
No, I've always won.
Oh, they've always won. Oh, that's what you meant. Right, so you've always had a winner off the front row.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you have to be, it seems, on that front row to take victory because of the
Alex
nature
Lynn was
of
alluding
track.
to that, wasn't he, in that interview? In that if Will can hold the lead, they're quite comfortable. And some of that is because it's quite difficult to follow here, aero-wise.
Right.
And in the nature of the tracks, there's not that many really clear overtaking areas, especially if you have to make it work in a brake zone. To actually get a run on someone into a brake zone is actually quite tricky. Obviously down into turn 1. And that's about it. And if you don't have, unlike, say, Formula 1, you don't have the option of DRS, and they don't have, obviously, any sort of boost push to overtake these days anymore, even though they've got all the hybrids. So it's tricky to overtake, especially if you're following someone that maybe you're only 2 or 3 tenths quicker than them.
It always feels like the main straight's just not quite long enough. You're about to pull out, you pull alongside, but then you can't get the crucial inside line into the centre S. It goes left, right, left. The right element is the most important because that's the slingshot out of the corner, and then down the retta opposto, or the opposite straight in English, the back straight basically, but it's that slingshot out of 2 that's so important. And I think if you defend on the inside of turn 1, you can kind of cover off most advances of a car from behind.
Yes, you can. It's one of those, because of the nature of where it leads. If it went through turn 1 left and then went straight away, if you defended there, you'd lose momentum and you'd be defending down into 3. But you're exactly right, because it's almost like a big chicane, or like an S, that you can actually defend somewhere, park someone in the middle of it, get the thing turned, get back the compromise that you've made in terms of going in tight to hold them off, and then get a good run through too. But if you do that, there is a way, because of the nature of the track, of going round the outside. It's one of the few corners where you can actually go round the outside of somebody into 1. So if they defend 1, normally that will cover you off completely for that. Maybe just try and get a run on them on the exit. But this is the nature of that corner, is you can actually have a proper go around the outside, because then you're on the inside for 2.
Of course. So that is the one overtaking opportunity. Also into Descida del Lago, which is turn 4. Again, a good run coming out of 2, round 3, and then late on the brakes into 4. But it's again, not quite long enough of a straight.
And also 4, it's not as heavy a braking zone as you think, because it's quite open. It opens on the exit. So it is possible, but tricky.
Drivers, start your engine.
Rubens Barrichello with the immortal words then for the drivers to fire their engines into life. 36 cars we will have, with some adjustment though to yesterday's grid. So the 38 Cadillac loses a spot for impeding. It's the same reason why the number 99 Porsche from Proton Competition will drop a position as well, because after reviewing video evidence, the stewards determined that at turn 13, which is the little kink out of Young Cow corner, the junction corner, car 50 was sufficiently impeded by the 99 privately entered Porsche 963. So 99 is going to start from 13th position. The other interesting thing is that Andrew Gilbert, at the end of qualifying, he'd done the times, didn't get into Hyperpole, but did have a grid position. But then he was speeding in the pit lane. So all your times get wiped at that point. That means he didn't have a time to show from qualifying, and he has to start at the back of the grid, car 60, the Iron Lynx Mercedes. And the more punishing thing, I think, is that they've got to start with their quickest driver now as well, who is Fran Rueda. And that does really ruin strategy, considering everyone's trying to burn crucial bronze driving time in the early stages of this race. The cars are being waved off, though, for a short couple of flying laps. As I say, just 4.3 kilometres around Interlagos, but there is time to give you the full grid. So Cadillac thought for a few minutes at least that they had done exactly the same as they had in Le Mans a few weeks ago and locked out the front row. However, it is a first and third place start for the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V-Series Rs, but back-to-back pole positions for Alex Lynn, and his time a 1:22.570 once he had progressed into the top 10 shootout for Hyperpole, and it'll be his teammate Will Stevens to start the number 12 car from the inside, the left-hand side of the grid. Alongside him, promoted to second, is the Julian Andlauer started Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. The Porsche's time of 1:22.834, so a couple of tenths slower, in fact, than the second of the Cadillacs, which now has to start from third position and be started by Earl Bamber. So car 38 on the inside of the second row, joined by the Malte Jakobsen qualified Peugeot Total Energies 9X8. So car 94, a 1:22.9, so it's only 4 tenths off the Cadillac's effort, and Loic Duval will start the first of those Peugeots from 4th position, car number 94. Then it's the 20 BMW of René Rast. There have been a tweak in one of their driver lineups because Robin Frine's busy elsewhere, so Marco Wittmann brought in to replace. And it'll be René Rast to start car 20 alongside Mikkel Jensen in the second of the Peugeots, number 93. 4th row is the 6 Porsche for Laurens Vanthoor, also from Penske Motorsport. And the Kevin Magnussen started BMW car number 15 is 8th. Then it's the 83 AF Corsa Ferrari of Phil Hansen, qualified by Robert Kubica yesterday. That's exactly the same chassis that won at Le Mans. It's not as if they retired it straight away. It's back for more action almost immediately. In car 83, a disappointing qualifying, but that might just be where Ferrari are this weekend. Same story can be said for Toyota, who didn't even get one of their cars into Hyperpole. In fact, it will start last. The 8th Toyota, with only 2 drivers in the absence of Sebastian Buemi, will be started by Brendan Hartley in 10th position. Then we're into the cars that didn't make it into Hyperpole. The 2 Aston Martins, 009 Marco Sorensen, 007 Tom Gamble. The 99 Proton Competition Porsche of Nico Pino dropping a grid spot. Miguel Molina in the 50 Ferrari, only 14th. Fred Makovici and Ferdinand Habsburg found on the 8th row in their Alpines, so 36 and 35, 15th and 16th. The 51 Ferrari will start on the back row of hypercars for James Collado, so they've got a lot of work to do, as has Mike Conway in the number 7 Toyota. Remember, 12 months ago, Toyota were winning this race with their number 8 car. On to the next batch of category, effectively, and this is the LMGT3s with Anthony McIntosh, who is the bronze-graded driver for Racing Spirit of Le Mans. Great qualifying from both he and Eduardo Barrichello yesterday across 2 sessions, and the 10 car did a 1:33.8. It'll be Razvan Umberescu for Acodis ASP number 87 to start alongside. Lexus certainly have a quick package this weekend, backed up by the fact that their second car, number 78 of Finn Gersitz, starts on the inside of the second row. Then it's Martin Berry, the Aussie, in the 61 Mercedes AMG from Iron Lynx. United Autosports have locked out the 3rd row with their McLarens. Darren Young for 95 and James Cottingham 59, both the bronzes starting there. Celia Martin should be pretty happy with the 85 Iron Dames effort, starting 7th alongside Stefano Gattuso's Ford Mustang for Proton, number 88. Then it's Ben Keating in the 33 TF Sport Corvette, and another Corvette from the same team, Tom Van Rompuy, 81. 11th position in LMGT3 is Thomas Fleur's AF Corsa Vista AF Corsa Ferrari. Ian James in the 27 Aston Martin that was on pole at Le Mans. Manthey First Form, who are the championship leaders now, having won at Le Mans. Ryan Hardwick starts from the inside of row 16 with Amin Al-Hati for company in the 46 BMW. 21 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari, Francois Heriot is next up with Bernardo Souza's Ford. And finally, it's a BMW and a Mercedes on the final row for Yasser Shaheen and Fran Raider. We're about to start racing. So through the Subida dos Boxes, or the pit ascent corner, come the pack of hypercars right now, and they're now heading towards the little kink which sees the pit lane depart. There is about a car's length gap, actually, between the front row and the next batch of hypercars, but at the last minute, the leading car will dive into pit lane. 6 hours on the clock for the 2025 Rolex 6 Hours of Sao Paulo, live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. It is a good getaway from Corvette, but Porsche make sure that they get across to the left-hand side to defend from Earl Bamber's third-placed Corvette, side by side, and this is precisely what Johnny Molin was talking about. If you can run door handle to door handle through turn 2, you might actually pick up a spot. In the end, it didn't quite work for the Cadillac, but now the Peugeot of Loic Duval is looking for a way by, and they're all fanning out for second, third and fourth positions, almost from one side of the track to the other. This is giving Will Stevens a moment's peace. Having said that, the Porsche right with him at Decido de Lago and heading towards Ferradura for the first time, which is turn 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hypercars right together, and a Porsche quite possibly is going to go into the lead, Johnny Moore.
Yeah, he's already got, he seemed to generate a lot more grip in his tyres then. You could see by the way he was weaving behind, just getting that grip and managing to actually hold a much tighter line down through into that corner and held the inside, and then he's literally just taken off. He's pulling, and Will Stevens at this point looking to actually struggle to generate grip and under a lot of pressure from his team car.
Now, Alex Lynn said he doesn't anticipate any scenario where they're going to have to use the hard compound tyres for Goodyear. They've all started on mediums, no doubt. The temperature's going to build through the course of the day, but it's still quite a bit of cloud cover above Interlagos. The Porsche starting to romp away, though, having topped a couple of free practice sessions on Friday, both the 6-car with each of their drivers, Lawrence Vanthoor and Kevin Estre. And Julian Andauer will lead the first lap as the Cadillacs are still trying to sort things out between one another. And I get the feeling Earl Bamber's saying, I'm quicker than you already, so just move out of my way, Will Stevens.
He'll get a run now, because Will went a little bit deep into one and then cut back for 2, and Earl got a really good run on him, and it'd be interesting to see if he defends him down into turn 4.
At times, early in the season, I wonder whether the management of a race has not necessarily been there, which is a surprise for a team like Hertz Team Jota with all of their experience. They have to remember this is a long race, and maybe just a decent order, a sensible order to run in, because the problem is the Peugeots are right there to gobble up anything that might head in their direction.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, Will Stevens is kind of almost like the cork in the bottle, and Julian Andauer doing a fantastic job sort of pulling a good couple of seconds already on him. But it looked already halfway through that second lap like the car was coming to Will. It was a little bit underneath him. It didn't look quite so skittish.
Yes.
And so I suspect that he'll be able to settle down now, and if they do have some pace, hopefully begin to pull away from those behind.
I mean, it's a slow-speed track at the best of times. When you've got 2 rolling laps, how much actually can you do to try and generate some heat in what is a coolish day anyway? So no tyre warmers from the off. Then you've got a couple of rolling laps, but it's always going to need a few racing laps to properly get them in the window. LMGT3 still led by Anthony McIntosh from the pole position. So the American racer in the number 10 Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin leads by 0.2 now, in fact 0.4 of a second, over Darren Young, who's had a great start in the number 95 McLaren. Where did Darren start? 5th position. He's already up to 2nd. Now running very, very deep is the number 50 Ferrari. 51 Ferrari, beg your pardon, just ahead of the number 007 Aston Martin. So that is James Collado trying to work his way from the back of the grid. But the 007 Aston Martin of Tom Gamble looks to actually have the legs on that 499P and might be able to pass as they head for turn 4, Decido de Largo. But in the LMGT3s, Aston Martin from now a Codis Lexus. So that is Umberescu pulling off a move on Darren Young into the Senna S at the start of their 3rd lap. Lexus ahead of McLaren, ahead of the 2nd Lexus of Arnold Robin, and Robin looking for a way down the inside now of Darren Young in the process. This is like a Formula Ford race in the GTs.
Yeah, it's great, and I love watching this, and you hit the nail on the head in terms of lack of tyre warmers. It's not that hot, albeit 21 is pleasant. That probably tells you that track temp, even though ambient's up, track temp won't be as high as you think. And so generating grip. And with Brazil, if you ever go there or you watch it on television, you can see the sort of glint of the flint in the surface, in the tarmac that it has. And it's a relatively, even though they've resurfaced it, it's a relatively smooth track, a little bit bumpy in a couple of places, but really abrasive, so you can generate tyre temp, but it takes a little while to do it. And if you're starting with stone cold tyres and also with reasonably low pressures because of that, you have to be a little bit careful to treat them nicely, because if you abuse them too much in that sort of first 2 or 3 laps and overheat the surface of the tyre, it'll bite you later on in the stint.
Yeah. And it's not necessarily just this stint either. You might have to use this set of tyres.
Well, I suspect they will be doubling the tyres. Yeah, absolutely, Johnny.
So that's something else to be thinking about. You're probably given about a third of or 2/3 of the race on terms of tyres. Very brave manoeuvre there down the inside for Marco Sorensen on the number 36 Alpine. So Sorensen's in the 009 Aston Martin, and he was caught between a rock and a hard place there, kicking up the dust right by the pit wall. There was just enough space for a Valkyrie to squeak through, and that was passing Fred Makovici for 11th place.
Marco Sorensen's always very, very aggressive and sturdy in his attack. I always love watching him at the start. He doesn't matter if he's starting last or on pole, he absolutely gives it everything, and you can see there he really, really wanted that place. And the trouble with Aston Martin at the moment, you know, as you would expect, very early on in their development, and so they have to take little bits of glory where they can find them. You know, they can't really play the long game because they know they don't ultimately have the pace to go out there and podium this race, barring a huge slice of luck. Whereas if they have a little moment to get past the Toyota, as we're seeing again into turn 1, I think that was the second Aston Martin. I know that was Mark Sorensen again in the 009, this time trying to put it on the Toyota Gazoo into the same corner. So Marco is really pushing very hard. But they have to take their little moments of glory to pass the car, Johnny, and have that moment, because they know ultimately as the race settles down, the true pace of all the cars will show out, and the cars will end up finishing in that kind of order.
This is RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, bringing you live coverage of the 5th race of the season in the World Endurance Championship. So we're live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. The two Johnnies, Molam and Palmer, and some real movement now in the midfield of Hypercar as the 99 Porsche, which does have a bit more speed than maybe its grid position represented. Remember, it had a grid place drop for impeding in yesterday's qualifying session, but Pino absolutely shoved up the curb there coming out of Bico de Pato.
Actually, that was great racing. I really Machiavecchi and Pino there was absolutely fantastic door handle to door handle racing, but giving each other room. And already you're seeing the nature, Johnny, of this track where you can actually go into a corner, especially if someone's being sort of held up by the car in front. You've almost got to think about defending from the person behind, because if you're waiting because the guy in front's defending on you, and then you try to take a wider line in order to get a better exit, someone, because you're going in slightly slower because the guy in front's defending, can then also steam up the inside of you. But then if you go and hold the inside as well to defend from that person, then they can go around the outside of you, as we saw then, and you can go 2 or 3 corners in that middle sector, literally side by side if you're working together. And it was really nice to see the Porsche and the Alpine there actually giving each other room, albeit probably only about half a centimetre of what was needed, but nevertheless giving each other room.
I very much like to see racing like that. I don't kind of get the rule now where you're supposed to leave a car's width between the edge of yours and the edge of the track. It's like, if it's not your corner, it's not your corner. If you decided to put your car there, then going up the curb is at least the penalty you should serve. And the thing is, because this track just flips back and forth, then Pino's going to get a chance probably on the next lap anyway to return the favour. So that's the 99 stuck in the midfield and actually hampering Miguel Molina in 15th position. The 499P looking to try and make early progress, but this doesn't look great for Ferrari, as now it's side by side at the head of the order, going through, or further down the pack, I should say. This is the 15 and the 6, BMW and Porsche, Laurens Vanthoor and Kevin Magnussen, and Magnussen's going to pit this early on.
That's strange, and I was just, the Porsche coming off of turn 12 then just seemed to have so much more traction, so much more grip. He could actually get on the power, even though he's holding a tighter line, having more steering angle in the car, actually seemed to be able to get on the throttle harder than Magnussen could in the BMW, and then subsequently went on to pit, which is very early to pit, so perhaps he has an issue.
Well, that's either a slow puncture or some other bigger problem, but it seems strange to be stopping after only, barely 10 minutes, as the GTs really did have a lot of fun from the off. 3 abreast, certainly 4 abreast a bit further back, and it only dawned on me, yesterday actually, that within qualifying for Le Mans, the 8 that made it into Hyperpole were all different manufacturers. Just shows you how level the balance of performance is, and that was kind of the case going through turns 1, 2 and 3 at the Centre S. One properly on the grass, which was one of the 2 Vista AF Corsa Ferraris, which heavily delayed it coming through turn 2. That was the 54 car of Thomas Floor. Ben Keating going for the rallycross run as well, as did Ahmed Al-Hati in the 46 BMW in its more traditional livery. But there was just dust and bits of tyre everywhere through the first sequence of corners on that opening lap, J-Mo.
Yeah, very difficult, because he kept it on the curb, or tried to keep it on the curb, but then just beyond the curb on the outside, on the left-hand side, as you drop down into 2, it's grass there, so it's really tricky. And once you're on the grass, you need to just straighten up, keep the thing straight, wait till you're back on the track. And Keating in the Corvette tried to keep his foot in to minimise the amount of time he was going to lose. And of course, as he came back onto the track, had a big moment which forced him to get out the throttle. And of course, every other car behind him got past him bar about 2 or 3.
And the heaviest delay was probably for the 46 BMW, Ahmed Al-Hati, although he's now worked his way up past a couple of those GT cars, actually past the 2 Ferraris that were significantly delayed as well. Kevin Magnussen hasn't returned from the pit lane, so that wasn't as simple as a slow puncture and changing a tyre. Already, because this is the shortest track of the season, the leading car, the Hypercar number 5 Porsche, is totally ensconced in traffic, looking for a way by at the next opportunity. But the worst place possible to find traffic is 7, 8, 9 and 10.
Absolutely, and you're going to see that this race will, I think, be won and lost in both the classes by how you work the traffic. It's so important. It's going back to sort of the old American Le Mans or IMSA days with the multiple class racing, and the GT3 cars through the middle of the slower and even some of the medium speed corners aren't going to be that much slower than the hypercars, so it's not as easy as you might think. You can't just blow past them like you could say going into the Porsche curves at Le Mans. This track, the nature of this track, means that ultimately you're not really going to be able to gain too much through there, and there's a lot of sort of people opening the door and then turning in again. So if you just stick your nose down the inside, you've got to be absolutely certain that the GT3 car in front has seen you. So how you work the traffic as a GT driver as well as a hypercar driver is going to be critical in this race, because as soon as you get contact and damage and it's just deck of cards, you pull one out and the whole thing starts collapsing. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that pans out.
Oh, the Ford Mustang got a really good run into Desida de Lago. It looked like it was closing in on the Porsche. It was the car ahead of the Porsche, the BMW. So that again is down to the sheer mechanical grip at very low speed of these hypercars. They almost enter the corner at the turning point at turn 4 at a very similar speed there.
And don't forget they've got ABS.
The GT cars.
So in terms of the braking of those cars, even before ABS, I remember being in an MP car and you come up to a corner, and the advanced nature of the GT cars, even 10 years ago, the braking ability of them, it takes you by surprise, you know. And there would be quite often instances of LMP drivers that would come in and they wouldn't be aware how late the GT cars could brake, so they sort of clear you just before a brake zone, move back onto the braking line, the LMP car, and brake, and you'd nearly, or sometimes actually run at the back of them, or certainly nearly run at the back of them, because you're braking at pretty much the same point they are.
Do you have to be more cautious as a hypercar driver in the phase where the bronzes are there?
Yes.
I mean, it's sort of self-explanatory, but that's the point where you're trying to build the gaps for later on in the race, isn't it? So you've got to also apply a bit of risk.
And also being the lead driver means that you're going to be catching the gaps, as you quite rightly said, you're going to be catching the pack, rather, when the gaps are still a lot closer together.
Yeah.
So in terms of coming up to a car, if you come up to a train of 6, 7 GT cars who are all fighting for position, they deserve to be there. They've got every right to be there. They're doing their own race, and you've got to work your way through them, and they're not going to want to end up giving too much away because it's going to compromise their own race. So the weaving now is almost like a video game, Johnny, as you see several hypercars all arriving together and just weaving in and out of the GT3 cars. It really is amazing to see.
And when you get a pack of those GT cars whose roof lines are quite a bit higher than the low-slung hypercars, I lose the hypercars in amongst the traffic. Goodness knows what it is like when you're taking active part here and trying to work out precisely where everybody is at the braking and, more crucially, turning point at Desida de Lago after that short Retta Aposta. So the Toyota has barely made any progress at all. The Mike Conway-driven number 7 car. 8 has gone up 1 position. So that's Brendan Hartley, now 9th when he started 10th. Also, Phil Hansen has guided his Ferrari to 11th place. But Julian Andlauer building a tidy lead still.
I tell you, watching this, it's never occurred to me, but especially for turns 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and the fact that they're down in a bowl, it would really work. I don't know if any of the teams do it, but the old-fashioned way with Americans having a spotter, because it would really help you to know exactly whether he's left side, right side, whether to dive to the apex, whether not to dive to the apex. Having someone in your radio all the time. We used to have it at Daytona and some of the other American tracks, and it really, really is helpful.
Well, just that extra pair of eyes, ideally high up, but if not, then just at the end of this long straight would be immensely valuable. There still are spotters at Daytona, but I think there's plenty of spotters in other US tracks as well on the IMSA calendar. But
this track, we're just watching that Corvette who wanted to turn in then, and he left the apex because he knew that maybe the hypercar was there, and ended up leaving the apex. You don't want to just dive to an apex without knowing, but I don't know if he was told or not, but it's just really tricky. It really is some real near misses that we're seeing at the moment.
I finally got to the bit of information I've been looking for in the sporting regulations when we were talking about tyres, because whether you're in hypercar or LMGT3, you only get 4.5 sets of tyres, so that's 18 in total. when really in a GT you're going to be doing at least 6 stints, and actually the modern day LMGT3 can't quite make the hour. That might be a different story around here because you spend half the lap turning and actually being off the throttle. It's not like Le Mans where we were last time out. Important corner at Junção though for 51 Ferrari of James Collado. Easy meet for the LMGT3 race leader there. Goes right around the outside of Tony McIntosh, who is sensibly sticking to the racing line, as you're told to do as a GT driver when you're being swamped by hypercars. Allow the quicker car to pick a way through. And Julian Andlauer, very clinical through the traffic so far, building a north of 2-second lead over Will Stevens. But actually, you mentioned Will dealing with an unstable car for perhaps the first lap and a half. He's now established a 5-second lead over the chasing Earl Bamber in the same car. And he set the best lap of the race as well a couple of laps ago, 1 minute 24.4, which is only less than a tenth off of what Julian Andlauer's doing in the Porsche, and number 5 Porsche ahead of him, but still shows you that I think he's got everything all fired up and ready to go. Yeah, and the crucial time now is the 2 seconds that sits between Will and the race leader Julian Andlauer, to see whether he can cut that to, well, at least half, so that he can start to distract Julian Andlauer, making him uncomfortable, and start to put him on the wrong lines to maybe force a mistake. But that could be a long wait. Impressed that the Peugeot in 4th position has stayed there in the hands of Loic Duval, and actually a place gained for the sister 9X8. Started 6th, now 5th, with Mikkel Jensen at the wheel of that car. It's the Peugeots that have 2 drivers each from memory. Yes, so that simplifies the driver changes, I suppose. And will they do singles or probably more like double stints so that they can then use the tyres in that same pattern? As Marco Sorensen gained another place on that lap. Did he get ahead of... Yeah, he got ahead of Phil Hansen. So the Aston Martin continues the rise, 009. Yes, I think that was a replay of the start, wasn't it, when he was coming through. But interesting that it just puts into perspective the job that Julian Andlauer is doing in the number 5 Penske Porsche. If you looked at the number 6 Penske Porsche, is down in 7th place, and albeit in traffic, following the BMW Team WRT number 20 car of René Rast, but lapping at this point, well, on that last lap anyway, lapping nearly a second and a half slower than Julian Andlauer. Now, that might be obviously traffic related, almost certainly is, because he's fighting in the pack, but it just shows you how good the Porsche is. But that Julian Andlauer, and he did this at Le Mans. I actually say he was one of my sort of unsung heroes at Le Mans. If you could say any of the Porsche drivers at Le Mans were unsung heroes, he did a sterling job. Well, obviously Kevin Estre kind of took the headlines of the opening part of the race, didn't he? But Julian Andlauer doing a fine job in that car. Yeah, and Andlauer in a different car this weekend, but you're right about Estre, and actually Vantor doing some good times earlier in the weekend. It ran Friday with a couple of free practice sessions, and both Vantor and Estre had a turn in topping those. Race is on now for LMGT3 because we have a different class leader, and that is Razvan Umberescu. Petru, as he is on the entry list, but prefers the first name Razvan. And down the inside, late on the break, so got the good run coming out of Junção, kept the foot down through 13, 14 and 15, and then Tony McIntosh had little choice but to show him the inside line. Needs to be careful here, the American McIntosh, not to do the same again, because Stefano Gattuso is now all over the rear bumper of the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin. Yeah, I mean, he lost a lot of momentum there. Probably shouldn't have hung on quite so long around the outside. If you're going to try and hold on to the spot, then just send it around the outside when someone's out braking on the inside. But other than that, then just brake a little bit earlier, get back onto the apex, the left-hand apex of 1, and then get a really clean exit. He didn't do that. He compromised 2 quite a lot whilst he was being overtaken, and now dropped back into the clutches of the following car. And the gap at the front coming right down as well. It was down to, I think, about 1.5 seconds. So it's... Will Stevens definitely beginning to now eat into that lead, 1.4 now, and lapping on average about a tenth or 2 quicker. So it'll be interesting to see over the next few laps. How many laps do you think, Johnny, now before they're due to pit? I think they're about 65% energy at the moment. So yeah. Well, I was going to say I would expect a hypercar to do something like a 45-minute, maybe a 50-minute stint. Had a couple of rolling laps at the beginning of this stint as well. So it's always difficult to measure it on laps. Someone like Paul Truswell would have done that calculation before we even got going.
Yeah,
but
I
know. Oh, well, I probably know. I can give you a good guess of where he is right now. Anyway, we're 21 minutes in. Let's say, 60% energy.
So
just under halfway,
So
I'd
another
say.
24 minutes, 25 minutes. So they're probably doing a 45-minute stint.
Let's say that for the hypercars.
Yeah.
A little bit longer for the GTs. But I still don't think they'll be able to make the hour, which is an awkward number when you're dealing with 6 hours in total. So there may need to be a splat. That's assuming we stay green. Nose to tail for second and third between McIntosh and Gattuso again in the LMGT3s. Was there a little bit of a kick of the tail there from the Aston Martin as well? I think he kept it on the straight and narrow.
He just goes a little bit deep into the second part of that first section, and that always compromises him getting back on the throttle coming out and the exit and the run down to turn 4. It seems to sort of then pick up, but just needs to compromise a little bit more at the top of the hill and get a better run out of it.
Yeah, well, the focus that so many people have, I think Darren Turner actually who's guesting as part of the TV commentary this weekend, replacing Anthony Davidson for one or a couple of weekends, and he said the value is all in turn 2 at the centre S. Don't worry about compromising the left-hander at 1. Make sure you get 2 spot on right, because that will determine how fast you can then get to at the end of the Retta Apposto. Slight mistake there at turn 1.
Yeah, that's the whole point, though. You go into 1 and do compromise 1 in order to focus on getting the run at 2, because being super quick at 1 got no benefit at all, because the difference of the exit of 1 to the entry of 2 is they're almost one and the same.
Yeah. So McIntosh maybe having to tidy up his lines in that respect, but it's tough when you've got Stefano Gattuso sniffing all over the rear of that car in the Proton competition Ford Mustang. So the front-engined GT cars look to be the more favourable at this stage. You've got a couple of Lexus in the top 4. Also the Aston Martin in the hands of McIntosh and a Ford Mustang. Speaking of the front-engine GT cars, though, Ian James has now had a moment. This is at turn 12, so the Jung Kao left-hander at the bottom of the hill. And did he fall, or was he pushed into that position? We didn't see the incident as it happened, but now Ian James may have stalled the car, and he's still stranded half on the circuit, half off it.
I was literally just about to say, I'm not going to jinx it, but it's been remarkably clean so far, Johnny. It'd be interesting to see, because obviously everyone, especially the teams that haven't got the outright pace, will be looking with the tyre strategy, the fuel strategy, when we're just mentioning with the GT3s not being able to make the hour in a 6-hour race, complicating things. They're all going to be expecting a few full course yellows where they can start using that strategy to their advantage. But so far we haven't got anything. It'll be interesting to see if Ian can get that car restarted again and get going. I suspect he will be able to.
Yeah, the track is green again at turn 12, so that suggests he has refired the car and found a gap in the traffic. Got to make sure the rejoin is as safe as possible. Now, though, the team manager of Toyota number 7 is being told to go to race control immediately. Please. So at least there's the courtesy involved there, but that rather suggests it's got to be done in a hurry and therefore is a serious issue. Don't know what it surrounds, but the 7 Toyota is struggling anyway, down in 16th position. Update on the BMW of Kevin Magnussen. It still has not reappeared from the pit lane, so the 15 car that pitted 9.5 minutes into the race has clearly a severe problem. That might already be a retirement.
Oh, that's a huge shame for K-Mag. He'd have been looking forward to this race.
Yeah, well, especially because BMW are another one that might benefit from the change of the balance of performance, the performance parameters. Toyota, not really at the races today. Ferrari, their best car is only 9th. So Porsche clearly are in a bit more of a sweet spot now. Cadillac looking to fill the void. And certainly both BMWs were in for a shout of a podium.
And you know, I was saying before that Will Stevens has got his teeth into getting that gap to Julian Adler in the Porsche Penske number 5 car down. And then they've hit a bunch of traffic, probably for like the 3rd or 4th time in this race. They've hit the GT3 traffic, and that gap suddenly stretched out to 4.7 seconds. So that just shows you he's gained 3.2 seconds in 2 laps just through where he hit traffic compared to where Will following hit traffic. And Will, albeit he got it down to about 1.4, 1.5 seconds, that's not quite close enough to be following through in traffic. So quite often what will happen is the car in front will just about sneak through in a section, and then you have to wait behind the GT3 car all the way through the next sector, which could be 3, 4, 5 corners, losing half a second in each corner.
The incident that involved Ian James also potentially involved Ben Keating and the number 33. And speak of the devil, 33. Well,
I don't think there was any contact there.
It is under review, and Ben Keating's
I'd like to
name.
See that. Yeah, I'd like to see it again. Sorry, John.
No, it's all right. But not always is the other car involved. It's just if they were at close quarters, then they're sort of involved in the review as well. Once it's looked at from various angles, it might just be a simple lose for Ian James, and Ben Keating's in the clear, but they're going to check it.
12 is one of those really tricky corners where you're coming at it at speed, and then you've got to kind of brake and turn in, and then try and carry a little bit of minimum speed through the apex, but at the same time get very early back to throttle because it's such a long drag up the hill. So it's just, exit is so important there, but you've still got to sort of take a reasonable amount of entry speed. So it's one of those tricky ones that almost feels like it's off camber, even though it isn't, and it can get away from you in the rear. So I'm not saying he wasn't helped on his way, but I think it looked like the Corvette was far enough back. If he was, it was a light tap, which is still enough, don't get me wrong, but I'd like to see a replay of that.
I was calling Young Cow the Timo Glock corner yesterday after what happened in 2008. Lewis Hamilton able to get by Glock, who was on dry tyres in that season finale around here in the Brazilian Grand Prix, and it meant that Felipe Massa and his whole family went through absolutely every single possible emotion in the space of about 5 seconds, because they thought Massa had won, and then he hadn't because of that final pass, which gave Hamilton 5th place, I think it was, and the necessary points to win the title. Amazing how a full season of motor racing can come down to about 17 seconds at the end of the year. This World Endurance Championship has the habit of that as well, because it's only 8 races. Some of them give you more points than others. Oh, door banging at turn 2 at the centre S between the Alpine and one of the 2 silver Vista AF Corsa Ferraris, both going for the same bit of track.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about, and I think there you've got to say the onus is on the hypercar there to wait. I know it's frustrating, but you have to wait because he just stuffed it down the inside there. And that's not... And the trouble with 1 and 2 there, you can be quite unsighted.
Yes.
It goes back to what I was saying to you before about someone saying you're not clear, as a spotter or someone like that. But it's a really tricky corner because it drops downhill and you lose sight of people in your mirrors there.
And the Ferrari in particular, there's no rear mirror as such.
No.
I think it's got a screen, hasn't it?
A lot of the GT3 cars don't have... all of the cars these days don't have a rear view mirror. You have a screen, screen that shows you. But it can be tricky depending how good the screen is. They sometimes have a radar system as well that tells you, which works incredibly well at night at Le Mans, for example, which just tells you what kind of car it is, for example, how quickly it's catching you. It also indicates which side it's passing you on. But the nature of the close racing that we're seeing here, I suspect that you haven't really got time to be looking at arrows flashing away on your screen when you've sort of got cars all around your ears.
Not particularly not in the middle sector, which from Ferradura all the way through to Mugello is just relentless, corner after corner, and just to remember where you are on the track and to also have to negotiate in a hypercar the GT traffic that is in and around you. It's definitely lower on your list to then take those glances in the mirror, but from a GT perspective, I've always been told that it's worth just that final look in the door mirror to make sure nobody's trying to open the door, as now, using part of the pit lane entry road, almost one of the Alpines, looking to go side by side with the number 8 Toyota. So this is the fight for 10th and 11th, and Fred Makoviecki is going to get through ahead of the Gazoo Racing GR010, and the sister Alpines trying to do the same thing, Johnny Molam.
Yeah, far be it for me to ever, because I'm not one of those that he has to give that place back. Let's listen to, can you hear the...
Yeah. I don't think that was in the moment, though. That was a slightly delayed message to Brendan Hartley prior to all of that carnage kicking off.
The Alpine there went all 4 wheels onto the green off the track on the inside, so if that was effectively, they say, don't they, green is grass. So effectively, you need to treat it like that. Looking at a replay here, and you can see he gets a really good run. He knows that he's catching. He's going to split, and he comes to the left. So he has to go to the left-hand side there to the pit-in, goes completely over the green. Both his wheels completely over the...
That's the chevrons, isn't it?
So his right wheel, he doesn't have any wheel on the track at that point. So I wouldn't be surprised seeing he use that to gain an advantage if he has to give that place back.
Yeah. And lapping is one thing, but it's still overtaking. So he took an advantage on the McLaren, and then he took an advantage on the Toyota by the time they got to the first corner. But you're kind of presented with a Corvette, that was the 81 of Tom Van Rompuy, either having to back off because the Corvette, quite rightly, is on the racing line, or diving to the left and then just hoping there's a bit of racetrack that you can still use.
I mean, I would have done exactly the same, Johnny. I mean, I'm just saying, the way the rules are written these days...
He was off the track, yeah, I agree.
Completely off the track.
Yeah.
So, and they say that you have to treat it like it's grass, which is it's green for safety, tarmac, but you treat it like it's grass. And if that was grass, he wouldn't have been able to do it.
No chance. So, yes, taking an advantage in terms of momentum, which then gave him the scope to get through. And we're talking about Fred Makovici, who has indeed got ahead of Brendan Hartley. And then because of the lack of momentum from Hartley, they were two abreast going into the first corner, but Hartley's exit out of the centre S was far from ideal. So since then, Ferdinand Habsburg's got ahead of him and into 11th. Nico Pino's got ahead of Hartley and into 12th position. So the bad news for the Kiwi is he actually lost 3 places in the same movement. And that number 8 car is now under massive pressure from a lead that you could understandably mistake for the race lead a couple of races ago. Toyota up against Ferrari. Would you believe this is for 13th and 14th positions, though? And it is Porsche that currently lead. We've just ticked by the hour of midday, so morning at Sao Paulo becomes afternoon, but we still have an hour and a half to race in this year's Rolex 6 Hours of Sao Paulo, live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre here on RS1. There's been no shortage of action so far, Johnny Molan.
No, I'm going to give a bit of a shout-out to Phil Hansen here, because we've spoken...
Keep in mind, the 2 cars behind us should not change cars the next up, but the 3 cars in front will change just like us.
Okay,
and
so...
Is that reference to tyres?
Hearing Miguel Molina, yes, saying that bear in mind that the cars behind won't... sorry, was it the cars in front won't change, or the cars behind?
I think he said in front will not, and the... I actually can't remember.
And the ones behind will.
I think he said, yes.
Just like us. I heard him say it, just like us.
Yes.
So I'm just going to give Phil Hansen a bit of a shout-out, because he's won Le Mans. Amazing result. Didn't really because of Kubica, quite rightly. Really good feel-good story. Great comeback. But I feel like he got slightly overshadowed in that.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm wrong to say that, but certainly from my point, if you know where Phil's come from, started off not that long ago, he was doing brick car, you know. So really great result, did a really good job. And then also today, now running in 9th, bearing in mind that he's in a Ferrari, albeit a privately run Ferrari, albeit still run by AF Corsa, but a privateer Ferrari. The factory cars are 14th and 15th. He's 9th, so okay, they're not doing stellar well, but we know, because we've spoken about it at some length with the new BOP. So absolutely doing a phenomenal job, lapping at good lap times up against the guys in front and holding his own in 9th place, so fair play.
You're very right to draw attention to both Phil and to Ye Yifei, who could easily have been lost in the whole Robert Kubica publicity storm. And Robert said he was genuinely surprised in the week following Le Mans how much resonance the Le Mans 24 Hours has outside of the sport as well. And everyone, of course, knows Kubica from his time with BMW and others in Formula One. So that did seem to overtake the magnitude of Phil Hansen's climb through the United Autosports ranks when he was silver and he was racing with Philippe Albuquerque in LMP2.
Yeah.
And there was that magic year when for both Phil and Philippe Albuquerque won ELMS, they won Asian Le Mans, they won the Le Mans 24 Hours, they won the World Endurance Championship. They won pretty much everything going in the ACO rules. And then he became gold, and I just wondered whether he might hit a bit of a stumbling block there, because opportunities can ebb away, can't they?
That's always the case. There's a lot of silvers out there that are racing as professionals because they're silvers. Phil was never one of those. He was obviously taking budget in the early days in order to hone his skills, and obviously his dad was with him and supporting him all the way through.
Yeah.
But he wasn't one of those guys that's just kept bringing budget and would need to keep on bringing budget all the time. Obviously, you know, the world we live in, budget and racing budget is the lifeblood of motorsport, and there are some incredibly accomplished drivers who bring budget to make things happen, including Kubica on occasion. So it isn't about that, it's just about his performance in the car. I noticed when he was racing with Albuquerque, who's an incredibly accomplished sports car driver of huge experience, and Phil was getting closer and closer and closer, and then on occasion would be quicker, and just the way he was approaching it. And he literally, from a very young age, 17, 18, started racing all the way through with United and polishing and honing his skills to become a very accomplished professional racing driver. So he really does deserve a lot of credit for that, because he's come at it from a slightly different angle to some of the other drivers that are out there, and he's still incredibly young and I wouldn't say inexperienced. He's been in it a long time.
Ferrari ahead 50 has a 5 seconds stop. It has a 5 seconds added to next stop penalty.
That is Will Stevens, who was under investigation for a tyre pressure infringement. And it sounds like Mike Conway's engineer has already heard the result of that. I have to admit, we have not, but we know he's under investigation. And it's now likely that the second-place Cadillac's going to take an extra 5 seconds during the pit stop. The other thing to mention is that Kevin Magnussen has come back out into the race after 27 minutes in the pit lane.
Oh, God.
So I don't know what the problem was. I was just concerned that there was the other BMW, because I caught a sight of a lollipop man on the front of the BMW, almost as if it was being held for a drive-through penalty, a stop-and-go, in fact. But that was the 15 BMW that K-Mag brought in the best part of half an hour ago, and he's now back in the race.
Interesting, going back to what you're mentioning about the Will Stevens potential tyre penalty, pressure penalty, that would have been running too low pressure.
Yes.
So, obviously, all the teams out there want to run as low pressure they can get away with, because obviously, within reason, the lower pressure you have, not only does it give you better grip, but it means that you don't then go over pressure and start sliding the tyre more and damaging the surface of the tyre. That would explain, if he was starting a little bit lower, why he was struggling that first lap and a half and looking like, he was tied to a tree stump compared to, say, Julian Andler and Earl Bamber, who was right behind him in the sister car. And then now, actually, is one of the quickest cars on track, and he's got that gap that went up to 4.5, it was down to 1.5. He's now got it down to 3.2. So, and just set the fastest first sector of the race of anybody. Just purpled that. So, interesting to see if he's going to get a 5-second penalty. I would say, actually, it's almost worth it, judging by his pace. Because he's 7.6 seconds ahead of his teammate.
Yeah, so is it a price worth paying? It depends what the penalty is, I suppose. But, well, we know now, 5 seconds.
Well, we haven't been told officially, have we?
We haven't.
No.
That is the suggestion from Toyota Gazoo Racing, not that they have any input
Mike
in
Conway's
it.
engineer. So.
Yeah, I suppose the next time that number 12 Cadillac pits will be the real answer. The 35 Alpine is already in. Now, this, for me, is still a bit early after 38, 39 minutes. And the 35 car can't be touched either, at least initially. That was a strange one. I haven't seen a penalty for the 35 Ferdinand Habsburg Alpine.
Did look like he was taking a penalty there, didn't it?
Unless there was a red light on, which is to do with the hybrid, and you can't then touch the car if it's electrically charged. No, that's a stop. That's a genuine stop, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
All tires under control here. You are free to push your more tires.
So that's a message to Miguel Molina in his Ferrari, driving the number 50 Ferrari in 13th position. Team still looking at this Alpine as it sits there, as the clock is continuing to tick by on at least on the side of the car. But
isn't it counting down on the side of the car?
No, I think I'm pretty sure it's going up. But I do wonder whether they now can't touch that car for some reason, because, as I say, there's a red light that's visible in the windscreen that tells you that the car is electrically charged from the hybrid, and it's therefore unsafe to touch. And the marshals have to go through a clever tutorial, which often is done at the end of a free practice session, where a car is left out on the track and they do a red light test to make sure that they are treating cars or clearing cars only when it is safe to do so.
Didn't look concerned, though. The way they were standing around, it was almost like they were expecting it to be sat there waiting, because the guy was coming out with the trolley jacks. It all looked quite relaxed, so strange. No doubt we'll find out.
I'm going to work my way through the various bulletins that have been issued through the course of the last few days. It should only really be something from yesterday, though, because if there's an infringement in free practice 1, that tends to be dealt with in the following free practice 2.
Car 12, Will Stevens had a drive-through.
So that's even worse.
That is worse. That's not 5 seconds added onto your next stop, which I would have said is maybe worth it. Drive-through is not worth it.
Yeah. Well, generally speaking, they try and make the penalties
absolutely
suitable. Exactly. Yeah. And if it becomes that the penalty is actually worth doing, then something's wrong in the regulations. That's confirmation from Ramsey Fires, then that car 12 will have to come into pit lane. Interesting that Fires is doing the main race direction as well, as in reports to the pit wall up and down for the various teams. Eduardo Freitas, the regular race director for the World Endurance Championship, is here this weekend. He was looking at some barrier damage being done. That Alpine's got to be out of the race.
Yeah, well, the drivers got out. I think that was Habsburg, wasn't it? So
yeah, it was.
Freddie Habsburg jumped out of the car. I don't know if he was sitting in the car while they were waiting to see if they could do a reboot. Sometimes you have real-time telemetry between the cars when they're going around the track, between the pits and the cars, rather, while they're going around the track. But sometimes you need to come into the pits to do a full reset actually in the pits. And you can sometimes do things remotely, even in the pit lane, but he's got out of the car, so you would assume that means that the race is over for them.
Yeah, couldn't see a bulletin at all referring to car 35. But that car looks maybe to be out of competition. The 35 Habsburg car has suddenly appeared, though, as being under investigation because of an incident at turn 2. That was the side-by-side action with Thomas Floor. Now, has that thump, and it was a reasonable thump between the two cars, has that knocked something out of position for the Alpine to say, sorry, but it's now out of the race?
Bit fragile, if it has, to be honest with you. I mean, it was a thump, but I would say that, yeah, you never know. These cars are very intricate, but you need to make them a little bit more bulletproof, and a bit of side-to-side contact putting you out of the race.
I'm not suggesting it's anything like suspension, but if an electrical problem has resulted in that whack, which did force the Ferrari off the road, but I agree with you that something like a Toyota has taken that sort of punishment several times in one race and still gone on to win.
If there's any suspension damage, it'll be the Ferrari that's suffering from it, because it would have been turning the wheel when it hit into the midships of or got hit by the midships of the Alpine. The Alpine, actually, the contact was in the middle of the car. So.
Yeah. The only penalties we've had so far in the race concern Stefano Gattuso's Ford Mustang. Ferdinand Habsburg is indeed out of the race because he's getting embraces from other members of the Alpine crew there. Real disappointment, and including, of course, the other three drivers who won't get any action in that 4-2-4.
I think we just saw Will Stevens diving in for his drive-through penalty. So that he obviously can't stop and take tyres or fuel or anything like that during a penalty. He has to take the drive-through, come back out again, and it's completely separate to any change he would do for tyres or fuel.
So the 88 Ford Mustang's going to have to take an extra 5 seconds during its pit stop. The 51 Ferrari of James Collado will also have to do the same. And that was after car 51 did not follow the race director's briefing instructions right at the start of the race. So whether it didn't go through the grid hatchings or wasn't perhaps in the correct position at the line, but they are relatively minor indiscretions. The number 7 Toyota, that'll be a no further action for overtaking beyond the track limits at the third corner, 14 or so minutes into today's race.
So that drive-through for Will Stevens cost him, he's now 25 seconds. He's dropped to 4th.
Yeah.
He's 25 seconds off the lead, and he was about 2.5. So it's cost him probably about 22, give or take 22 seconds to come down through the pit lane.
And the pit lane, in terms of its speed limited area, is actually relatively short here at 388 metres. But then when you get back up to speed, you don't actually rejoin the track until a bit further around turn 3. You can still get up to, the top speed possible. No longer restricted to 60 kilometres per hour, but it's still a bit frustrating because it's partway down the Retta Aposta before you then feed back in to the main racetrack. So this is the Porsche continuing to lead by 10.5 seconds over Earl Bamber's Cadillac. 12:15. We've had 45 minutes of the race so far, but no longer is it 2 Cadillacs chasing down the lead Porsche, just the one now, and that means a Peugeot of Loic Duval worked its way up to 3rd position because of that drive-through for Will Stevens. So inch by inch, the 9X8 continuing to improve its spot, and could be a very good result on the car team.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see now, because Will will be fired up how quickly he can hunt down the Peugeot of Loic Duval and put him and get back onto the podium places. His teammate currently is only 12 seconds, 13 seconds up the road ahead of him, so probably won't be able to make much in the way of inroads into his teammate in 2nd place, or the lead for that matter, but certainly could get himself back up to a podium place shortly. And he's 4 seconds at the moment behind the Peugeot.
Micah Sorensen's just made a stop, and that is a routine one for the 009 Aston Martin. Took 65 seconds or so in pit lane, so might have been a couple of tyres changed there, maybe not all four. Everybody starting on the mediums, and it's going to be interesting to find out whether any of the manufacturers in Hypercar feel that the hard tyre is at all appropriate today. I personally don't think the track temperature is going to get high enough for that, but you did mention the abrasive nature of it, both asphalt quality but also the amount that you're turning in those slow and medium speed corners.
It's difficult because you'd think, theoretically it's a more abrasive track, therefore we're going to go for a harder tyre, but sometimes having the harder tyre, you slide it more and actually damage the tyre more than having a slightly softer compound, because we're saying soft and hard, but it's all relative, isn't it? So it could be, you could call it hard and less hard.
Yeah, true.
So it really does depend. And I'm not up to speed. Obviously, when I was racing, the drivers would be very up to speed in terms of the compound differences. But sometimes they bring a what they call a soft and a medium, or a medium and a hard, and actually they're maybe a softer tyre. A medium one track could be actually softer than a medium at another track, so it really varies. I don't think in the WEC that's the case. I think they're stuck, aren't they, Johnny? Correct me if I'm wrong, with exactly the same compound of tyre in terms of the medium and the hard all the way through the season?
Yeah, as far as I know, yes. What I don't know is whether the Michelin differs from car to car. I think they all have their own tyre technician, so it might be a slightly different makeup of Michelin compound.
Well, the sizes, I believe, have to all be the same.
Okay.
Yes, that's what I believe.
Yeah.
If anyone knows differently,
please
send it in on social media. But
please do.
I think that's part and parcel of this whole thing, keeping the costs down. So it used to be that different cars had different sizes of tyres and therefore you had to have different constructions. For example, way back in the day, a GT Porsche ran a different size and a different rear tyre to a Ferrari.
Yes.
Back in the day. So
yes.
I don't believe that is any longer the case, which is good because it means at least you've got a very good common denominator for that and everyone's running the same rubber.
That is definitely the case in GT.
Although then again, you're always going to have a car that suits the construction of the tyre better than another car based on weight distribution of the car.
Yeah. I suppose it makes balance of performance slightly easier if the compound of the tyre is the consistent key, so at least you know everyone's on the same performance of tyre, and you could adjust balance of performance around that.
But then you've got different tracks suiting different cars, so the balance
always
of performance,
variables.
honestly, I do feel for them, because when you're in it, you're always feeling slightly victimised unless you're the one out the front winning.
Yeah.
The rest of the time, it's always down to the balance of performance, and you feel hard done by. But I do feel for the people instigating, and they go to enormous lengths now with all the torque sensors and everything else, and people in a room looking at every single loop, constantly adjusting to see what cars, where they're gaining it, how they're accelerating off the corners, they're braking, they're cornering, everything. They've got so much data now to try and make it fair, but I do feel for them because it's such a moving target. There is no such thing as a balanced performance you can throw across a bunch of cars that will make them equal. But you might be able to find it for that day on that track, but it will change the following day on the same track potentially if ambient temperature moves 5 degrees. So it's just so difficult to keep it absolutely fair.
That's the job of Thierry Bouvet and his pretty small team, actually. There have been a cracking couple of interviews already this year that Thierry's given to John Hindhaugh elsewhere on our Radio Show Limited network, and the one in the build-up to Le Mans was particularly insightful, released at the same time as all of the test day and scrutineering programs. Great for Thierry Bouvet to give us basically about an hour of chatting and how his department has progressed over the last few years. Huge amount of responsibility there, of course, as well, with the OEMs that have decided to compete in the World Endurance Championship, but they have to all feel like they're getting a fair share, a fair crack of the whip compared to everybody else. And it was interesting to find out from Toto Wolff recently that is the reason why Mercedes are not being called in to the hypercar field at this stage with Mercedes. They don't like balance of performance, and they say, well, if you build a better car, you deserve to be winning every single race. It's got to be interesting for the fans, though, I would argue, Toto, as well. And we've had Ferrari winning pretty much everything for the first 3 races
That's
of this season.
Easy thing to say when you're representing a conglomerate like Mercedes, isn't it?
Exactly.
Less easy if you're one of the sort of more romantic and potentially more sexy but slightly less loaded, say Aston Martin or something like that.
Yeah, true. He is in a lofty position to make those comments, I suppose. But it was good to have 3 Mercedes.
I don't disagree with him, though, I have to say.
Okay, fair enough. But we had 3 GT Mercedes at Le Mans, which will never race again, I'm told. They were immediately retired, the 61, 62 and 63 AMGs. These 2 that are in today's race were the same GT cars that raced at Spa, therefore. Now, a few moments ago, Will Stevens, having taken that drive-through penalty, is now trying to get through traffic as quick as he can. 12 car of Will Stevens on the tail of René Rast. But has he just been in again? Yes, he has. He's just come in from what was 4th at the time and descends to 9th place. This is a standard stop, though, for Will Stevens. And we'll get to find out precisely how damaging that is in the moment to how many seconds you lose. The 33 car is going to have 10 seconds added to its pit stop for the incident that I think was the Ian James non-collision. Now, I don't think we got a full replay of that because I couldn't see any contact. But the 33 team manager was then summoned to raise control.
I am in
Here's
the
Bruce
Ford
Giovanni.
Mustang garage. Denis Olsen, driver of 88, teammate of Stefano Gattuso, who's actually running P3 at the moment. It's great to see you guys in the mix.
Yeah, it's been super nice. I have to say a big thank you to Ford, Multimatic and Proton, doing a really good job with the car, and I think we have a good package here. We welcomed the new hard tire pretty good. It's helping us a bit, and Stefano is doing a fantastic job at the moment, but unfortunately we have a 5-second penalty to serve now in this pit stop coming up, but we'll come back.
Excellent. Just talking about the tire, it's early in the race, but how is the degradation with the car?
It's reacting pretty good with our car, to be honest. There is quite a bit of tire deg, but so far in the first stint, Stefano is managing well. Also trying to manage energy, but we'll see how it pans out in the next stint. That's the critical one.
Excellent. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thanks.
Dennis Olsen chatting to Bruce Giovanni, and Dennis has been a real star throughout his career, actually. I think particularly over the last few months with runs in a lot of the 24-hour action and the longer distance stuff as well. He's often been a whiz when it comes to 60-minute races, but only more recently has he been taking part in the twice around the clock events. Julian Andlauer now has a nearly 12-second lead over Earl Bamber and the Cadillac number 38. So Andlauer in the Porsche, number 5. Then we've got the 2 Peugeots of Loic Duval and Mikkel Jensen, with Laurens Vanthoor in the number 6 Porsche, making it a couple of those 963s now in the top 5. We are in a pit stop phase, so those cars that have made stops already, one from the Aston Martin, that's the 009 of Marco Sorensen. That was for fuel and possibly 2 tyres, took him just over a minute. And we've had 2 stops from Will Stevens. Remember, one of them was a penalty for a drive-through, and the other one, and that was a tyre pressure infringement. The other one has been the standard stop now for Cadillac. Maybe just looking to take the punishment all in one go. Might as well do the stop if you're waded down in midfield traffic.
Well, I think, Johnny, obviously, because he dropped in that penalty behind his teammate, he probably lost the ability to choose to come in second. Because I think at this point, maybe the overcut's going to, the longer you go, obviously chance of safety car, whatever, so the overcut is going to play into your hands as the race progresses. But he probably lost that opportunity and therefore had to come in before his sister car, who I believe has just popped into pit lane, or certainly looks like he's coming into pit lane the next lap around. They're all beginning to come in now. Those 2 stops have dropped him initially from 2nd to 4th, and now he's 15th, and actually a lap down on the leader. So just shows you, with this short lap, getting it wrong, if you pitted and then suddenly there's a full course yellow or something like that, you can really go a lap down easily on such a short lap.
Yeah. Yeah, and that will have been discussed, I'm sure, in the strategic meetings ahead of this race in particular. Now the Aston Martin just cracks into first gear. The number 10 Aston Martin in the GT division, and is unleashed, but does seem to have lost, well, certainly lost position on a number of its opponents. Came in second.
It wasn't in gear.
It wasn't in gear.
No,
okay.
He had to put it in gear. He went to go and then had to put it in gear, which is why you heard the clunk, because he revved it up and then selected the gear. So
it was in neutral and just going nowhere.
So basically the engine revs were quite high and the gears aren't spinning at that point, so it makes a bit of a clunk.
So that a little mistake from Anthony McIntosh, but it has been costly bearing in mind he was running second and not far away from the then GT leader, who, with all of the other pit stops, I've now completely forgot. It was a Lexus, wasn't it? It was Razvan Umbarescu's Lexus that led going into those stops. Car 87 has emerged in what looks like 9th position, though, now. But that's partly because Bernardo Souza has stayed out in his number 77 Ford Mustang. That's the white and blue car of Proton competition. And there's another 6 cars now, all making their stops a lap later. So that should all balance out. So probably still see the Romanian up front in the Lexus number 87.
Yeah, I think so. And I think the Aston probably only lost 2 positions, it looked like, in that. I don't think he lost 7 or 8. But, yeah, you're right. I think as we go through the next 2 or 3 laps, everyone's going to cycle into the pits. And then it'll all make a lot more sense 3 or 4 laps from now. I'll be very interested to see what happens at the very front with the overall leaders as well, in terms of who's able to eke out that little bit extra with the fuel. It all depends roughly, Johnny, where the fuel is going to run out. So if you're sort of managing to make it maybe a couple of corners to doing a whole extra lap, it doesn't take a lot to do that extra lap. If you're, 3/4 of a lap away from making an extra lap, it's harder to do a fuel save that actually has any real benefit to your race strategy.
So McIntosh was second, wasn't he? And Bernardo Souza's still yet to pit, so we can kind of discount him when the Portuguese car 77 comes in. Umbarescu will retain his lead, but there's been some good pit stop work from the second Lexus to promote Finn Gersitz now, and that was a driver change. Gersitz taking over from Arnold Robin, and the German is now up to second place. Where are James Cottingham and Celia Martin going to re-emerge? Because unfortunately for McIntosh, that little tiny error could have left him down in 8th place now when he was second.
Losing too much time, but this guy you can try pretty as well to help you. A bit more aggressive on your bars as well. It helps you to pass.
Miguel Moliner. The reply was less clear, but information there from his engineer in advance of the stop for car 50. Yeah, so the top 14 hypercars have yet to come into the pit lane, and we are virtually on the hour now. So this is great mileage from so many of those hypercars, particularly when we did 2 rolling laps as well.
This is really surprising me that Will Stevens came in that early if they're able to go now. I was fully expecting them to come in at least following, if not 2 following laps. So it does seem like that was a really early pit stop.
Maybe there was a problem with that car for some reason. But, the pace or any sort of lack of pace wasn't indicative of that. He seems to be doing okay in 4th spot.
Yeah,
was it to get him out of traffic, though?
He's lapping quicker than every single car in front of him on the last lap. He did a 25.3.
Yeah.
And the leader did a 26.4, just to put it in perspective. And he's still holding the fastest lap of the race. So I don't think there's any doubt that the car is fine. I just... there must be a reason for that. They didn't change tyres, I believe. They just did fuel only.
I'll have to look back to see how long he took to complete the stop, but that might be right.
Whether they just thought maybe there was a gap in the right place that they could get him out in a gap that would allow him to stretch his legs a little bit, and then when everyone else in front pits, then he's actually in a stronger position to gain back that time that he lost by pitting 2 or 3 laps early.
It was 1 minute and 15. Now, that's towards the longer end, so I would imagine at least a couple of tyres were changed there. Bearing in mind, probably it wasn't a full amount of fuel that needed to go in either, considering the amount of distance that the 38 car has been able to do, and is still showing no sign of heading into the pit lane. Anyway, 12:30, that is 1 hour done. It's RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, and it's time for the first hourly update. So the number 5 Porsche of Julien Andlauer currently leading. That car is just heading into the pits, in fact, after an hour-long stint, but it has a 5.3-second lead over the number 38 Cadillac of Earl Bamber. Actually, that's just going to change now because Bamber can stay out in car 38 and will take the lead, albeit for one lap, ahead of the Andlau Porsche. Then it's the number 93 Mikkel Jensen Peugeot Total Energies 9X8 ahead of the René Rast BMW number 20. Fred Makovici, the number 36 Alpine A424, is in 5th place. Then Nico Pino with a splendid run from the Chilean in the opening hour. Car 99 is as high as 6th place now, and that is down to pure racing. James Collado running in 7th place in the number 51 car ahead of Will Stevens in the number 12, which has already had a drive-through penalty, remember, and then it came in for a slightly earlier than scheduled stop. Got Loic Duval in the number 94 car in 9th place, and Laurens Vanthoor in Porsche number 6, which is 10th. In LMGT3, in this hourly update, it is the first two cars in the hands of Lexus. So the Codis ASP team of Razvan Umberescu and Finn Gersitz run first and second with 8 seconds in between them, 87 ahead of 77. Then it's the 59 United Autosports McLaren of James Cottingham. And here is Bruce Giuliani with Malte Jakobsen.
Malte, first, you had a good weekend so far. An amazing qualifying. You did an amazing job in qualifying. And now running currently P3. You must be delighted. And it's a good start for overall for Peugeot this weekend.
Yes, definitely. I mean, this is my first visit to South America, so it's been a great experience so far, and as you said, the race is currently running smoothly. Loic managed to make a clean start, which is the most important, and then the Cadillac had a penalty, so we moved up one position, and I mean, now there's still, 5 hours to go, so it's going to be a very long race, but I look forward to jumping in the car.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Have a good race.
Thank you.
The track temperature on Radio Le Mans with Mobil 1.
And it's getting warmer with an ambient temperature of 21 degrees Celsius, but the Mobil 1 track temperature is currently 32 degrees C.
Mobil Engine Oil. Exceptional protection for hybrid engines.
It's RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Johnny Bodum, Johnny Palmer in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. And we got to the update. We'd like to try and keep them on the half hour purely because that's when they happened at Le Mans and have been happening all the rest of the season at that time. But then it's awkward when you start a race on the half hour. Everybody piles for the pits at about 60 minutes. I was kind of hoping the hypercars might have not as much energy mileage, but most of them have gone north of the 60-minute marker, Johnny Molan.
Yeah, it's gone way beyond what we were working out, weren't we? We were sort of saying, well, they were 65% at the moment without working it out. That means they're going to be boxing about 45 minutes. Nope. They've gone pretty much to the hour, haven't they? In fact, some of them went longer than the GT3s went. It's quite incredible that they're able to stretch the mileage that long. I guess the actual amount of time that they're fully flat out on the throttle around here, I'd like to know actually what percentage of full throttle is, so that might have some bearing on it. But yeah, it's actually developing into a really good race, and it was great to see the Julian Andlauer staying in. They changed his drink bottle, sent him on his way, and I was just thinking he would be feeling really good about himself. It's nice when you come in, they descend on your car, clean the radiators out, clean the windshield, give yourself a nice clean screen to look through, because you'd be surprised actually how much, especially with the sort of traffic that they're dealing with today with the GT cars as well, how much your windshield gets oil and rubber and flies and bugs and everything on it, and really restricts your view. It's really nice to go out the pits and actually have a nice clear view again, like cleaning your sunglasses, you know, for a little while. It doesn't last long normally, but he'll be feeling really good. He's doing a great job, staying in the car, he's in the zone, send him back out. I assume that they'll do the driver stints, that they'll probably double him, then double his teammate. Remind me, a number 5 Penske, Johnny, are they running 2 or 3 drivers here? Probably just 2.
They are, yeah, both the 5 and the 6 are 2 drivers.
So they'll be just doing a double, a double, a double, a double. So he'll probably be going back in again. So he might be interesting to see. Actually, that's the point. Whether he does 2, then his teammate does 2 hours, and he does the last 2 hours, or whether they split it. If he's up to it, that's probably the most efficient way of doing it. It's always good to have the driver in, because you just get into that rhythm.
And now we know that you probably can do this on 6 stints in a hypercar, then that maybe simplifies the tyres as well, because you've got 4.5 sets, so 4 absolute sets plus the 2 jokers that you can use. There's no issue with, you know, putting them into the allocation. They tended in the past to be just for sort of punctures, but definitely if you're not maximising that allocation, then you're doing something wrong.
For the race?
No, that's entirely for the race and qualifying.
Yes, so they'll have used 2 sets in qualifying.
Some teams didn't. Some teams just went out, did a flyer, maybe 2, and then back in, and that was it. And regardless of their position, they said, no, we'll just keep the tyres. rather than prioritise grid position.
No, but they had to use a set to get into.
Hyperpole's different, because Hyperpole you get completely an exclusive set for Hyperpole.
Yeah. So they would have burnt one set for quali.
Yes.
And they'll have 3.5 sets.
3.5 sets for the race.
So
unless you use your quali tyres.
So maybe at the last stint you could put 2 new outside. You put the 2 rights on here probably.
Okay. Yeah.
So that would work perfectly. So start on new, double stint, middle double stint, last stint. You work out perfectly.
No problem.
You've got 2 left. So they could
you wouldn't even touch the other 2. Yeah.
Yeah. So you could put 2. You could put 2 on at some point in the race if you felt you needed to.
Yeah. And would you tend to put them on the right side or on the rear?
On this track, that's a really, really good question. Unless you've tried it on this track, on the car, during practice, I wouldn't be able to tell you. But if I was going to hazard a guess, I'd say right side.
Yes.
Front and rear.
Because, you know, on a downforce car, you can easily underestimate how much that front right's having to go through.
Absolutely.
Through the left-handers, I would say, going up to the main straight, but also turns like Curva de Sol, which is constant radius. Many drivers have told me about that. Le Castellet going into senior corner.
Yeah.
You know, the front left's taking a right old pounding through there.
Absolutely. And especially here, going back to the Brazilian track, your change of direction is constant. Left and right, but you're leaning on the right front when you're doing all those sweeping downhill into lefts because you're turning in on the brakes, so you're putting a lot of pressure into the right front. And obviously we know that why the right rear is struggling, because it's coming off of all the corners, especially that final left. So very important to be quick at this track. Probably if you had to pick one corner that you wanted to be monster at, it'd be turn 12, and turn 12 is a tightish sort of second, third gear left-hander that leads up onto the longest, effectively, it's not really a straight, 13, 14, 15, all the way down to 1, but it's one of the longest sections of the track, so you want to get a really good exit off there, and to get a good exit out of 12, you need to have a good front grip, right front grip, and you need to have good right rear grip for traction.
I was looking back through your CV before we got going today.
Oh, God.
You were due to race at this track during the 2019-2020 World Endurance Championship campaign for Red River Sport, but then there was an issue with it was an issue with the promoter at this track. The promoter had not fulfilled his or her obligation.
But I think they used COVID as the...
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Anyway, so you went to COTA instead.
Yeah.
So does that mean you've never raced here?
No, I did race there, but I raced there back when the American Le Mans Series went there.
Oh, they had an away trip to South America. I missed that. In the 90s.
I can't remember now. So long ago.
Okay, but so what car would you have been racing around here?
We were in a Porsche, an old GT Porsche.
Nice. And there were...
Mexico. Oh, it was Mexico. Sorry, Mexico.
So that was the real high altitude track.
Yeah.
The now Formula One
and
Mexico
that's one
track.
where I got told don't wear any watches when you
I have to say, I think the surroundings of Interlagos are similar.
Well, that's the thing.
From what I've heard,
that's the reason why it has a similar memory.
Yes. Okay. But yeah, I was thinking, he will have raced here because that phase of the World Endurance Championship, we were going there.
Because I was due to race at Brazil several times, and it always ended up being the promoter being the issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that wasn't a one-off.
I never understand why, because they always tried to make it work so it was on the calendar, because it's such an amazing track, such an amazing country. But back in those days, and they had a similar problem. The reason I mentioned Mexico, they had exactly the same sort of problem with Mexico in the sort of between, I can't remember, was it 2000, 2001? We're talking really early American Le Mans Series. And they were trying to turn it into a de facto world championship, because we went to Silverstone in those days.
Mm-hmm.
It had a Silverstone race, it had a Nürburgring, Germany race. Mm-hmm. And it was still part of the American Le Mans Series. They didn't before it branched off into the European Le Mans Series. That didn't come until 2001. So in 2000, they were trying to build the American Le Mans Series almost into a global Le Mans Series, because it was at the time the de facto world championship anyway in terms of the manufacturers and everything.
But Don Panos did actually call it the European Le Mans Series that one season that it ran for, didn't he? I think it was called the European Le Mans Series, and then they kind of scrapped that name and it became the Le Mans Series for 15 years or so.
I think in 2001 he did.
Yeah.
But in 2000 it was the American Le Mans Series at Silverstone. And it was the American Le Mans Series at the Nürburgring.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I believe.
Yeah.
No doubt somebody will tell me if I'm wrong.
Yes. Well, the American Le Mans Series first ran in 1998.
I told you, when you said I've been looking at your CV, see, it's so foggy.
Yeah.
Because
certain years merged into what...
Too many...
Well, you couldn't even remember whether you'd raced here or not.
No, exactly.
And it turns out you haven't. Oh, you have?
No, I have.
Oh,
yes.
Okay, you have. But it was a while back.
It was a while back. We're talking 20-plus years ago. So forgive me.
That's a short amount of time when you consider that Le Mans been going for 100 years.
Yes.
You were in the 1923 Le Mans 24 Hours as well, weren't you? In a little Porsche at the back? No, of course not. 1923.
Oh,
when
23.
it first
I thought you
started.
said 1993.
No. The very first Le Mans 24 Hours. JMo's name is there. You've been at this game for a while.
You're such a rotten son.
Julian Adlauer is leading, by the way. We were filling a little bit there because our TV coverage was more concentrated on what's happened in the first hour, and to be honest, it was tough to try and close that in for a couple of minutes because there's been relentless action. Quite a lot of driver changes have happened, though. Not so much in hypercar, but certainly within the LMGT3 part of the field, because there was a decision to be made at the start whether the bronze drive time, which has to be an hour and 45 minutes, whether you're going to split that or not. Now, Razvan Umberescu says, yeah, I'm game for more in the 87 Lexus, so he is not to be moved, whereas the other Lexus, they've taken a different look on the race and put Finn Gersitz in. Arnold Robin, therefore, has to come back for a little bit more driving, and it depends whether they let the time that he needs to do define how long that car stays out. Normally, though, you want to run the car as far into the fuel window as possible, as in let it run out of fuel, then you do the driver change, even if the bronze ends up doing 2 hours rather than the 1 hour 45 minutes, which is the minimum. There's quite a bit of threading through traffic required now from Phil Hansen. It is still Phil in the number 83 Ferrari. A surprise to you that that's the Le Mans winning car, that it's back for more rounds? Because sometimes, you know, that you kind of lacquer in all of the weathering that car has taken through 24 hours and then it becomes a museum piece. But they know that they've got a winning machine there, don't they? So why not push it out for some more action?
And I think the fact that it's a privateer team, I mean, they're a reasonably well-funded privateer team, but you don't have the budget to just go, right, we're going to park this car, you know, for the value of it. We're going to park it. You know, spray lacquer over the top of all the patina that has been developed over the course of the 24 hours of Le Mans and then put it in a museum. You can do that if you're a car manufacturer, like Porsche have done in the late 90s. They did that with their Le Mans winning cars and are famous for it. And you can see Alan McNish's 1998 GT1 Porsche. You can see that, and it's all been lacquered to see all the brake dust and everything else. It looks amazing, and they were one of the first to do that, I believe, and not sort of give it a really good cleaner, have it sitting there looking brand new, but actually leave it the way it finished the race. But if you're a privateer team, then maybe not quite so easy to do that. A great move down into one by the Porsche, overtaking the McLaren in front to take fourth place. The 85 Iron Dames car doing a super move.
Yeah, and Rahel Fry very happy about that as well.
And she'd been really looking. You could see her eyes were a little bit out on stalks. Went on board with her, and she'd been looking to do that move for a little while now, and looking like she had a lot more grip. And really nice move down the inside. Still managed to make the apex and got a really good exit on the McLaren.
I should stress it's not Rahel in the car, by the way. That's me misleading you. But Celia Martin driving right now as the bronze. Yeah. Rahel sitting in the garage watching the screens and just sort of punching the air going, yeah, you go, my girl, because Rahel Fry will be getting on board that car at a later stage. Rahel doing a little bit of commentary last weekend at Imola for the European Le Mans Series, because she's not part of the driving talent in the ELMS, but does come back to it for the World Endurance Championship races. And Celia Martin now looking to reel in Maxime Martin, no relation, one French, one Belgian, and they are actually from the same... This is the crossover now, because of course Iron Dames used to be associated with Iron Lynx, but since then Iron Dames have become more aligned with the Porsche Manthey group. So Manthey look after the Porsches here, both of them, the 85 and the 92 first form car, whereas Iron Lynx have become a Mercedes AMG runner, and that's after Lamborghini stepped away from both the top class of hypercar and the GT Lamborghini Huracans as well. Sadly, we don't have any of those in the race.
Well, if she can reel in Maxime Martin, that would be a real feather in her cap.
Would,
I suspect that she might not be able to, because I think he's recently ensconced in that car, isn't he, Maxime?
And he's the platinum, in fairness.
Yes. So if she does, I think, if nothing else, she won't be bronze for next year if she pulled him in and passed him. But yeah, she's doing a fantastic job in that Porsche, in the Iron Dame Porsche.
Yeah, the gap is 10 seconds, but set to grow. But her job really is to identify the battles around her, pick your moments, and it's all about the cars that are still running with bronzes that are the priority.
So the Maxime Martin, obviously they chose to change the driver at their first stop and put him in as the platinum.
Yes.
And this is where the LMGT3 class is fascinating, because depending on how you do utilise your bronze, some people want to get them all their drive time out of the way at the beginning of the race. It all really does depend on how strategy falls for you. The logic in most races is that you're more likely to get full course yellows and safety cars at the beginning of a race when the traffic's more bunched up, but that doesn't always follow. But obviously, if that is the case, you want your slower driver in the car during those periods of full course yellow.
There was an incident at about 10 past 12, so nearly 40 minutes ago, involving the 93 Peugeot and the number 10 Aston Martin. They will have been driven by Mikkel Jensen, the Peugeot, and the number 10 Aston Martin, I think still in the hands of Tony McIntosh. Yes, that's the case, but that is a no further action incident, so we can scratch that one from the list for the stewards. Julian Andlauer leading by 9 seconds, and a couple of seconds ago, down into the first corner of the Senna S, Tom Van Rompuy late on the brakes to pick off the McLaren from United Autosports. That was Darren Young, and the Belgian to the inside to bag 8th position in car number 81.
I really like the rear tail of the Peugeot. It looks real Batman-esque, doesn't it, with those vertical 3 or 4 vertical red banes, which are effectively the rear lights.
Yes.
It really does look nice.
Yeah, they're the kind of claw marks, aren't they, from the Peugeot? Is it a lion?
Yes.
On the badge?
At least it's got a rear wing on now. I always thought without the rear wing back in the day, it just looked wrong.
It looked like it had been in a crash.
It did. It looked like it had been in a crash, hit the tyre wall, the wing had fallen off, and they'd forgotten to tell him to pit.
Yeah. I mean, I could see why they did it, to grab quite a few headlines, but it just didn't quite work the way that it may have done in the wind tunnel.
They've got one on now, haven't they?
Yeah, which probably speaks
kind of
volumes.
answers the question, doesn't it?
And in fairness, going pretty well.
Very well.
4th and 5th.
Really impressed with Peugeot in this race, actually. Really stepping it up. And like I said, they had little flashes where I was like, wow, at Le Mans. But they're really bringing it to the fore now, and they're doing a fantastic job. And obviously, there's definitely with Loic Duval and Mikkel Jensen currently in the 94 and 93 car respectively, they're not light on driver team in terms of talent in the cockpit.
10 seconds the gap. Julian Andlauer back to Earl Bamber in his number 38 Cadillac. Gap to Will Stevens is about the same, also in a Cadillac Hertz Team Jota V-Series R. So it's the 5 Porsche, then the 2 Caddies 38 and 12, then the 2 Peugeots, 94 ahead of 93. And Porsche is 6th in the hands of Laurens Vanthoor. The best of the rest being René Rast, but actually those 3 cars, Jensen, Vanthoor, Rast, are separated by just a handful of seconds. And that is the scrap that most people are concentrated on now, in it being likely to change before anything else.
So watching Laurens Vanthoor then getting on the power, coming out of 12, trying to get closer and closer. And that Peugeot really stretching its legs. I can see why they're going quick, because actually, even in the slipstream, the Porsche can't make much of an impression on the Peugeot at all. And there's no way, unless, even if he's tucked up right behind his gearbox, the Peugeot in front will obviously be getting on the power before the Porsche. It doesn't look to me like he can really get a run on him, even in the slipstream, to make a move in the brake zone, stick down into 1. But then, in terms of he come to sector 2, he's all over. The Porsche is all over the Peugeot through the slower section.
Yeah, and that's where the natural concertina effect is going to happen anyway. So there's a queue often of hypercars, and then you get a queue of hypercars wanting to get by a batch of LMGT3 cars. And there's always going to be this natural stack. Meanwhile, potentially problems at Desida de Largo. So the descent towards the lake, and this is the number 10 Aston Martin of Tony McIntosh, who has gone for a spin. Again, was there another car involved? We can't tell you straight away, but it looks like the 77 Ford Mustang is going to be able to pick off the fellow front-engine car as McIntosh does rejoin. He was going for a move down the inside of the Brazilian flag BMW, number 31, and there was indeed a touch, J-Mo.
Yeah, there was contact. It didn't actually. I didn't see whether he was trying to defend or he was actually having a move, because they were being overtaken by by a Corvette around the very far side. But there was contact right front to middle of door, his right front to middle of door of the other car, and it just. What that does is it kind of tweaks you down onto the apex. It's almost like someone reaching in and yanking your steering wheel hard left when you're going into a left-hander, and it just sends the rear of the car around, and he spun.
Well, it was Farfus in the BMW, the Brazilian flag BMW, who's platinum.
So I wouldn't have thought. That's why I wasn't sure he was making a move.
Yeah.
It
but he was getting pinched, it looked like, therefore.
Yeah.
So Farfus might be in a bit of hot water because of that. Or was it McIntosh thinking, I'm going to outbrake you here, but he's up against Augusto Farfus, who's going to be the last of the late breakers.
I think.
Vantor?
We're starting to struggle also. It will come to us. We can stabilize the car with a bar. We can go more stable with bars and compensate with yellow Charlie.
So they're talking about stabilising the car for the next stint.
With the bars.
With the anti-roll bars, that is, right? Yes.
Yeah.
So the bars can change how the car feels for Laurens Vantor.
I mean, in the old days, you had literally anti-roll bar would drop links onto the suspension, and that's how you would transfer weight from the left side to the right-hand side, or vice versa of the car. So when you just to control the roll of the car, keep the car more level through the corner. As over the years it's got more sophisticated, now they have a very sophisticated system of torsion bars that they can put in a central location often that controls the left and the right-hand side, so you haven't got the sort of agricultural drop links that you would have had in the old days. So
it's probably an old expression, anti-roll bar.
But effectively, you're still what you're effectively doing is controlling the roll of the car.
Yes.
And by doing that, it also has an influence on the pitch as well.
Yes. Okay.
So you know, it is probably one of the most important tools that you need. One of many, because they all work together. But when getting the setup of a car to match and suit. Not just suit the track for the driver, but also in terms of look after the tyres.
Spin for the 92 Porsche, which is probably still in the hands of Ryan Hardwick. Let me just check on that. He certainly started the car as the bronze, and the 92 Porsche I've now lost. There he is, 14th position, and it is the American racer. So that involved the 8th Toyota, in actual fact, coming up towards turn 12, Yung Cao corner. And might have also involved the 7 Toyota, which briefly goes off the road because he didn't know where that Porsche was going to go next. Ryan Hardwick at the end rejoined pretty quickly, but it looked like almost they were in a bit of a tangle coming through turn 11 at Mugello. But we don't know yet because, again, caught that halfway through, including on the replay, precisely who was at fault, if anybody.
Yeah, it was difficult to tell, so you'd have to see a replay, because quite often if a car goes off there, as you saw with the Toyota, it was following 4 or 5 seconds behind. Your natural line is to go off track there just to be safe.
And this is an unconnecting incident with a Corvette number 33 dive-bombing the 59 McLaren and then half losing it. Now actually got the power down okay coming out of the corner, so 33 Corvette is now ahead of, James Cottingham. But also involved with that was Tom Van Rompuy. So they are 8th, 9th and 10th places in the GT part of the field. That's Danny Juncadella actually in the 33. So that makes more sense now as Juncadella went down the inside of Cottingham.
Absolutely. And back with this battle between the Peugeot and the number 6 Penske Porsche following him. As I was mentioning earlier, as you can see, Johnny, coming into the sort of middle sector of the track, the Porsche beginning to really close it in on the Peugeot in front of him, but no way through there. And he needs to get a run out of turn 12. But as we were mentioning before, the Peugeot in a straight line, really slippery. In fact, if you have a quick look at that BOP sheet, maybe we could actually work out while we see Laurent Vantor literally glued to the gearbox of the Peugeot again as they come literally coming in now into turn 12, through turn 12, made the apex. The Porsche took a lot more curve on the inside, desperately trying to get the power down. He got the power down a lot better on that lap, and this time he's firmly tucked in behind the Peugeot, and the Peugeot now beginning to eke away, even though the Porsche is literally under his rear wing, and you can see if he's going to make a move, he's going to have to really send it into one, and I don't think he can. Defending slightly middle of the road from the Peugeot, you park it at the left-hand apex at 1, and then make sure you're early on the power to get a nice clean run to defend down into 4. So even then, you couldn't get any closer than that, other than being sat with him in the cockpit, and he still couldn't really make a move stick down into 1. So it just shows you how hard it is to overtake here, even when you clearly have a pace advantage.
And the Peugeot, what does that weigh compared to the Porsche? 1030 versus 1053, so there's a 23 kilo advantage there for the Peugeot up the hill in that crucial part of the track.
What's the power over 250? Because that was where it seemed to me the Peugeot really came into its own when it was deploying.
Well, this is the bit that I don't always understand, in truth. So it's current
6% compared to 0.4, is that right?
Yeah, but that's a minus 6%, and I don't understand what... The adjustment was minus 2.3, which takes the percentage of the Peugeot down to minus 6% of power gain after 250 kilometres. So it sounds like they've turned down the MGU, the motor generator unit that sits on the front axle of that Peugeot. It becomes four-wheel drive north of 250 kph when that hybrid engages, and that is the harvested power being redeployed through the front axle. It's all generated through the front axle as well.
I noticed that they took the maximum stint energy down on the Peugeot as well compared to the Porsche. The Porsche was left alone at 905, but the maximum stint energy for the Peugeot was down 5 to 897, so that's 8 below. So again, another interesting thing to see in terms of stint length and how that's working.
Yeah, and what kind of mileage the Peugeot can do. It might be quite a bit faster, it seems, in places compared to the Porsche. So much so that, I mean, there couldn't have been a better exit for Laurens Vanthoor out of Junckau corner. But then the Peugeot still stepped away by a few metres by the end of that run through Subido dos Boxes and Arquibancadas onto the main start-finish straight.
You just like saying those corner names.
I love saying them. I love saying them.
No, you're absolutely right, though. The Vanthoor absolutely nailed the inside apex. He was probably 1.5 meters over the apex at 12. And the Peugeot in front of him actually missed the apex slightly. And so it looked, to all intents and purposes, like the Porsche was going to get a really good run. The first 100 metres off the corner, or 50 metres off the corner, the Porsche was catching the Peugeot. And then the Peugeot's power kicked in, and it was gone.
They sound a lot better in Portuguese, these names, than when you convert them into English, because Subido dos Boxes just means pit ascent. So it's the ascent to the boxes, basically, to the pit lane.
I love your accent.
Much better in Portuguese.
Subida dos Boxes.
Boxes. Yeah, well, Boxes is not a Portuguese...
Subida dos Boxes.
Dos Boxes. Boxes is not a Portuguese word, as far as I know. That's just the pit box name. Anyway, Miguel Molina.
Get past quickly.
Get past quickly,
yes.
The number 7 Toyota. So, got to do this in a hurry.
And riding on board with Molina at the moment, and that message. And it's always, I always find it so unhelpful when an engineer come on and say, okay, now you need to push, and you know you need to get past the car in front. And it's like, looked like Molina there actually had a slight problem. Is he letting the leader through? No.
Race leader Julian Anlau will wear. He's got to be ahead of him. That's a Cadillac in front, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the leader's already gone, and maybe Obama's just been allowed to get by as well. Well, there will be blue flags for Miguel Molina because he's now gone a lap down.
That was the leader. That was the leader coming through, wasn't it?
If there's a Cadillac in front of him, then it has to be. But
yeah, it was the number 12 car. It was Will Stevens.
Okay.
So it was Will Stevens putting a lap.
So he now sits between, Will Stevens now sits between Mike Conway, who's 13th, and Miguel Molina, who's 14th.
Yes, so that's what I was saying, because Miguel Molina let him through, and I was thinking that's really weird, because I thought it almost broken down. He moved to the right of the track, and then actually, suddenly we saw Will Stevens arrive, and now he's flashing the Toyota in front of him, and he'll have to do exactly the same, which he's now done.
Yeah.
So Molina now back on the tail of the number 7 Toyota. So quite incredible that Will Stevens, even now, with having taken an extra stop, now back up into 3rd place overall, has just put a lap on the car that's running 11th. No, sorry, 13th.
13th. For car number 7. Exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon in Sao Paulo. You're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We've got glorious sunshine now at the Interlagos circuit. The Autodromer Jose Carlos Pache. And we're live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Johnny Palmer, Johnny Molan with round 5 of the World Endurance Championship. It's the Rolex 6 Hours of Sao Paulo. And despite the 50 Ferrari having just allowed the leader through and then the second place car through, and now the third place car through of Will Stevens, it's still having to keep with the Mike Conway-driven Toyota as much as possible, as we can head to the pit lane because an early retirement appears to be the 35 Alpine, and its driver at the time now joins Bruce Giuani.
Driver of the number 35 Alpine. Can you exactly take us through what happened?
You mean with this situation?
Yeah, with that situation.
Yeah, we had a slight issue with the hybrid. So as you can hear, we're about to start up again to try to get it out on track. But you know, the systems are complicated in these cars, and we had an issue in pre-practice already that we thought we'd fix, but clearly not quite. And it's a bit concerning, so we're going to try to get out and fix it because we still have a few races overseas.
One question: I saw you jump out of the car and do a big jump. Can you explain why you have to do that?
It's because when the battery has a leak or an issue, you're not completely sure if it's an insecure channel. It's unsafe to touch the floor in the car. For a safety measure, even though I'm sure it would have been fine, which is gazelle jump at school. And this basically makes absolutely sure that the driver is safe and he just follow the procedures in the situation for safety.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, but I hope you can still learn something with Paulo at the wheel.
You will do a great job, I know you will. So thank you very much. Thanks.
So Paul-Luc Chatat is at least going to do some laps in the 35 Alpine A424, but many, many laps lost by that crew. At the head of the order, we have the number 5 Porsche of Julian Andlauer leading by 5 seconds. Got various messages coming through from race control, however. One concerns the other Alpine, the number 36 of Fred Makovici, which is now under investigation for overtaking beyond the track limits.
Yeah, we spotted that one. I mean,
so that's the one over the chevrons between the track and the pit lane entry road.
And they replayed that about 84 times, didn't they? So I think we can definitely say there's a penalty coming his way. But Collado, number 51 car, he's also under investigation, overtaking beyond the track limits at 13.
Well, therefore, turn 3 is not the incident that we were talking about for the Alpine, because that was at turn 15. So they've spotted something at Curva do Sol.
Yeah.
And then a minute later, the same for the 51 Ferrari.
I noticed, going back to the battle between Laurent Vantour in the number 6 Penske Porsche with Michael Jensen in the number 93 Peugeot, and actually Vantour gave him a pretty big thump up the gearbox going down, I think it was into turn 4. And he really is just getting frustrated about he's definitely being held up. There's a lot more pace in that Porsche.
Now, was there a yeah, there really was a thump.
You're on board with him, and you could really see the thump.
So that was, well, a misjudgment or just lack of braking ability for the number 6 car. Desperately trying to arrest the speed was Laurens Vantour. And the next time into turn number 1 at Senna S.
So this is what we were talking about. Absolutely trying to make turn 1, make the person in front defend, either choose to go around the outside of him or then really compromise your own entry. He'll be slow in the mid-corner and then get a really good run through 2 and all the way down to 4.
Here's Kevin Estra's team radio. In fact, we're going to hear from Kevin Estra in the pit lane with Bruce Giuani.
Driver of the number 6 Porsche Penske. We're looking at the battle right now. Can you comment what's happening?
Yeah, well, we seem to be stronger than the Peugeot on one lap. Have a bit more grip, they have a bit more degradation than us, but they have a better straight line speed, so very hard to pass. If he doesn't do a mistake, Jensen in front of us or traffic is going to be very difficult. Lawrence is trying everything. Of course, without trying to damage the car. It's still a long race, but we have to get by. We're losing quite a lot of ground to the front, but yeah, that's the way it is. Peugeot is strong in the straight, and they are using it, so we have to find a way.
Could you do an undercut?
Yeah, maybe, but you don't have much room to play on this race with a number of laps if you don't want to add a splash. So might be difficult. The warm-up is also not so easy, so we'll see. Might try something on strategy if we don't pass before that.
We're all watching that battle. Thank you, good luck.
So Bruce Giuani's suggestion of an undercut there is actually pitting the car, slightly ahead of time to take it out of traffic and then deliver it back onto the racetrack in a quieter part. But it's very difficult. Is that not the definition?
I think basically he's saying he's come in and then do a quicker out lap than when he pits, and then that effectively would put you ahead of him. I think that it's going to take him literally taking a sort of wall of death around the outside of one of the 6, 7, 8, 9 section and then literally just sending it around the outside of him, going into a corner, so sort of around the outside, so you're on the inside for the next corner, around somewhere around sort of 6, 7, 8. I think that's going to have to catch him by surprise, because the Peugeot can just park it at the apex. Matthias Jensen, Mikael Jensen, fine racing driver. He's not going to really make too many mistakes. He can just park it at the apex and then accelerate out. So this is the section here, coming into here, where the Porsche starts closing in. Unless Mikael Jensen sort of trips over a GT car, the traffic's actually going to work, as you saw Kevin Estre alluding to, the traffic's going to work against the Porsche, because the straight line advantage of the Peugeot if you just accelerate out. And the Porsche can't use its extra grip, Johnny, because he's in the slipstream of the car in front through the sections where he wants to go. So a corner like this, maybe split it around the outside.
Yes.
And he's done it, absolutely.
That's because the Peugeot was totally blocked up by one of the Lexus, absolutely doing nothing wrong in the process, I might add.
Yeah.
But the Porsche sort of hypothetically pushing that Peugeot in the direction of the traffic, using the Lexus as a pick is often the phrase used in the States, and then around the outside went Vantor's Porsche, and that couldn't have been managed any better.
Absolutely, that's exactly what we were just talking about. He's going to need to actually do it, and I think the Lexus trying to get out of the way, the Peugeot going down the inside, and the Porsche just taking the outside line all the way around the outside. Really nice move.
Trying to work out whether that's actually Finn Gersitz as the race leader, 78. I'm pretty sure it was. So Gersitz is no slouch. He's leading the LMGT3 category and actually trying to stay as best out of the way as possible. But if you address your line in favour of one hypercar, you're going to compromise the other. Better to just stay down the central channel. He was off the racing line because the Peugeot was hustling him away from that. Could have gone wrong for Vantor, as in it might have pushed Vantor way more towards the scenery, but he judged it to perfection. That kind of comes from the racecraft that he will have honed on the Nürburgring Nordschleife year after year. Fabulous, by the way, to have Lawrence Vantor back in a racing car after an almighty crash during qualifying, during the Nürburgring 24-hour qualifying phase, where he fell off at, clouted the curb, it seemed, at Schwedenkreuz, and then arrived at Arenberg totally sideways, slammed almost through the Armco barrier, and was in a pretty sorry state by the end of it. He did walk away under his own steam, but had to head to the medical centre, and then it was declared basically unfit to race, and I think that was the sensible option from the doctors. But he's back again in motorsport, and I think this World Endurance Championship event is therefore his first back after that crash 3 weeks ago. And it's not his Porsche, but the sister, Julian Andlauer-driven number 5 car, that leads now by still only 3 seconds. That gap's been larger. It's been as high as 10 seconds at times. But the Cadillacs...
They're coming back.
They are coming back.
Don't forget, that's the Obamba Cadillac. It was the Will Stevens that was sort of got within 1.5 at one point. It definitely does seem that as you go on to the double stint of the tyres, that the Porsche... And you saw this a little bit at the start. I don't think we've seen anything... we got, obviously, the Will Stevens penalty for the tyre. We assumed that too low tyre pressures. It was something to do with the pressures. But it can only have been that they were too low. But below the threshold that's set by by Michelin in terms of safety. But he then obviously dropped back. He's now got himself up to third. He's doing great guns. He's only 9.2 seconds behind Earl Bamber. So he's not actually caught Earl Bamber in the sister 38 car particularly, but both of them have now probably closed the gap to the leading Penske number 5 Porsche by about 5 seconds.
A few other incidents that are going to be looked at include a potential clash between the 60 Mercedes of Andrew Gilbert and Thomas Floor's Ferrari, and that happened just before 1 o'clock, so about 15 minutes ago at the first corner, the Senna S. And now learning that the incident involving car 36, the Alpine, and the 51 Ferrari, both from Hypercar, overtaking beyond the track limits at turn 3, that's a no further action. That was 2 separate incidents. Yeah, separated by a minute, but they've clearly worked out that there was no meaningful advantage taken by both Fred Makovici and James Collado in their blue and red cars, respectively, and that can be now forgotten about. 21 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari in the GTs, right on the boot lid of the Ford Mustang up ahead. So this is an inter-bronze fight again. Remember, the bronze is having to do an hour and 45 minutes. So theoretically, you could take a bronze out of the car within the next 5 minutes. The problem is, does that necessarily fit within a fuel window? I don't think these GT cars are going to be running short of fuel within the next, say, 15 minutes. So it makes more sense for me to keep the bronze in, even though during that time they won't be going as fast as they might do in the hands of a silver or a platinum. But I think you'll stand to lose more time if you pit early and work purely to that 1 hour and 45 minute minimum drive time.
Right, absolutely. You've got to stretch that, because otherwise it just throws... I mean, they're going to be running... They're not dissimilar to when they're pitting in terms of fuel than the hypercars are, and you saw from that Kevin Estre interview that they're not that... They're very limited, I think, in both classes as to how creative they can get in terms of boxing early, because otherwise you force yourself into a situation where you can't make it on your basic stints, and you're going to have to pit for a splash, which is, give or take, 18 to 20 seconds just down the pit lane alone, plus your splash. You're probably going to give away 24, 25 seconds. So ultimately, you're better off. Are you going to lose 25 seconds with your bronze driver in over an extra 15 minutes? Almost certainly not. Yeah.
Clearly, the value of the lead lap has to be remembered here as well. I don't think this place is quite as short as Daytona's endurance track, for instance. What's that, about 3.5 miles?
Oh, I don't know.
I think this place might be a bit shorter, but it's easy to fall off the lead lap, as the 50 Ferrari and the 51 Ferrari have proven. And then if you get a safety car, you are properly down the alley. You know, there's no coming back from that, generally speaking.
Polite way of putting it. But no,
I had other phrases in my mind. I thought I can't use it.
Make sure, the mouth didn't engage. But no, absolutely, I couldn't agree more. And it actually takes away a little bit when you're this tight with the fuel. I think it takes away a little bit the sort of strategic element of it, and then they all go out and literally just go at it hammer and tongs, which you could say is fine, but it just means that to do a clever strategy call is a lot more complicated. And also you need a big slice of luck on your side to get the safety car exactly when you need it to.
Well, yeah. What I didn't do is look back at last year's race to see how much, if any, of safety car, full course yellow, that sort of thing we had along the way. It feels on paper to be that sort of track where you would have quite a lot of interruption, but I always say it very, very quietly because I've been held responsible for so many of these incidents, but we have been green, apart from the odd local yellow here and there, to this point. 2 GT cars wanting to change that trajectory down at the first corner, but they stay apart from one another. That's the 77 Ford Mustang then, still on the tail of Francois Heriot in his 21 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari. So it's Heriot the Frenchman, Sousa the Portuguese, and they're not that far ahead of the other Ford Mustang, piloted by Stefano Gattuso, who also has company in the form of Ryan Hardwick's Sky Blue Manthey Porsche.
So these guys must have been out of sync now, mustn't they, Johnny, on the pit stops, because Stefano Gattuso was a solid third in class, wasn't he now, and he's now running down in 14th.
Yes. Yeah, so that has changed considerably. Gattuso, I don't know whether they had a bit of a hiccup during the pit stop as well. We described at the time the number 10 Aston Martin not being in gear, and that took a while for Tony McIntosh to then fully engage first gear. There was a real crack as it did so. And he came into that pit stop, remember, second place, tumbled down to about 7th or 8th as a result of that. And then since then, when they're plugging in drivers like Kelvin van der Linde and Augusto Farfus behind you and you're the bronze, it's best really to not battle too much there, just allow them through.
And also just looking at some of the gaps, because although they've dropped down in terms of position, in terms of time is not that far behind. We also have to take into account, as we heard with the Miguel Molina radio message, some are going to take tyres, some aren't. So that's also going to have a bearing of about 15, 16 seconds on the pit stops, isn't it?
It is, that's right. So there's variables aplenty. That's what we love about sports car racing. I am impressed with Finn Gersitz's efforts so far, though, fighting on the timing screen with Maxime Martin's Iron Lynx Mercedes, but the Finn Gersitz Lexus clear by about 8 seconds. And in fact, Gersitz, mention his name, is now going to head for the pit lane for the second pit stop for car number 78. Down the inside of the first of the Ford Mustangs there went the Cadillac of Earl Bamber, now within 0.6 of a second. Now, what did they do in terms of tyres in the last pit stops? I've kind of forgotten that, and unhelpfully they're still on the mediums all around, but it does feel like maybe the car beneath Earl Bamber is a little bit more stable than the Porsche up ahead. Remember, 4.5 sets of tyres that you can use in the race, but you will have had to use at least one set during qualifying, and it remains to be seen whether they're going to be put back into the allocation. You might be able to get away with avoiding them completely if you're choosing to double stint each set of tyres twice. So, well, not double stint them twice, but each set of tyres gets a double stint. So 3 sets across 6 stints. 0.6 of a second is the gap again. And the progress up the hill out of Junção for Earl Bamber's chasing Cadillac is meaningful. Good on the brakes as well, that Cadillac, heading into the centre S. Did seem to close up quite a bit of time going into turns 1, 2 and 3.
Yeah, clearly carrying a lot more pace than Earl Bamber in that 38 car. Again, it'll be interesting to see in terms of the straight line when he gets close and he gets well into the slipstream going out of turn 12 up the hill, whether he'll be able to have a better run at it up there than the Porsche did against the Peugeot. So we're going to see, although we're not comparing apples to apples, we're actually going to see how the Peugeot ranks up against the Cadillac and the Porsche now in a straight line speed. And the turn-in of Earl Bamber's car, the change of direction seems so much more immediate as he goes through 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8, and just really seems to be able to place the middle of that car, the front of that car, exactly where he wants it. He's taking tighter lines. Listen to Andler on the radio.
Nothing still to be done. They're slightly quicker. They might have better tires as well. You are doing well.
Yeah, I feel good.
Yes, I feel good, I think Julian Andler said, or, yep, copy good. So he's perfectly okay.
Did he say that? I think he said does not feel good.
Oh, it does not feel good. Oh, well, maybe he did. Marco Sorensen's team radio. Oh, in fact, we're going to hear Marco Sorensen in the pit lane. However, still getting used to this new graphics package. Thought there was going to be moving to turn 1. Didn't happen. So Peugeot still ahead of Cadillac.
The 009 Aston Martin Hyperpole strong this weekend, but also sweating and tired.
Yeah, for sure. It's probably one of the hardest and most demanding tracks physically, this one. For some reason for us, it's obviously the tire deck here is very, very high. It's in the opposite direction, so you feel it. A little bit extra on the body, but yeah, I think we came out of the first couple of stints maybe a little bit too, let's say, too hot, and maybe used a little bit too much tire. So
we saw you were pushing hard.
Yeah, pushing very hard, but then yeah, that bit me in the ass a little bit in the end now of the second stint. So for sure, the last probably 10 laps, I was just praying to box basically. So I had no more tire. So. Yeah, it's a lesson learned, obviously, but yeah, we gotta try at least to be in the game and fight up there, and it was enjoyable to actually be overtaking some of the other cars, which was nice. So we're improving slowly, but yeah, now we just have to keep on going.
Excellent. Thank you so much, and good luck for the end of the race. Thank you.
Well, that was an amazing move from Marco Sorensen as he charged his way past, I think, an Alpine, wedged up against the pit wall, but not quite scraping it, almost damaging that beautiful Valkyrie. Of course, he knew the dimensions to absolute perfection. We've seen him race as close as that in many a season prior in GT Pro of old. Don't have that pro element in the World Endurance Championship currently, with all the GT3s with one bronze driver. They've all gone with one silver driver as well, and then either the gold or the platinum. So this is the chance for Cadillac to start to dictate the pace of this race if it's a big if at the moment, Earl Bamber can get ahead of Julian Andlauer. Maybe his best opportunity is at the end of the lap, getting that good run out of Junção and up the hill.
You say that, Johnny, but on the last lap he had a really good run at him, and we'll see again on this lap, and still couldn't really make it stick. He's so much better on the brakes. I suspect if he can get within 2 or 3 car lengths, he'll have a go down into 1, but he doesn't seem to, the same way that not quite to the same extent that the Porsche was struggling against the Peugeot, but he does seem to be struggling that even when he comes off the corner quite well, and with a little bit more grip, especially front-end grip that he seems to have to the Porsche, it's interesting to see that he doesn't then get a really good run. Although there was a GT car then that really cost the Porsche going into the final turn, and that allowed Obama to actually get a really good run through there. So if he can't make it work down into 1 this time, as he's tucked right under the gearbox of the number 5 Porsche, I suspect the Porsche will defend to the left. He does that. He's going to try and go the long way round. The outside of him brake all the way down into the hill. The Porsche brakes really late, and the GT McLaren gets in the middle of it, but he manages to stick it down the inside of the apex at 2, Earl Bamber, and make that again gets run wide by the Porsche off to the right. His move's not over yet. He's still got a run at him, Earl Bamber, down into turn 4.
Bamber to the inside of the McLaren, and the Porsche went to the outside of Julian Andlauer. Then a big lock-up from the Kiwi. And that's maybe going to switch the 2 Cadillacs as a result, because here comes Will Stevens, and Stevens pounces and says, well, you make a mistake, I'll maybe get an opportunity now to take the race lead overall. But this is all concertinaed up, thanks to not 1 but 2 McLarens, because they found another one then at the top of the hill.
And 4 laps ago, Johnny, Will Stevens was 5 seconds behind this battle, and he's now up there.
Yeah. So it's like almost all in the same hypercar.
So Will is trying exactly what I was suggesting, taking a long line all the way around the outside, and that's quite naughty there, I have to say, of Andlauer. He literally did run him off the edge of the track there, because Will Stevens was just trying to make a move all the way around the outside to then have the inside for the following corner. It's quite good to see him trying to get a bit creative there, but the Porsche just ran him off and he had to back out of it.
It feels like I'm getting visions of like a kind of natural history program of 2 lions circling a buffalo. One of them's going to bail out of it, though.
Will Stevens is pitted.
Will Stevens comes into pit lane. I did think Julian Andlauer's got his hands full trying to cope with 2 Cadillacs in a Porsche that he already reported to his team. It does not feel good. I can't quite work out why that is the case, because I think they all spent the same amount of time in the pits. So if they all took tyres, one car took tyres, they all then did. The lock-up from Earl Bamber has been costly, though. Will Stevens creeping through. That wasn't ideal, considering that the team were calling Will Stevens in at the end of the lap.
Well, he had no choice but to pass.
True.
Absolutely, and he didn't actually impact at all on Earl Bamber there.
But thankfully, the pit entry road is so fast here that it doesn't interrupt the flow of the car behind. But there are some tracks where if you're trying to pit one car and you've got a team car behind, it actually interferes with the flow. But in this case, Will Stevens was able to exit stage left there very rapidly indeed, and it now means Andlauer and Bamber can resume their rivalry.
It did look like Will Stevens was a little bit more racy there. Earl Bamber sort of almost following the wheel tracks of the number 5 Porsche Penske lead car in front, whereas Will Stevens seemed to be getting a little bit more creative, whether that's because he knew that he was coming in on that lap, or whether it's because he was slightly lighter on fuel. But it'd be interesting to see if now, coming out of 12, Earl Bamber GT cars weaving their way through the GT traffic, whether Earl Bamber now gets a run on him and actually manages to make this work. He had it. He had the right-hand side apex there, so the Porsche could defend to the left again. Let's see if he can make it work this time. Tries to go around the outside of one, all the way in. Can he keep the apex at the right, Earl Bamber? He does. Can he get on the power early enough? Now, he'll have a compromised exit. Will the Porsche be able to come back at him down into 4? I suspect not, because you can see from the onboard the twitching rear of the car from Julian Andlauer that he just couldn't get the traction down, and Earl Bamber makes the move stick and is now leading the race.
Will Stevens gets out of the number 12 Cadillac, and Alex Lynn, the qualifying driver from yesterday, is now into the 12. That car that was quickest yesterday, showing similar speed, but it's, remember, about 7 laps away, as we can hear from the outgoing driver now with Bruce.
Well, I am with Will Stevens, driver of the Cadillac, number 12. Will just jumped out of the car. Great battle with the Porsche. How's the start of the race?
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit more of a chaotic start to the race than I was hoping for. Obviously, we had a penalty for pressures being a bit low, so I think we just need to investigate what happened there and why that was the case. So it offset us with a drive-through and having to change tyres. So the fact we could finish this thing on the right on the tail of Earl and the Porsche, I think is a good sign. We've got a lot of pace in this car. We just need to try and have a clean race at the end. We know we have the speed, we just need to work our way to the front.
Yeah, I'm sure you will try hard. And Jota is always very good with strategy, so good luck.
Thank you, mate. Should be all right. Thanks.
Will Stevens, ever the cool customer, gives a little bit away now and again, but often just playing the poker face, because we've got a long way to go, still over 4 hours left of this race, 4 hours and 4 minutes to be exact.
And interesting, obviously they had to change tyres, I guess, as a penalty of having the pressures too low in the other set. Now, did the sister car change tyres, and is that why he was looking a little bit more racy towards the end and looked like he had a little bit more grip? And we know that the Porsche hasn't changed tyres, so again, did the 38 car change? So that would be really good if we could find that out.
Yeah, well, as I say, the pit stop numbers in terms of how long the car spent in the pit lane, the data that I'm getting is normally 1 or 2 seconds give or take. But I've basically got a 1 minute 15 seconds for all three of the cars that we're looking at the moment. So the 5 Porsche, the 38 Cadillac, the 12 Cadillac, they all spent about a minute and 15, minute and 17.
So that means they all took tyres, because we just heard Will say we had to change tyres. So that means that they all took tyres.
And that's why I can't understand why there's been an apparent drop-off for Julian Andlauer's Porsche.
Just the nature of the chassis, I should imagine.
Perhaps so. They're both LMDH chassis, but made by different people. There has now been that lead change, and I'm not sure we covered that at the time, but the 38 Earl Bamber car.
I talked us through it.
Fine, good. That's all right then.
If you didn't talk it... Oh, I see, Johnny. If you didn't say it, that didn't happen.
No, I was bothered that we were in the Will Stevens interview as the overtake happened.
I thought I did quite a nice bit of commentary.
You did. I listened to it all. And I will listen back to it as well.
Clearly you did.
Anyway, Bamber's now ahead, according to Johnny Molam, and according to my timing screen as well. So those two things are synced. Where did he overtake him then?
He went round the outside of him into 1.
Yes.
Held the apex at 2.
Yes.
Got a clean exit, and Andlauer was struggling with rear grip. Couldn't get the run at him down to 4.
Right.
And I finished it off by saying we have a new leader heading into turn 4. It's nice to
I don't know what I was doing, but you did a splendid job. And so many people listening will have enjoyed it throughout. And I will later. 3.5 seconds is the advantage already. So that's the one thing, is overtaking. But then can you open up a gap? Well, they certainly can now, because the number 6 Porsche of Laurens Vanthoor is going to come in. Is that ahead of schedule? Now, I know that the 12 car is completely off schedule, as in it's 7 laps away from the rest of the field. But we're looking at about a 42-lap stint that Stevens just did, and it's nothing like that for the number 6 Porsche. Laurens Vanthoor has done 39 laps.
Driver change, Kevin Estre getting in.
But again, it's a different chassis, as you've just made the point, so maybe they can't do as much on a stint as the Cadillacs can. Remember, difference, balance and performance, and quite a significant adjustment heading into this race as well, as Phil Hansen in the 83 Ferrari is also going to pit on this lap, but the 38 Earl Bamber driven Cadillac stays out for the moment and is probably good for another 5 or so laps if they want to push it to the maximum. Is it, from a Porsche perspective, a case of getting the 6 cars serviced well out of the way of the number 5? They don't share pit bays, but they are next-door neighbours, and you might want to give it actually 2 laps between the individual stops for cars, because this is such a short lap.
That was a 13-second tyre change, or 13.9, I think it said on the side of the car. That's a pretty good. That's a pretty good going for the way that they're limited. People will say compared to F1, that's crazy when they're doing 2-second pit stops in F1. But in F1, you've got 2 or 3 people per corner. In this, you've got the same crew. Well, not the same crew, but you can only work with 2 people across and then back on each on the front and the back of the car. So 4 people doing all of the tyres effectively.
And in Formula 1, you're not filling the car full of fuel anymore these days. More's the pity.
But I was just talking just about the tyre change.
Okay.
13 seconds.
Well, yeah, like you say, it's 2 people per end of car, isn't it?
So you've got basically an average of 1 person per tyre.
Yes.
Whereas in Formula 1, you've got 3 people per tyre.
Yes.
2 people. Maybe, no, 3 people per tyre.
Yeah.
2 people. Either way.
I know where you're going with that.
Yeah.
So
More people.
A minute and 23 seconds for the Kubica Ferrari now. So that's Phil Hansen 2, Kubica. And they did all 4 corners on that 83 Ferrari as well, did they not? I would expect them to have done with a new driver. So that's a good reference point of about 1 minute and 23 seconds for all 4 corners. That suggests to me that actually the 38, the 12 and the 5, 2 Cadillacs and a Porsche, in their previous stop may have only done right-side tyres to be 7 seconds quicker.
Yeah.
So all 4 corners, it's about 122, 123. Shave 7 or so seconds off that for 2 tyres. As now, the Iron Dames Porsche is pressurising Ben Keating. So this is Rahel Frey, who is a silver-graded driver from Switzerland, trying to pressurise and force a mistake from Ben Keating, who is the bronze. Now, we have had Danny Juncadella in the all-yellow Corvette. They're therefore deciding to split the bronze drive time in 2. Ben Keating back in for another hour, but this is stint 3 of the race. It's also 1:30 in the afternoon at Sao Paulo, so it is time for an hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The hourly update.
Earl Bamber is now in the lead of the race then for Cadillac V Series R after a spectacular manoeuvre coming through turns 1, 2 and 3 and finishing off at turn 4, as Johnny Molam so expertly described. He's ahead of Julian Andlauer, although Andlauer in the number 5 car has just made a pit stop, and that will obviously open up the gap until Earl Bamber pits, possibly the next time around. 55 seconds away from the Andlauer Porsche is the number 20 BMW of René Rast in 3rd position. And then it is Alex Lynn who's just taken over in the number 12 car from Will Stevens, the number 12 Cadillac V Series R. 5th place for the 99 Proton Competition Porsche of Nicolas Pino of Chile. Then it's James Collado, who finds himself in the unusual place of 6th spot, considering for much of the race that both of the Scarlet Ferraris have been outside the top 10. Malte Jakobsen, who's been having a good weekend to this point, driving the number 94 Peugeot, qualifying yesterday in 4th position. And the best of the 9X8s is in 7th, ahead of Kevin Estra's Porsche in 8th place, car number 6. 9th spot for the sister Peugeot of Paul Di Resta, and then it is Brendan Hartley in the number 8 Toyota, also pitting on this lap, but down in 10th spot. LMGT3 led and, in fact, 2nd place in the hands of the Lexus group, so Toyota family, and the Lexus RCF may even be replaced as early as next year, we're hearing, but Jose Maria Lopez and Arnold Robin, so a platinum and a bronze driver in those leading cars, 87 ahead of 78. Then it is in 3rd position, the 61 Mercedes of Martin Berry for Iron Lynx. 4th position, the 33 TF Sport Corvette, as I mentioned, now back in the hands of Texan racer Ben Keating. Porsche behind, and at very close quarters is Rahel Frey's Iron Dames example, number 85. Ahmed El-Hati's BMW M4, the number 46 Team WRT car, is 6th, ahead of Rui Andrade's TF Sport Corvette, number 81. Yasser Shaheen's BMW, number 31, the Bend Team WRT in the Brazilian colours for this weekend only. That's 8th, ahead of 2 United Autosports McLarens, 59 ahead of 95, Sebastian Boe and Sean Gelael. And as we speak, Sean Gelael diving for the pit lane for that car's 3rd stop of the race.
Keeping you up to date. The hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship. The track temperature on Radio Le Mans with Mobil 1.
It is steadily climbing down at road level with the Mobil 1 track temperature 31 degrees Celsius.
Mobil 1. Cutting-edge lubrication technology for high-performance vehicles.
0% chance of rain at the start of the day. I don't think that has changed at all, as again Rahel Frey has a little think about a move up the inside of Ben Keating in the Wins-backed TF Sport Corvette. This is on the twisty, turny stuff of the infield, now heading out of Bico de Pato and towards Mergulo. Juncao corner could be where this narrative changes slightly, as the Porsche does gain ground on the mid-engine Corvette these days. That changed in, I think, 2021, when the whole the whole outplay of the mindset of the Corvette design changed hugely. And although there's probably room for an engine in that nose of the car, it's now firmly behind the driving seat. And Rahel Fry, very late on the brakes in the pink and white Porsche, down the inside, gets the position from Ben Keating. And that was huge amounts of pressure lap after lap, and eventually Ben Keating unable to hold back the Swiss racer. Rahel Fry up to 4th position as a BMW hypercar rejoins ahead of them. That's Marco Wittmann's number 20 BMW. Sadly for WRT of Belgium, there's only one bullet in the gun currently, because Kevin Magnussen had a long stop, nearly half an hour after only 10 minutes of the race. He's still in the race, Kevin Magnussen, but down in 35th position. We're live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Johnny Palmer, and this is Johnny Molan. It's a Cadillac 1-2 right now.
I know. I mean, that's incredible how that's come about. And I must admit, it's been, and I'm watching the race, and it's been slightly confusing to me with the LMGT3 pit stops as to how the order seems to just change so dramatically. You know, at one point the Lexuses look to be right up there, Stefano Gattuso up there, and then they seem to have ebbed away during the pit stops. The Aston was up there, so really interesting. And we're just about coming up to a third of the way into the race.
Yeah. So just ticked over 2 hours gone, and due to be finished at 5:30, maybe slightly after. So no element of sunset in this race. We have run fairly close to a sunset in Spa, for instance, and Qatar is deliberately a day into night race, just as Bahrain will be at the end of the year. Qatar and Bahrain bookending the season, and really very close to one another. Longer races, those as well. We didn't quite get to the 1,812 kilometres in Qatar as we did in 2024, so that turned into a 10-hour race. We've got an 8-hour race to look forward to at the end of the year, the 24-hour race that we've just witnessed that carried double points and saw Ferrari as the champions-elect. But if the season is going to switch and change as dramatically as it has done this weekend, could be a different story. Something in the air there. It's almost like a streamer that was getting in the way. But the number 5 Porsche rejoins, or has rejoined after its pit stop a few laps ago. Michael Christensen now driving that, so taking over from its former driver.
And although it's out of sequence, I forgot to mention back then, so I'm not doing this with the benefit of hindsight, I promise. But when Will Stevens was battling with Earl Bamber, and Earl Bamber locked up, went off, and then he almost got past Julian Andlauer in the number 5 Penske, and then pitted immediately. Yeah. In my head, I was thinking that could be a really nice undercut, because ultimately that could mean they're going to come out, they're obviously going to be quicker, and they can then, whether they then take tyres at that point, would be interesting, because obviously they were forced to take tyres, but probably they will for each double, I would say. I think they've got a new set of tyres for each double stint for the drivers. And lo and behold, it is now the number 12 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota car leading by 15.3 seconds over his teammate.
There's been a spin, though, for the 007 Aston Martin, and this is at Ferradura, I think. Yeah, that run into the double right-hander. So you have Ferradura and you have Laranjinha corners just after turns 4 and 5, and it was contact with one of the Ferraris, one of the AF Corsa GT Ferraris, and Harry Tinknell pinched down towards the curb. But was the door actually open there? Because the GT car's got to go through the corner at some point, hasn't it, JBO?
No, it wasn't, unfortunately. I mean, but at the same time, this is what I was saying to you about before at the very beginning of the race, Johnny. There's so much going to be about how traffic deals with traffic in both classes, how GT cars work with and let through the hypercars at the right time, how the hypercars learn not to just keep going. And then Harry was desperately trying to follow the hypercar in front of him through, because he knew that if he waited, he was going to lose 2 seconds through that whole section minimum. And so I wouldn't say it's desperate, but you've got that hint of necessity, so you can't have quite as much patience as you could as if you were leading the race by 30 seconds and you just take your time. It's a real battle out there.
So when Will Stevens came in, he'd done 42 laps. He then handed over to Alex Lynn, who's 10 laps into his first stint of the race. Everybody else didn't quite make 42 laps. 41 from the mighty 38 car. And Jenson Button's now in that, taking over from Earl Bamber. 41 laps from the Julian Andlauer Porsche to hand over to, Michael Christensen. Malte Jakobsen. The Peugeots don't seem to be doing anything like almost 40 laps. So it's 31 it was from Loic Duval. So that was an early stop to get Malte Jakobsen into the car. The sister Peugeot was able to do a few more, 34 laps. But although they've got good straight line speed, it doesn't look like they've got necessarily the energy to burn compared to others in the hypercar class. So that could provide us an answer as to why Peugeot have slipped back to 4th and to 6th positions. As we can grab a word now with the outgoing driver from Porsche number 5. That car now in the hands of Michael Christensen. But here's the guy who did the first few stints.
I am down in the pits with Julian Dreux and lower driver of number 5 Porsche. It was 2 hours ago, but what a start.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, the start was pretty good. I warmed up as much as I could in the prep laps, and I could take the lead straight away. That was pretty good. Oh, there is a full course, Sorry. And yeah, that was pretty good. I mean, the car felt great, but let's say on pure pace, I think we are a little bit down on the caddies at the moment, especially on degradation. The last few laps, they're really able to be faster than us, to survive a bit better, and as soon as we start sliding, we lose a lot of time there, as well as the track temp is a bit higher than what we experienced earlier in free practices. So yeah, hopefully the weather and everything will come a little bit our way, so we'll be able to fight for a better position. But yeah, still a long way to go. I fully believe on Michael to maybe grab a position now, and let's see what we can do.
I will come back to see you later to update on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Well, it is a full course yellow, as called by Julian Andlauer. I'm always fascinated by drivers being totally glued to timing screens and to live stream feeds within the garage. They break away from interviews with Bruce Giuani and others. It's actually a kite which has ended up on the racetrack. I mentioned a streamer. Well, it was attached to a kite. Let's go fly a kite, said somebody at Sao Paulo, but it's interrupted the racing, and the marshals now have done a good job in finding that, retrieving it, and taking it to a safer location to hopefully not interfere with the racing again. But, I mean, all manner of things can interfere with motorsport. I don't think I've ever seen a flying device like a kite do it.
Yeah, it was the tail of the kite, wasn't it? It almost looked like streamers, but it was attached, but it was coming across the track in between turns, the exit of 1, 2, 3, and going down the straight into 4. And so, yeah, I think the sensible thing there, because it can get caught up in all sorts of things. Hear from Alex Lynn Radio.
And there will be intervention at T4 and T12, so marshal on track at T4 and T12. Before the full course yellow, we were 15 seconds in front of Jenson, 15 seconds in front of Jenson, but Jenson is on 4 new tires, 4 new.
So turn 12 is Yung Kao corner as well, the junction at 12. So that's unrelated, but maybe an excuse to do a bit of just track sweeping. Perhaps there's been one or two incidents there, at least 2 spins from memory.
Now, what I take out of that radio message is that Jenson took 4 tyres, but Alex Lynn must have only taken 2.
Yeah, okay.
So interesting that the way they're doing the strategy. So they're basically saying you've got 15-second gap to Jenson, but if he starts catching you, the reason might be because he took 4 new tyres, and if he doesn't start catching you, that means you're doing a phenomenal job. That's basically reading between the lines on an engineering message like that.
1 minute and 16 for the 12 Cadillac and 1 minute and 21 for the 38 Cadillac. So that does tally again. 2 tyres on the 12, 4 tyres on the Jenson Button-driven 38 car, which might take a bit of time to show its advantage, but later on in the stint, when you've got 4 brand new tyres, they will be very valuable indeed. But obviously you're burning through a bit more of your allocation, so there are swings and roundabouts.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's
so that accounts. Sorry, yeah. That accounts for some of that, or half of that 15-second gap that he had out in front.
Yes,
which I was trying to work out how that had happened, but 7 or 8 seconds of that is obviously not taking 4 tyres, just taking the 2.
So the extra time that you're using your few amount of personnel that are allowed over the line to work on the car. The fuel goes in, but the tyre change has to happen completely separately.
So we're going to go green in about 5 seconds. So it'll be interesting to see if they all receive the message at the same time, because obviously they've got full course yellow on their screens, on the onboard in the car. Any second now, they're all going to start accelerating. You need to be in the right gear you need to make sure the thing, if you have, in the days of turbo cars, you have a button that you'd press for the launch to spool up and start putting fuel into the turbo so it would spin, so that when you did go straight away, you had immediate full power all the time. So, you know, you can easily get caught out with that and lose a little bit of hesitation.
Well, there's that combination of different ways to build a hypercar within the top class. You do have turbo and non-turbocharged cars in LMGT3 as well. Remember, the Cadillac is naturally aspirated, as is the V12 in the Aston Martin.
So they'll always react a little bit better to that initial sudden kick on the throttle.
Yeah, versus the twin-turbocharged Porsche 963 on a slightly different platform. Although remember, the Cadillac is an LMDH car, just like the Porsche is. The best placed of the LMH cars within hypercar is the Peugeot of Malte Jakobsen.
Yeah, they used to have a button on a relaunch, and they tell you about 5 or 6 seconds before it was going to go green again, and you basically push this button, go to a certain different map switch, and then
it was all there for you.
It was all there when you went.
You had to do a sort of pre-restart.
Yeah, and then you only did it 3 or 4 seconds, 5 seconds before the restart.
Had to remember to do it though.
Well, no, you got told on the radio.
Okay, so there was a reminder.
Race drivers get told that. These days, you get told everything.
Yeah, and that has to come in the engineering manual, doesn't it? Because when you are heading out, perhaps for your first stint, then you've got to remember things like driver ID. Although actually these days, just getting in the car tends to trigger the right telemetry in that respect. But the older school way of going endurance racing, there's driver ID to worry about. There's various settings that have to be adjusted as well, and it's tough to remember all these things.
I think that was a Peugeot taking the number 7 Toyota for position there, going down into 1.
So into the Senna S, the Peugeot number 94, no, it'd be 93, won't it? Ahead of the number 7 car.
Yep.
And 93 running in 6th place.
So that must have...
Well, these are all a lap ahead of the Toyota.
That's what I'm saying, so they're putting the Toyota a lap down.
Yeah.
So now we're back to the Peugeots. So you were right, the Ferrari and Toyota, this is definitely proving to be a painful race for them. They just don't have any race pace whatsoever. So often you see in qualifying Ferraris maybe struggle, but then in the race potentially they can come alive again. Not this year, obviously. This year they've been dominating everything, but certainly whatever the organisers have done with the balanced performance, it's almost like, okay, Ferrari, you've had your day in the sunshine. We're not just going to take a little bit away, we're going to really make it so that you're now running around at the back of the field. Although it is safe to say at this stage that it's still, I believe, the the privateer Ferrari, 83 Ferrari, that leads the Ferrari train.
Of those 499Ps that are in the race, yes, you're right, 8th position for the principally yellow Ferrari.
Yeah.
And then the Scarlet cars are, how high is the 50 car? 9th, so in behind it on the timing screen, and separated by only 5.5 seconds. Then the 51 Ferraris further back in 13th. But I have to say, from a manufacturer point of view, Ferrari will be very grateful that they've already scored 172 points. They have a 77-point lead, therefore, over their nearest rivals, Toyota, who are also in the trenches this weekend. So it's an even bigger gap back to then Porsche on 84 points. But yes, a huge gear change.
So, I mean, at the risk of being controversial here, Johnny, I think this does point... You mentioned about Toto Wolff saying Mercedes don't want to come into hypercar, they don't agree with balanced performance. If you build a car that's good, you should be allowed to use all of that. And I do agree with the sympathy of that. Obviously, it's easy to say that when you have the money behind that you can invest to build the best car.
Yeah.
But that's where I think the balanced performance... this is where, for me, I think the detractors come from, in that it must be possible, as you would in a handicapping system with racehorses or whatever it may be that you're handicapping, it must be possible to have it so that you can balance it to the point where you have a straight fight. Because what tends to seem to happen is it seems to be, and whether it really is or not, but it seems to be so political in the sense of, like, Ferrari have come in, they've dominated, they've been allowed to dominate, they won the first few races, they won Le Mans, and now it's like, okay, we're not just going to peg you back a bit, we're going to peg you back a lot. And it goes from one extreme to another, and I think that's where some of the teams get frustrated with the balanced performances. If you just made everything close, so you could win, if you play it just right and don't make any mistakes, then that would be acceptable. But it gets to the point where you go to a race meeting and you know you haven't got a prayer of winning it, having won before. And I think that's where the frustration about teams and drivers who aren't allowed to talk about balance performance without getting castigated. Right. Obviously, I can from the safety and sanctity of our studio, and I'm no longer racing, so I can in the WEC anyway. And I just think that's where they fall foul, because people accuse it, whether it is or it isn't, of being a political thing as opposed to being something to actually enhance the racing.
I would be very surprised if those that have made the changes are now looking at this race saying this is the change that we intended. I think it's gone too far the other way now.
But this goes back to what I was saying to you before. It's very, very difficult for them, and I appreciate how difficult it is for them to actually do a job to make everything even when you're dealing with different tracks, different configurations, different temps, different characteristics. And as clever as they are, I mean, even the engineers going to certain tracks will have an idea that it will suit their package, but it may not be what they expected, and the ambient may be higher than they expected. So this changes, and it's you're trying to chase a moving target. Yeah. But nevertheless, it does seem to be that they let people go too good, and then they go, oh, no, we need to kill that, and then they make it go too bad. They don't seem to be able to operate in a slightly narrower performance window. It seems to be massive. That's just my opinion.
No, I hear what you're saying, and it might be that this is just one of those tracks that highlights or makes the gaps bigger than they actually are. And bear in mind that the balance of performance tweaks might be thinking ahead to Kota in a month and a half's time, to Fuji, to Bahrain, and it might be slightly more level for Ferrari by that point.
Are they allowed to? How many races are they allowed to do it, or can they do it after every race?
I don't know. I thought they could continue to change. I mean, there are always little movements every single race. Le Mans was the exception because Le Mans has to be compared to the previous Le Mans.
And it may be in their defence, because they've added 12 kilos and they've tweaked obviously on the fueling, but it may be that actually Ferrari could have come here with the same package that they had at, say, Spa and Imola, and still struggled. We just don't know.
Yeah.
So there is an element of that. The Ferrari is light on its tyres.
Yes.
So you would expect it to actually work better at this track. So I'm not quite sure if that rings true, but we'll see.
Well, we got Ferrari 8th and 9th and 13th, and the Toyotas are 14th and 15th. This is the manufacturer that are currently second in the championship, having taken podiums already this year. The 81 Corvette down the inside of the 46 BMW. That was for 6th position. Rui Andrade, the Angolan racer, with a good move on Sebastian Boe. No, not Sebastian Boe, the BMW of Ahmed El-Hati. And since then, Boe's actually got through as well, it looks like, in the 59 car. So speak of the devil. Yes, this was a few moments ago. McLaren in the draft of the BMW, much bigger, higher roofline of car, and the McLaren picked off the BMW into the braking area for Decido de Largo. But again, this is the natural untangling of slightly quicker drivers, consistently quicker drivers, versus the bronzes that are wanting to top up the time. So Ahmed El-Hati being told where the target is, and that will be the next bronze driver, which will be Ben Keating further up the road. So Ahmed El-Hati looking to measure his pace in car 46 to Ben's 33 TF Sport Corvette, and also the second and third place cars in LMGT3, Arnold Robin and Martin Berry. Now, if you've done double stints as a bronze at the start of the race, you could now be out of your car, but these are the drivers that have elected to, or the squads that have elected to do an opening stint for the bronze, then do a driver change for stint 2, and the bronzes are back in for their second stint, which is stint 3 of the race.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of getting all of the drivers into the car as quickly as possible for the sake of the drivers, because it's horrible sometimes. You go and race at Le Mans, and if you're the third guy in, it could be 4 or 5 hours into the race sometimes before you actually get into the car. So I'm a big fan of getting all the drivers cycled through, getting them into the mindset of the race. But in terms of efficiency, it is better to minimise the number of times you change drivers. So in terms of efficiency in the race, it's probably better in a 6-hour race, for example, to do 2 hours, 2 hours, 2 hours with each set of drivers, rather than sort of in and out, because every time you do a driver change, you run the risk of something going wrong, a twisted belt, something can happen to slow it down.
And also from a double stinting of tyres perspective, I suppose, well, you'd like to try and keep that first set of tyres on for 2 stints ideally, and some drivers are fine with heading out on used tyres, but you wouldn't necessarily put a bronze in to do that scenario.
Well, I don't think I always used to operate on the thing that it was easy. It's easier for a driver if you get in and you get your own tyres, so to speak. Even if they're not new, maybe they're from something else. But to get in, I always felt it's nice if you just jump in, you got your own tyres, you're not getting in on a set of tyres that somebody else has been in on.
Because there might have been a lock-up that you knew nothing about, and then all of a sudden you got a vibration that you've got to deal with there and
hopefully
then.
your teammate would have told you. But yeah, it can happen that way. But more than anything, it's just like you feel like if he hasn't taken the life out of the tyres too much, you might feel you're really struggling with the tyre for whatever reason. It's also difficult to get in on a huge set for that exact reason. You're getting in on a lack of grip.
Yes. So again, when you're looking to try and eke out...
It just maximises the driver. If you get on good grip and it gradually drops, you learn to deal with that dropping grip. And then you come in, put a full tank of fuel, you know you're going to go out with worse because you're actually going to have a worse car because you're now heavy on the same grip that you had before, but at least you've learnt to deal with that grip. So you're coping with it. And you do adjust your driving quite significantly through a race, in any race, to actually deal with the differences in the weight in terms of fuel, but also in terms of how the tyre life is dropping and how the grip is changing. So you learn that. If you're going in and it's your tyre that you're dealing with, it makes it easier for you to then optimise and maximise your strength through that whole double stint. The downside to that, like I mentioned earlier, means that your teammates don't get to drive until you're well into the race.
Here's Alex Lynn's team radio.
Jenson is on 4 new tyres. Jenson 4 new.
So we knew that before, didn't we, that Jenson was on 4 new sets of tyres in the previous stop, and Alex, we reckon, is on 2 new tyres, probably on the right side.
I don't know why he was telling him that with sort of desperation in terms of the last lap time. Alex was slightly quicker, but the gap that was sort of 15 seconds has come down to 10 seconds. So maybe Alex is just stressing that Jenson is catching him, questioning that gap, because they will be telling him the gap as it comes down, and then maybe they're just reminding him that Jenson's got 2 newer tyres on one side of the car, the left-hand side I would assume, and in order for Alex to feel slightly better at the fact that Jenson has pulled in a few seconds on him in the last 10 laps.
Corvettes going pretty hard at one another here, and is that a difference in driver grading? Yes, Rui Andrade, who's the silver in 81, sharing with Tom Van Rompuy, and Charlie Eastwood's in this car as well. They were victorious last time in the European Le Mans Series. It's taken a bit of time for the Corvettes to come to the fore, both in the hands of TF Sport. So they run 2 cars in the WEC, 1 car in the European Le Mans Series, but at Imola that was the car to beat, and they got the result that they deserved on paper from the various sessions through the weekend in Italy. Oh dear, sorry scene of the 77 Ford Mustang now being wheeled into the garage so that more mechanics can attack it. It's not 77 brake on, it's the 88 car getting the liveries the wrong way round. The white-fronted 77 is still going okay in the hands of Ben Tuck now, but Gianmarco Liverato bringing the 88 Mustang in, and that was the one that Stefano Gattuso was driving so well in the opening stint of the day. Oh, touch! And is that, what was that flying off? A Corvette? Looked to be fairly substantial. Maybe just a dive plane, and I was misreading it, but something was flung from, I think, the Corvette after side-to-side contact with one of the hypercar Ferraris, one of the red cars, and that could have been a lot nastier than it turned out. Let's hope that that bodywork or whatever it was landed safely, because there are marshals to drivers left on that run down the Retta Opposta. But it was, I think, the 33 Corvette just pulling out a line, not realising that either the 50 or the 51 Ferrari was there, and just heading out of turn 3. So change of line from and it was a fair old moment, and it's removed a bit of the back of the Ferrari, I think.
Yeah, it's taken.
I thought it was a wheel at first.
On the rear right, Corvette, he turned out on this.
It's the back of the wheel arch, isn't it? So the lower bit of. That was Nick Nielsen. Sorry, talking all over the radio message there. I'm getting too excited. It's the bottom of the rear wing end plate which has been flung off.
It's a sort of almost like the old wedge legality panels that used to have to go in the back of the prototypes that's come loose. And Ben Keating, Nielsen came with such speed there coming out of the 2-3 complex. Ben Keating just naturally moved to his left to defend against the McLaren that was behind him. and did not expect a hypercar to be coming at that pace, and that just shows you how hard it is. It's so easy for us to sit here with a bird's eye view and say, well, why did he move over there? I don't understand why he didn't see him. But when you're in the car, I cannot tell you in these cars, GT cars, and especially the prototypes now with their closed cockpit, how limited visibility can be in those cars.
Yasser Shaheen.
Rearwards.
Yes. Yasser Shaheen and the McLaren of Sean Gelael having a good tussle coming out of turns 1, 2 and 3, and not far away is Ricardo Perra now in the blue and black Porsche that was started by Ryan Hardwick. Pretty sure Ryan did those opening stints back to back, so he can now just view this race as probably uncomfortably as possible, because you tend to find that when a driver is in control and at the wheel of the car, it's fine, but it's sitting in the garage being the spectator which is the toughest part of the day. And that Porsche going rapidly in the hands of Italian Perra. He's trying to stick with these two up ahead of him. Edoardo Barrichello, though, is also, well, he's a good 10 seconds ahead of Yasser Shaheen. Gianmarco Liverato, who might be a retirement now, speaking to Bruce Giuani.
Gianmarco Liverato, driver of the 88 Mustang. Really strong start of the race. The level of performance was really high, and there you were in the mix. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, we're just trying to figure out. There is something with some issue with the front damper. Really disappointed because, yes, the car was really strong. My teammate Stefano did a great job at the start, recovering a lot of position. I mean, the pace was really good. Before we had an issue before the driver change with the energy sensor, so we already lost a lap. But, yeah, just some bad luck, honestly. The car was good, and I have to say thank you for Ford, Multimatic, and the team Proton, because they did a great job anyway.
Okay, thank you very much, and sorry for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a real shame because both the Ford Mustangs might have been on course for a top 10 today. Another full course yellow around the racetrack. This kicked in at 2.5 minutes past 2 o'clock. And
I bet that might be for the bit that flew off the Ferrari. What do you reckon?
Oh, yeah, not a bad shout. Okay. So if it has ended up in the wrong place and therefore out of the reach of the marshals, then that debris needing to be collected. So the back of the Ferrari chiseled away at by Ben Keating's Corvette. He
had a bit of a tank, well, not a tank slapper, that's over-egging it, but he had a real little wiggle when Ben hit the Ferrari, didn't he? I bet that woke him up. And that's horrible when you haven't seen someone, you're so unsighted. Nielsen would have been absolutely in the blind side, and you move over and suddenly there's contact, and it really is disconcerting when you have a hit. Yeah, it was for that. When you have a hit that that you weren't expecting, as watching the marshals on track running along, picking up a rather significant carbon chunk that's obviously come off of the Nielsen Ferrari hypercar.
Yeah, it's a good maybe 18, 20 inches across, so he's having to take two hands to it. Shouldn't weigh much being carbon fibre, but an awkward shard nevertheless.
So here we've got Rahel Frey in the 85 Porsche with her target tantalisingly in front of her at these speeds, probably no more than 5-6 metres in front of her, which is the Mercedes driven by Berry, a number 61 GT3 car, and in between them we have the Porsche, Johnny? The hypercar in between.
Yes, it is. It's the 99 Proton car, yeah.
So she is desperately trying to get it just right, that when they go on the restart, like we were talking about before.
2, 1. Full course yellow removed.
And there you go. And she's got to run, and there you go, straight past the Mercedes. And that, you could see what she was thinking when you were on board with her, absolutely thinking about absolutely nailing the restart. And there is no easier way to gain a place than do it like that.
Yeah, Martin Berry either not getting the message or...
He's not happy, he's trying to come back at her, and he's got a lot of grunt in that Mercedes, but if she can defend down into turn 5, turn 6 even, then she'll be able to hold him off through here and then hopefully stretch away a little bit. The Porsche's got amazing traction through these corners.
Martin coming back from a big crash last weekend in a Mercedes in an ACO rules event, which was the European Le Mans Series race at Imola, when he went for a move on Mike Wainwright, didn't quite come off, and then as virtually a stopped car, got absolutely piled into by the car guy Ferrari, removed a wheel on Martin's Mercedes, and thankfully all 4 drivers, because it also involved Paul Lafargue's LMP2 car, they all walked away. The poor old Takeshi Kimura was kind of trapped in his Ferrari, surrounded by the stranded cars in the gravel, and he was really hoping the marshals hadn't forgotten about him, because he couldn't get out of the driver's door, car right up against it, couldn't get out of the passenger door, car right up against it, and eventually they did take a trip to the medical centre, I think all 4 drivers, but were eventually cleared, and Martin's straight back onto the horse, it seems.
Where was that? No,
Imola.
Oh, Imola.
Imola, yeah. Round 3 of the European Le Mans Series last weekend. Nice little trip. Warm temperatures in Italy.
Didn't it rain?
It did rain in qualifying, and it meant that qualifying was delayed by about an hour, because Pedro Cusero in the safety car was going round and round trying to say to various people, we cannot qualify in this, it's just too much standing water in key places. You know, that little kink, that right-hand kink down to Rivazza, that's where there was a river of water. It was going downhill, so from Piratella down to Tosa in one direction, and then from the chicane at Variante Alta down to Rivazza, and he said it's on a high-speed right-hand kink. To have this much water on the racetrack is just too much to risk. But eventually qualifying continued. Did it rain in the race? No, I don't think it ever did. But that's a whole week ago, and like you said, you feel like Le Mans was 4 months ago. It is amazing how much a new race weekend...
You expect me to remember something that happened 23 years ago, and you can't remember a month ago.
Well, I was just asking you whether you'd raced here. I thought that was just an interesting topic. And then you said, yeah. Oh, no, that was Mexico. I mean, it's an easy mistake to make.
Absolutely. When you get to my age, it is.
Corvette slightly off the road. That was the 33, Ben Keating, and he's going to get swallowed up by the local, the specialist, Eduardo Barrichello. What a splendid performance from the 23-year-old yesterday in qualifying. And Barrichello now up to 7th position in GT. Can't stop these Lexus, though, at the moment. Jose Maria Lopez taking the lead from the last pit stop when he took charge of that car. And he now is in front of his teammate, Arnold Robin, by over half a minute. But in turn, Robin's got a reasonable advantage of 6 seconds over Rahel Frey. Frey, on balance, should be taking time out of Arnold Robin and starting to pressurise those Japanese cars. The 2 Ferraris in GT were door mirror to door mirror a short time ago as well. Is that a higher rating driver going past?
Castellacci against Simon Mann,
No, so they're both silvers. Yeah. So that was a fair fight. Castellacci now ahead of Simon Mann, as you say. Behind them, at a safe distance from a Ferrari perspective, is Zach Robichon, who took over the heart of racing Aston Martin. Remember that Ian James had that spin, which certainly involved Ben Keating's 33 Corvette, because the 33 car was penalised. Now the 50 Ferrari is getting the black and orange mechanical warning flag because of that damage at the back. So you suggested it's the old legality panel. I think there's still something in the regulations that says that has to be there. It doesn't carry a brake light as such, but there's a big old chunk of car missing there, and that is going to have to be addressed. The rule generally is that you've got to respond to that flag within, is it 3 laps or 5 laps? You can't wait till the next pit stop necessarily. So the car's already into pit lane.
You're going to change the tail.
Hopefully that rear deck change.
The whole rear end.
So that'll solve the problem, won't it?
Now, I wonder whether that was for a legality panel as such, or just because the car was handling appallingly, because it was a lot of the rear diffuser and a lot of the aero would have been influenced by that panel coming off. It's not more than a panel. He's lost basically, I would say, a quarter of his rear diffuser, essentially.
Yeah.
So that would have a huge impact on the aero of the car.
Yeah, and rear wings on Ferraris are a moot topic right now with the AF Corsa, considering they lost their 3rd-placed car from the result at Le Mans after the middle section of that rear wing started to fail, and it caused the top layer of the
well, they lost
horizontal
bolts.
section of the rear wing to start to flex, didn't it?
Well, they lost the bolts. The bolts fell out.
I think one bolt went, and that caused the failure of a further two.
Yeah, so basically it just lost the bolts, giving it the rigidity, so it began to flex. It wouldn't have had an impact in terms of... It wasn't like a deliberate thing, you know, because obviously people think, oh, Formula One, flexi wings, whatever. AF Corse and Ferrari were not trying to create a rear flexi wing.
No.
It was a mistake. I don't believe it would have been an advantage. They say that in the last stint that it looked like they had a slight straight line speed advantage, but then who's to say how they might have lost downforce through Indianapolis Porsche curves. But either which way, rules are rules, and as always they took it on the chin. You have no other choice but to do that, but it's a little bit unfortunate because I think the bolts were only noticed at the last pit stop.
Yeah.
So they didn't have a chance to react to it. Because
Yes.
if they'd been noticed 3 or 4 laps before, 3 or 4 stints before rather, they could have lost a bit of time changing it, which wouldn't have been that much, I doubt, and maybe a minute or something like that, if that, and then obviously they wouldn't have been excluded.
There are those rules about ride height when sometimes the sill of a car has collapsed and actually the height of the car is perfectly fine, but if the roller doesn't go underneath, no, sorry, you're breaking the rule. And you wish that a bit of common sense is applied. I'm not saying about this for Ferrari because...
No, I think in this case they have to apply a penalty because then otherwise it opens up that whole area where people will start using it to their advantage. Maxime Martin coming up.
I am next to Maxime Martin, driver of the 61 Mercedes. It's great to see the car slowly getting there and being in the pace, and there's a great fight happening with the Iron Dames as well.
Yeah, it's really nice. For sure, every race we had to improve. We are coming better and better every race. And yeah, we are finally in the mix. We can fight, and yeah, it's nice. I mean, the race is still long. There is a lot of different strategies in terms of drivers, tires, and so on. But at the moment, it's going quite well.
Usually the Mercedes is quite nice with the tires. Is it the case here as well?
Yeah, definitely. We have quite a good race car. We can quite double in the tires, and I think it's an advantage. So we will have to see at the end of the race because we have quite a good tire strategy. So it's quite interesting, but let's see.
Okay, thank you very much. And the car is about to come in for the driver change.
We probably should carry on talking. Johnny and I were having a chat there off air about all sorts of things. What we're having for dinner later on.
No, it wasn't. It was to do with Iron Dame and Iron Links.
Yes.
So educate me.
Okay, well, the history of the Iron Dame's name is that we used to have an Iron Links Ferrari, if you go back far enough, and an Iron Dames Ferrari. And they were both run out of Andrea Pacini and Giacomo Pacini's business, but also Deborah Meyer has something to do with that, I think. Say something to do with that. I think she's one of the key players.
I thought she was Iron Links, which then became
and one
Iron
of the
Dames.
Pacinis. Yeah. So that was all under the umbrella of Iron Links. Then Iron Links became aligned with Lamborghini. So you had a scenario where the Iron Dames would race a Lamborghini in the World Endurance Championship. But last year, they started racing a Porsche in the European Le Mans Series. So they were dancing between...
Still under Iron Dames.
Still always Iron Dames. So you've established a brand, basically, to make sure that you're progressing, particularly women, into motor racing. And mainly an all-female lineup as well within the Iron Dames
and
outfit.
very successfully.
Yes. And then Lamborghini take the decision to pull their hypercars from the World Endurance Championship. There's still a Lamborghini in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, but from a world perspective, Lamborghini are no longer in it, and with it, the Lamborghini GT cars go as well. But to be honest, even by last year, there was a bit of a movement from Iron Dames from the Iron Links stable, and you would sort of associate the Iron...
And that was Pacini, was it, still?
Yes.
Yes.
But then, because I think the girls were generally getting on better with the Porsche, couldn't quite fit with the Lamborghini, they've now completed an agreement with Manthey to be aligned with the German brand, with Olaf Manthey's crew, who have had so much success with Grello over the years at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And Iron Dames, therefore, are not associated with Iron Links at all, in my mind.
So Iron Links was Andrea Pacini and his team.
Yeah.
And Iron Dames is basically probably the money where she's taking it to Manthey in this particular case.
Yeah, maybe so. Yeah, and the money comes from the bronze element of the driver lineup. But where Deborah Meyer fits within that, I kind of lost track. Whether she's now with Iron Dames permanently or still with the Iron Lynx, I don't know. But it's interesting when a championship is up for grabs, there's still the loyalty towards Iron Lynx, so that if an Iron Lynx car can do the Iron Dames a bit of a favour, even though they're now different manufacturers, then that can tend to happen. But yes, because Iron Lynx didn't have any Lamborghinis anymore, and Mercedes wanted to get into the World Endurance Championship, remember, priority was put towards those that wanted to take part in Hypercar. So if you've got a Hypercar Porsche programme, then you're in with the GTs. The difficulty has been with Mercedes, and we've talked a lot about Toto Wolff. He's no interest in getting Mercedes into Hypercar. So the Mercedes are the exception. We do have two of them, but now being run by Iron Lynx. You follow all of that?
I did. Not.
No.
No, I did.
Unfortunately, because these things happen, month to month, and then over a period of years, you actually forget the order that it all worked its way out. But it is a common question that why are Iron Dames seemingly not aligned with Iron Lynx anymore? But that's just the way it's worked its way out. Anyway, the 12 Cadillac is still leading the way from the 38. So it's a Cadillac 1-2 from Michael Christensen's Porsche car number 5. Malte Jakobsen's Peugeot 9X8 is in 4th position. Best of the Peugeots there, but the second one's doing pretty well also in 6th spot. We have how many cars still on the lead lap? Lap time of 1 minute 25. I reckon Paul di Resta's still just about there, although looking for the gap now between he and Kevin Estre as the 92 Porsche comes in from its fairly lowly position. These are the championship leaders after, well, it shows you how valuable 50 points is to your tally, taking them 5 points better off than the Alessio Rivera, Francois Heriot and Simon Mann combination in their Ferrari.
Right tyres only there, Johnny.
Okay, so we've talked about generally right sides being chosen over lefts if you're only going to do 2 tyres. Being an anti-clockwise circuit, it's the right side that takes the punishment. And that 92 car back into the race still with Ricardo Pera. Yes, driving it. So he's in for a second stint. Who are likely to be the next stoppers in the Hypercar division? Well, it'll be the 12 car, won't it? 34 laps into its stint. It was pitting 7 or so laps ahead. Right, 7? Yeah, 7 is the difference between the second-placed 38 Cadillac. And remember, Jenson Button's car spent a bit longer in pit lane because they did 4 tyres on the chasing Caddy versus left side tyres on the 12 car, which is now being driven by Alex Lynn. A couple of GTs up ahead of the Toyota in the hands of, well, either it'll be Nick de Vries, I would have thought. Gap between the two Toyotas is not much at all, 1.4 seconds. De Vries over Hirakawa, but the winning team from last year, car number 8, all the way down in 14th spot, as a little bit up the curb there, Ryo Hirakawa squeezes by the 5th placed Lexus in GT. So from a Toyota perspective, similar to Ferrari really, this is just one of those weekends you've got to get through, isn't it? And hope that the balance of performance change isn't going to affect you as much as it is here at COTA next time out.
Well, I feel really sorry for Toyota because there was times in the not too distant past where they were really propping up the fastest class in the World Endurance Championship, and then it's never really resulted since it's come back to this level, either last year or this year. Especially this year, where I know they've had some podium results, but they didn't look particularly. They looked out of sorts at Le Mans, Johnny, to be honest, and. They're looking even more out of sorts here. And although they managed to get the odd podium here and there, they've never looked like being pace setters or even within a real hope of that. So I feel a bit sorry for them. I think the time has come maybe for Toyota to be allowed to. But then if you look on paper, they've had so much success. But a larger part of that was because they were down supporting it for so long and then stored, got a march on everyone else with the hypercar because a lot of it was already developed for them, and so that, quite rightly gave them a small advantage early on. But if any manufacturer has a right to feel aggrieved about doing something and having a lot of success, and then literally being pegged back to allow others to become competitive with them, and now everyone's jumped ahead of them and they're not being given a break to be able to go back and compete with them. That's how I see it anyway.
Yeah, there may be some inner feelings at Toyota that would agree with that, but they also know that nothing stays the same for very long, so they might be getting a poor cut of the situation in one moment, but you're not going to get the amount of loyalty that Toyota have provided if you're continually treated like this through the championship's history, and they haven't been, but like you say, they're the ones that keep showing up week after week.
They've been polite. They've been so polite. Yeah. It just shows about maybe almost too polite. Just saw that the number 33 Corvette GT3 car, Ben Keating's been given a 10-second, I think it was, penalty to be added to the next pit stop. And I would assume that would be for the side-to-side contact with the Nielsen Hypercar Ferrari, number 50.
Spot on, 2 minutes to 2 this afternoon, so just over 20 minutes ago, coming out of Curva de Sol, the curve of the sun, and on to Retta Aposta, wiping off the rear of the Ferrari, which now has had to spend a little bit longer in the pit lane, having that rear deck replaced. I dread to think how much one of those rear decks in itself costs, but Ferraris have plenty of spares, certainly for their 50 and 51 cars. Toyota have taken 2 victories in the 4 races that have taken place here at Interlagos in the WEC history. 2012, 2-driver lineup, Alexander Wurz, who was on pole that year with Nicolas Lapierre in the first ever 6 hours of Sao Paulo, and then, so that was 12 years ago, 13 years ago, and last year, Sebastian Buemi, who's not here this weekend, instead Formula E racing in Berlin, with his teammates Brendan Hartley and Ryo Hirakawa, won the 4th race of the season. I forget what their advantage was now, and it may well have been from another Toyota as well. No, it was from a Porsche, and they won by just over a minute. But the middle years, Audi took a win in 2013 with that famous trio of André Lotterer, Marcel Fessler and Benoit Treluet, with all their success at Le Mans. And 2014, which might have been the return of the 919, actually. That Porsche bringing it back. 14? Yeah, sounds about right. Mark Lieb, Neil Jani and Romain Dumas won the 6 hours of Sao Paulo 11 years ago. Ford Mustang number 77 over the line. Did Gianmarco Liberato suggest to Bruce that their 88 car is now out of the race? I didn't hear all of the interview, but it didn't sound particularly hopeful that the sister Ford Mustang would return. All the other cars that we've had in the pits, even though they've been there for, in some cases, an hour, have actually rejoined. So the 35 Alpine is now being run again by Paul-Luc Chatin. It's way out of it, having only completed 75 laps.
With a damper issue, wasn't it? He was
for Liberato,
yeah.
okay. Well,
so you would expect with a damper issue with, at the time, 3.5 hours of the race left, you would assume that they would get back out.
Yes. It's worth fixing it for the amount of track time that is available to the team. Andrew Gilbert now heading back out again in the number 60 Mercedes for Iron Lynx. The 1-2 running of the Acodis Lexus has changed now. That's because of some pit stops and some driver changes. So lead Lexus has come in and been switched to Clemens Schmidt, 87 car. But Ben Tuck in the Ford Mustang hasn't taken his 3rd stop yet, so he is in a slightly false 2nd position for the time being. That's what's splitting up the 2 RCFs. But it's Yuichi Nakayama, the big talent from Japan and from GT500 in the Super GT Championship. Car number 78 running in what should unravel as 2nd position. And Rahel Fry in the number 85 Iron Dames Porsche running in 3rd place. Race leader has a 13-second gap, so that's opening up for Alex Lynn versus Jenson Button. That's not necessarily what we expected, considering Jenson took 4 tyres.
Yeah, I think Jenson came back. You never know with the traffic, it ebbs and flows a little bit, but I think Jenson came back with about 10 seconds. It's now gone to 12.8. So at the very least, you could say that Alex is controlling that gap. So yes, absolutely, you would say slight advantage to the 12 car out of the 2 Hertz Team Jota cars in terms of potentially means at the next stop, the 38 car might only take 2, and the 12 car will take 4, because you can't see any possible reason why they won't optimise the amount of new tyres that they have through the entire part of the race. Having said that, remember that at the very beginning, when Will Stevens got done for low tyre pressures, when they came in for that stop, which they probably wouldn't have taken more than 2 tyres, they certainly wouldn't have taken 4 at the first stop probably, he actually had to do a complete new set of tyres.
Yes. But they, having done less than a stint, they'll pump the pressures up and put those tyres back on the car.
You would imagine that they should be able to do that.
So that shouldn't detract from the tyre allocation overall.
No, they'll all be using ultimately the same amount, it's just using it at different times, so it will actually ebb and flow a little bit in terms of lap time.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what we like about sports car racing. Nothing's even from one garage to the next, apart from the fact that they're all aiming for the same checkered flag. Now, drive-through penalty for the LMGT3 race leader. That's just popped up. Pit lane speed limit at 2:15, only 10 minutes ago. And that must have been then for the pit stop when Clement Schmidt took that car over. Jose Maria Lopez brought it in. So Platinum handing over to Silver. Which one was speeding? We can't tell you at the moment. It'll probably say on the document once it's released. But the 87 car has now taken that drive-through penalty and will give up the race lead in the process.
Oh, that's so heartbreaking, especially if you're the driver that's committed it. So I doubt it would have been Jose Maria Lopez, because obviously the pit lane speed limiter should be engaged, and you've got and he's an experienced driver. So if it probably wasn't him, it was probably more like the speed coming into the pits. If you get it just wrong, come in a little bit too quick, don't get the speed below the pit lane speed limiter, because quite often what can happen is that you engage the pit lane speed. The natural way of doing it is to engage the pit lane speed as you arrive at the line, braking hard, dip below the actual speed limit of the pit lane speed, wherever it's set to, 50, 60, 80k, and then you accelerate very briefly back up to the limit. If you do that right, you're not below for very long, and you maybe lose half a tenth or something in terms of getting it absolutely right, nailed onto the pit lane speed limiter. Having said that, if you don't drop...
next to Petrum,
just watch for this.
The 87 Acodis ASP Lexus. To the word of Jérôme Polican, the team manager, you were flying this weekend. So, congratulations. And so far, it's going pretty good.
Yes, thank you very much. I kind of clicked with the car here. Even though it's the first time on this racetrack, I enjoy it a lot. And to be honest, after Le Mans, I had a little bit less pressure on me. So now I can relax and enjoy more, and you can see it in the results.
Just a quick information, do you know a little bit more about the tire deg with the car so far?
Yeah, this is our weakest point, but we try to manage a lot the tire in the first stint, so we can have it for the second one. At the moment it looks good. We don't know how it's going to be, still half of the race to go, but fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that's Razvan Umberescu, Petru Umberescu on the entry list, but Petru's actually his middle name, and I've never understood why that's ended up as the sort of main name, but he prefers Razvan because it's his first name.
You were singing his praises early on. He did a sterling job,
He
didn't
did a very, very good job, and I have to say, before this year, I didn't know a great deal about the 32-year-old Romanian.
I thought it was the team manager. That sounds awful now, doesn't it, that they were interviewing?
Bruce Giuliani mentioned Jerome Policond, who is the overseer of Acodis ASP, and...
I know Jerome,
Yeah. So he mentioned Jerome Policond, and I thought, I didn't think Jerome looked like that, and he doesn't, because that was Razvan.
Oh, I see.
There you go.
Because he did say team manager then.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and Policond was mentioned by name.
I didn't hear the name, so when he said team manager, then I very quickly realised it wasn't.
There we are.
So anyway, going back to what I was saying about pit lane speed, if you don't quite drop below it, and you go back to throttle again, even though it's engaged, it won't hold you. So it's very easy to get done entering the pit lane. So I suspect that's what's happened to the Lexus.
Yeah, but that rather suggests it was Jose Maria then, because it was Jose Maria coming in to hand over.
Oh, I thought he was leaving. Whoever was leaving,
No. So Clement Schmidt took over, and I feel for Clement Schmidt, because if he didn't do the indiscretion, he's had to do the drive-through penalty, but you take everything as a team in sports car racing.
Jose Maria Lopez will feel the worst out of the two of them. Whoever did the deed is the one that feels the most guilty.
Entirely, and rightly so. Now, GT cars completely together, holding up a tad the number 6 Porsche, but not doing nothing wrong. Kevin Estre knows what it's like to drive a GT car at the end of the day, having been so successful in both categories. A real master in the old days of GTE Pro, when Manthey used to run the 911 cars, and still races in modern-day GT3 at Spa 24, although he missed that one this year. Nürburgring 24, which he won on the road, but then the Grello car was given a substantial penalty for some contact. You might remember that contact, which resulted in rolling a GT4 car, and it was looked back on by the officials over and over again, and eventually a 1 minute and 40-second penalty went the way of the then leading car at the Nürburgring 24 hours, a controversial end, which saw BMW eventually win. And the week before that, the 83 Ferrari in the hypercar class was bound for a first Le Mans win for all 3 of its drivers. Amazing, actually, that over the last 3 Le Mans, we've had a different Ferrari take victory, but on each occasion, none of the 3 drivers had won Le Mans before. So they were all winning it and tasting Le Mans victory for the first time. But as you were making the point earlier on, very easy to forget that people like Phil Hansen and Jay Fay were going through the same emotions as Robert Kubica. Kubica grabbing the headlines also because he did the last 4 hours of that race. 5 stints, I think it was, getting in midday.
I remember commentating on it and going away and coming back, and he was still in the car, and I was like, well, when did he get back in? They went, he hasn't got out yet.
Amazing.
It was amazing.
Considering what he's been through in his life in other motor racing as well, you know, coming back from awful injuries, but still showing incredible speed. And he looked a little bit out of energy, let's say, when he got out of that car, but was keen to celebrate with his 2 co-drivers. They're not likely to win this race, though, with this tweak from Spa of the parameters of performance. And it means that the 83 car, rejoining now with Robert Kubica at the wheel, will be in 12th place, behind Paul Di Resta, who's also just made a stop. The Cadillac 1-2 is broken briefly, and that is because Alex Lynn has come in. Now, how long was that stint? The 12 Cadillac is capable of doing 42, I think it was. Yeah. Maybe not the last one, but the longest stint for car 12 to date was 42 laps. I think actually that was a Will Stevens stint, and I have that one down as a 12 car. Let me just find it. All the lines have become jumbled. Jenson Button is in the other car. Can't make this make sense. Oh, there it is. Alex Lynn. Right, so that was, well, according to that, 44 laps. We did have caution in the middle of it. That's possible. An hour and 6 minutes in total for Alex Lynn. And, yeah, it looks like 44 laps, which will be the most of anybody to date. 1 minute 19. So that's kind of in the middle, but I'm going to... Malte Jakobsen's team radio.
I know, Malte, but now we are on the same lap, so we cannot not ask you blue flag. So either you overtake, but at the moment we cannot ask you blue flag. Remember, we need to keep a bit of tire. We need still to do 43 laps there.
Okay, so it sounded like Malta was asking for blue flags for Neil Jarney's Porsche, which is up ahead, but as his engineer said, we can't ask for the blue flags because he's on the same lap as you. Neil Jarney is certainly ahead of the number 94 Peugeot. So the next question from Malta was, when does he stop? When does he next box? That doesn't look like the 99 car up ahead of him, though. It looks more like maybe the 5, but that wouldn't fit because Michael Christensen and Kevin Estre, no, it definitely is the 90. It's the 6 Porsche out of sequence because the 6 Porsche is a full lap ahead of Malte Jakobsen. Okay, that now makes sense all of a sudden. So quite why they can't ask for blue flags because the 6 cars completed more laps. So it's actually the 6 car that is a lap ahead of the Peugeot, but Malta feels like his lines are being compromised by the overall third-place car, Kevin Estre, who's probably trying to save a bit of energy, maybe a bit of tyre wear as well, trying to elongate his stint as much as possible.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The hourly update.
38 Jenson Button-driven Cadillac is leading then after 3 hours exactly, 3 hours and 4 minutes actually, with a 9-second advantage over Michael Christensen's Porsche 963. So we have Caddy from Porsche in this phase of the race, but it's looking more like a Cadillac 1-2 once everybody else has made their pit stops. Just remember that the 12 Cadillac is off strategy, about 7 laps away from the race leading car. So Lynn comes in 7 to 8 laps before the sister car, and that means that the 12 has rejoined into third position, still though with Alex Lynn at the wheel. Fourth position is the number 6 Kevin Estre driven Porsche. That car's also just made a stop. And in fifth place is the 20 car of Marco Wittmann with his BMW M Hybrid V8. So that car is on lap 122, whereas Jenson Button and Michael Christensen already onto lap 125. Neil Jarney's number 99 Proton Competition Porsche is in 6th place, ahead of Malte Jakobsen in the Peugeot, number 94. Antonio Giovinazzi's Ferrari AF Corsa 499P up as high as 8th place in this sequence of pit stops. 9th position for the number 7 Toyota Gazoo Racing GR010, and the sister Toyota sitting in 10th, car number 8. Then the LMGT3s, the first and second place cars are both Lexus, first of all driven by Clemens Schmidt. Despite that drive-through penalty that Clemens has had to just serve after what might have been an indiscretion by Jose Maria Lopez, caught speeding in the pit lane. Certainly was the 87 car, but we've yet to establish whether it was coming in at the end of Lopez's stint or at the start of Schmidt's. Then it's Yuichi Nakayama, second in number 78, and the gap is 10 seconds. Rahel Fry in the Porsche, number 85 for Iron Dames, is third. Eduardo Barrichello's Aston Martin, number 10 for Racing Spirit of Le Mans, is fourth. Ahead of the first TF Sport Corvette for Rui Andrade, number 81. The Sebastian Bowe McLaren, car 59 for United Autosports, is sixth. The Team WRT Kelvin van der Linde BMW is in seventh, number 46. Second of the United Autosports McLaren's Sean Gallale is number 95 and is eighth. Then it's Ricardo Pera in the blue and black Manthey first form at Porsche, number 92. And completing the 10 of the 18 GT3 runners, all of which, bar the 88 Ford Mustang, all of which are still running. That car is the TF Sport Corvette in 10th for Danny Juncadella.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship. The track temperature on Radio Le Mans with Mobil 1.
In the air, it's probably the highest it's going to get at 21 degrees Celsius. A tad higher, though, down at track level for the Mobil 1 track temp. It's 31 degrees C.
Mobil 1 engine oil helps prevent deposit buildup and keeps your engine clean.
So 3 hours done, 3 hours still to go, and with a Cadillac 1-2 briefly broken up because of where they sit in their various fuel runs. This is a chance again for the number 5 Porsche to shine a little bit, but it still owes us a stop. The slightly deceptive thing is that the number 12 Cadillac's been in 4 times, but that was the early penalty that Will Stevens had to take for lower tyre pressures than the regulations dictate. So once that was out of the way, actually the 12 cars looked the strongest of anybody, arguably, and particularly in the hands of Alex Lynn, JMO.
Yeah, well, actually, I think Will.
Oh, really? But quicker.
Yeah, he had the fastest lap of the race, I believe, which is set by early on. Yeah, so he the track will slow down. You're losing a bit of downforce. You also, the engines aren't going to be quite as happy with the extra heat. So Will probably look, I would say, well, both of them, both on it, but Will looks really good in it. Just unfortunate about that penalty. Otherwise, they'd be comfortably. I mean, they've dropped back down to third place after the pit stop. So it just shows you how comfortable they are. So I think they're about a minute and 14 seconds off the lead, which is their sister car with Jenson Button at the wheel. But it'll be interesting to see how this all pans out at the front, especially with you saying, Johnny, how never had a winner.
And I'm next to Nicola Varone,
off the front row. That's not been on the front row. Here is Nico Pino.
You're in the top 6. It's going pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, right now we are in a really good spot. We started a bit on the back. We have a great race car. We work a lot during the Friday and Saturday in free practice for the race, and it seems to be paying off. We have a great pace right now. A really good stint in the start by Nico. Then now Neil is an impressive pace, honestly, and we are getting into the front. So, yeah, at the moment we are running really good. I think best of the year so far. Our pace and where we are in the race. So hopefully we can bring up a good result in the end.
Good luck for you. It's looking pretty good. Thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you so much.
Nicholas Varone rather than Pino, although they are both in the same car, but that was the Italian accent of the South American, actually. He's half Italian, half Argentinian. Now we have the interesting prospect of Jenson Button coming in. We feel, JBO, a bit early.
Well, I think what's happened here is that they've gone on to pretty much the same strategy as the sister car.
Okay.
12. And I suspect that now they're working out when they can go to the end of the race on. So you always sort of, in the last stint, you pit at the earliest possible moment you can make it to the end of the race, because actually if you can pit on the forward forecourse yellow, sometimes it works to your advantage, whereas if you're out with the forecourse yellow, or a safety car, say, not so much the forecourse yellow doesn't have quite the same impact, but a safety car, I didn't realise that Jenson Button wore glasses these days. So yeah, really interesting that almost now back on the same strategy, the 12 and 38 Cadillac.
Yeah, so it was a 44-lap stint from Alex Lynn and a 43-lap stint for Jenson Button. So only a lap's difference in the end. And I think that was, again, elongated because of certainly two full-course yellows, a bit of local yellow involved in there as well. Problem is, I'm not sure whether it recorded it from the start.
They pitted 3 or 4 laps, maybe longer before Bulk to be on the home track, but actually, potentially, they didn't.
Well, that should have been a 42-minute stint up until the drive-through, and after that they did another 7 minutes. So the best part of 50 minutes. An hour. Yeah, they did. They did. They pitted, let's say 10 minutes apart then, because the end of the second stint for Will Stevens, which was very small, it was 5 laps, because they were just finishing off what he had intended to start before being called in by that penalty. So he pitted at 20 past 12 when the race began at half 11. 38 ends up coming in at just after half 12. So that's a 10-minute difference. And what's the gap now between the most recent stops for 12 and 38? 12 coming in at half 2, 13 minutes ago, and the 38 car came in at 2:40. So it's still about 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah, so it's just the nature of the way it's working. I'm feeling like they're closer together. But
yeah.
Exactly the same. So there you go. Forget everything I just said.
No, because I was starting to be, I don't know, persuaded in your direction, thinking that it feels like those stops are getting closer to one another between the two Cadillacs, but it might just be not an optical illusion, and something like that. Anyway, Alex Lynn and Jenson Button stay on board their Cadillacs. Makes sense. Michael Christensen and Kevin Estra have found one another on the timing screen, but in reality they're separated by about 35, maybe 40 seconds. So the 5 Porsche is in the stronger position. Still through the speed trap, the Peugeot, and specifically the 93 Peugeot, has been the quickest so far, 281.1 kph, and the speed trap is just before the braking point for the Senna S. So that's the fastest part of the racetrack. Sensible place to have the speed trap. And we've we've noticed that visually that the Peugeot seems to be able to pull away from a lot of the other hypercars in this race, despite Porsche's very good exit out of turn 12 and up the hill.
Peugeot definitely got a straight line speed advantage, whether that's because of less drag or more power delivery. I would say probably to do more with the aerodynamics of the car. It does look slightly skinnier just to a layman's eye, so to speak. It definitely looks quite a skinny car in terms of aero drag through the air in terms of straight line speed. Interesting that the 1238 team Toyota cars were 10 seconds apart when Alex popped in 10 minutes before Jensen popped in.
Yeah.
And now they're pretty much the same gap now that Jensen's back out. They can assume on the same tyres, back out having taken fuel. So no real ebb and flow.
Yeah, so we know Jensen Button in the previous stop, so not the one he's just done, but the one before that, he got 4 new tyres, didn't he? But Alex had got 2 in the equivalent stop. Now, yeah, but I think the pit stop would echo that. I'm just going to look to see whether Jensen might have got 2 fresh ones on the right side on that last stop, or was it a very quick stop with fuel only? Showing 2 minutes and 6. I can't believe that's right because the gap is still the same. So a bit of erroneous data floating around. The 12 car spent 1 minute and 19 seconds in the pit stop, which is enough to change 2 tyres, I would argue. So, sorry, change 4 tyres for car number 12. For the 12 car? Because it was the... Yeah.
Then Alex got 2 at his when he got in and Will got out.
Right.
He's doubling. So I can't believe they give him 2 and then a full set.
No, okay. Not for a double stint. Agreed.
No, it's just they're giving him 2 and then he comes in, he's got 1 stint left. They're going to give him a whole bunch of new tyres for 1 stint.
I was just thinking that if he didn't get 4 fresh ones in the equivalent Jensen Button stop, I was thinking because Jensen got 4 new ones at the start of his stint, but Alex Lynn did not, then they eventually give Alex Lynn the treat that Jensen got in the previous stop. But you're probably going to run out of tyres working it that way.
But he can only take 2 and 2, so let's assume that Jensen took all 4 in one go.
Yes.
Alex might take them as a 2 and a 2.
Okay, so they changed the lefts, having changed the rights already. Yeah. It's possible. I mean, I don't think it would have spent as long in the pit lane as 1 minute and 19 if they didn't do something for the tyres on car 12. Otherwise, because I've seen stops that take 65 seconds, which is, I think, fuel only. So I'm surprised that it took another 10 seconds, 15 seconds, let's say, for car 12. What we need now is a bit of the graphics data to tell us precisely how old or young those tyres are on Alex Lynn. The World Endurance Championship TV coverage are welcoming a brand new graphics package for this weekend. And what I haven't seen is the terrific stuff that Michelin provide on the RFID chips that trigger at pit in and pit out and tell us precisely how long those tyres have been on the car. It might be that Pure Performance tells us, though, as well. So let's work that out. Alex Lynn's opened up the gap to 11.5 seconds from what was 10, but that could easily be traffic affected. Nose to tail between the Galail car of the McLaren number 95 and Riccardo Pera down the inside, and Galail inadvertently opened the door there to allow the Italian through. So Riccardo Pera now running in 8th position and trying to brake as late as he can into Yunkao corner to get the good exit. Cadillac, and then 2 Porsches. And those cars have looked very strong in the free practice sessions leading into this weekend's race. Malte Jakobsen looked not exactly a dominant force in the qualifying yesterday, but refreshing for the 2.9 X8s to be punching slightly above their normal weight, and in 5th and 6th places. So they've started to pair off here. Caddy's 1 and 2, Porsche's 3rd and 4th, Peugeot's 5th and 6th. That's actually, I think that's Van der Linde in the BMW. So this is the fight for 6th and 7th rather than 9th and 10th. Oh, so it's an easy mistake to make. I do it all the time. You can't tell those McLarens apart. You sit them side by side, and I don't think there's anything different. The door mirrors are both the same. The windscreen visors are the same. It's tough. But yes, I might be wrong about those door mirrors actually. So the South African is through and into 6th position. So what's the gap now for Van der Linde to Rui Andrade? It's a reasonable distance in the best of the Corvettes, running in 5th place. Still Lexus, though, echoing what's going on up front in Hypercar, as in that they found one another on the timing screen. 1st and 2nd for the RCFs. Clemens Schmidt ahead of Yuichi Nakayama. Yeah, so it's slowly opening up a little bit of a gap. 10 seconds the gap between Cadillac and Porsche for Jenson Button towards Michael Christensen. And Kevin Estre is in 4th place. So the 31, the Bend Team WRT BMW, under this pressure from now the Mercedes of, who's driving that car, 61. So the 61 car is Lynn Herdanius, chasing down Pedro Ibrahim. So Van der Linde in the blue Mercedes, and this special livery for the sister car is 2/3 of a Brazilian lineup, and Ibrahim sharing with Augusto Farfus, but also with Yasser Shaheen in this The Bend entry, after Yasser and crew are the overseers, the CEOs of that fabulous facility in South Australia. A short drive from Adelaide at The Bend. No stranger itself to ACO rules action with rounds in the Asian Le Mans Series in previous years, and now dive bombing is the Ibrahim car, is the young Dutchman Lynn Herdanius in Mercedes number 61. So up the inside will go the youngster and pick off Ibrahim with some local track knowledge, but not enough to stave off the advances of the Iron Lynx Mercedes. A couple of hypercars behind them, both running again, but remember that the 15 BMW spent 30 minutes in pit lane, and the Paul-Luc Chatin now driven Alpine was in the pit lane for very nearly an hour, as the 33 Corvette goes down the inside of a McLaren. So that will be the number 95 car of Sean Gelael, who has just overtaken that car. Down towards the Desida de Lago corner goes the race leader, who is Alex Lynn, leading by 13.5 seconds now over Jenson Button. And this is just a question of not exactly trying to work together, but establish that lead, then try and concentrate on opening it up. But Cadillac are in a strong position now. They have cars on different strategies, so that'll have to be worked into where they may fall in the closing stages. You were talking about already maybe back-timing cars to the flag, and we established that they're probably about the same distance apart, but one's going to be in a better position compared to the other when we get to the checkered flag at 5:30 this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would suggest that the leading car about to be full on what takes the optimal track at that point. So he's definitely what he wants to achieve, but definitely out of these two, it'll be interesting to see if something happens to that technical gap between the 12 fitting and the 38 fitting. That's how it could go wrong for him. That's kind of about it. So when it brings to the end, I've already jinxed it. We've got like 2.5 hours, more than 2.5 hours left in the race. But certainly right now, what you were saying about no car ever winning that didn't start on the front row is certainly very firm, because you have to say that the 12 and 38 Cadillac team, Hertz Team Josie cars, have a really firm hold on this race for the overall lead. And the Lexus is not dissimilar, although you wouldn't say that's ebbed and flowed a little bit more in LMGT3, hasn't it? You wouldn't say that they're 100% nailed on, whereas you've got the...
You're close into the car in front. It's Nakayama and Sa. It's the pro driver, but he's slower than you. We have a tire and a fuel advantage on.
As you heard on board there from Rahel Frey and her Iron Dames Porsche doing a superb job picking people off one at a time. You saw her at the restart. She's only 1.8 seconds behind the 78 Lexus. So, like I said to you, the Lexuses don't seem quite as nailed on in terms of outright pace. It seems that the Hertz Team Jota Cadillacs have a lot more outright pace than most of the people behind them, including the Porsches over a whole stint, certainly over a double stint. But I wouldn't say the Lexuses are feeling quite as confident at this stage.
Maybe not. It looks very good on the screen at the moment, but yeah, that radio message will be a real shot in the arm for the Swiss Rahel Frey to say that you're faster than him, and you also have a fuel and tyre advantage over Yuichi Nakayama in the 78 Acodis Lexus, saying the right things at the right time. Those are the good engineers.
Yeah.
And limiting the amount of information, I suppose, that the driver have to juggle with. But a lot of this is a psychological affair as well as being able to perform out on the racetrack.
I think at the end of the day, it is a team sport, but ultimately the driver is the one that's under the scrutiny, and therefore when it goes wrong for the driver, and I don't just mean making mistakes, I mean in terms of performance. If you're not able to deliver a performance like you want to, in terms of be as quick as you want to, you're ultimately the one that kind of gets that thrown at you, rather than the fact that maybe the setup wasn't right, or the tyre, or whatever it may be. So I think it's important for the driver to be feeling as confident as possible and feel like they got the support of the team. Now, some people react to a kick up the bottom, and some people react to an arm around the shoulder better in terms of get the best out of them. But bottom line is, I always felt that it was nice to have drivers being actively encouraged by the engineers who, and you could hear in the radio message to Rahel Frey there's clearly a lot of warmth between her and her engineer. He's encouraging her. You could tell from the tone of his voice that he was very pleased with the performance she's giving, and that's exactly what she wants to hear, because ultimately she wants to be out there delivering and performing for her team, but it all is resting on her shoulders at this time. So to be encouraged at that point that you're doing a good job, if anything, lifts you and moves you even to better performance.
And that's the key thing, is making sure that Rahel is in a happy place, where she's 0.5 of a second now off the back of the Lexus of Yuichi Nakayama. So
I think a bit of emotion's needed. That's the one thing that I love that about sports cars still. And I think engineers are getting too sort of digital sometimes, and you hear it sometimes in other race series where it's just like, okay, push now, okay, good job, it just put some emotion into it. Ultimately, we're doing this because we're passionate about it. That stands the same for the drivers. Sometimes with some of the engineers, I get the feeling that maybe they're not as passionate as they could be, or certainly not voicing that passion as much as they should be in terms of getting involved in it all. And certainly I love to hear messages, and I'm sure that when I suspect she will, Frey in the 85 Porsche makes a move on the 78 Lexus and takes second place off of him, I'm sure we'll get a really good positive message on the radio.
So got to time that right, just as the 92 Porsche going around the outside of the 33 Corvette is trying to do, also in GT. So that is Ricardo Pera with what looks like a good run on Danny Juncadella, the car that Ben Keating drives with the Spaniard. But he couldn't make it work all the way around the outside of Decido de Largo. Very good exit out of turn 2, though, the Senna S, and through turn 3. But again, in that braking area, unless you're on the left-hand side of the circuit, it is very difficult to pull off the overtake to the outside.
And were you able to observe there the extra traction of the Porsche? Absolutely fantastic off of these tight, twisty corners through sort of 7, 8, 9. And but then just getting stretched a little bit on the straights. The Corvette's definitely got a slight speed advantage from the middle of the straight to the end of the straight, even if you're in the slipstream. But the traction off the corners, the Porsche really, really coming into its own. That might be why Rahel Fry's doing so well, as now Pera with a real kind of Formula Ford style move, darting out at the very last minute into Juncao, but it's compromised his entry into the corner and therefore his exit. And here comes Juncadella on the fight back. Yeah, and then Juncadella's got a better exit that time, as well as having the slight straight line speed advantage, so he'll hold that all the way down to 1. Probably saw him come in and just opened the steering out a little bit and thought, well, I'll get on the throttle much before you do, because you're still trying to mop up the moment because of the late braking. These cars do have ABS. There's only so much that the systems can do, and the car was dancing and moving around in the braking area. He wouldn't have tried that if he didn't have ABS, because that would have been a front lock-up and he would have slid straight off, because he was turning the wheel as he braked, which obviously offsets the camber of the car, and the Corvette weaving down the straight towards 4 to try and break the toe, and the Porsche flashing its lights to just try and distract each other. So there's as much mind games going on here as there is battling actually physically out on the track. Interesting to me watching the Corvette with the Porsche behind then as they braked into one with the hypercar. The Peugeot overtook them, and then actually the brake zones, it concertinaed again, and if anything the Peugeot almost hampering the Corvette of Juncadella, the 33 car there, going into one. So it's incredible to see that the actual miles per hour of the cars going into the actual apex of one is actually very similar whether you're in an LMGT3 car or a hypercar. The other thing, speaking of hypercars, that we have to mention is that there's a message appeared from Race Control that the number 6 Porsche, driven by Kevin Estre right now, is under investigation for a pit stop procedure infringement, presumably. So that's either some sort of job that has been done that's not allowed, or maybe using too many personnel. It happened best part of half an hour ago. But in the most recent pit stop, could well have been for car number 6 if it pitted at 2:35. Something is now being investigated there, which may result in a penalty. Yes, 2:35 was the last time that number 6 Porsche made a pit call. That's not going to affect any of the podium runners, but it could affect a very good result for Porsche if it drops it out of 4th place. So again, I love it when we're riding on board with Rahel Fry. She's got the gap down to that 78 Lexus to sort of less than half a second now, and it's visible. They're in the middle section of the track, Johnny, where that traction from the Porsche we've been talking about from Pera as well really pays dividends. You can see where that just jumps off the corner. So interesting that then we'll see if on the straights you can actually get close enough, because we haven't actually observed a straight line speed fight yet with a Lexus with another car tucked under its wing. So we're about to find out the sort of relative straight line speeds of the two cars. Cadillac first to second, 16 seconds now. Michael Christensen further back in 3rd to the tune of 14 and a bit from Button to Christensen. Door mirror to door mirror between Corvette and Cadillac. So this is the Juncadella fight again, with Ricardo Pera all over the back, but also involved Sebastian Boe. And through the last split, Pera managed to get through there on both of on the McLaren as well. So the McLaren actually lost 2 places. He'll come back at him then on the run down to 1. And again, you can see the straight line speed advantage there. But through there, if they can just keep his foot in, I think Pera's got enough with the Porsche, because he's taking a slightly shorter distance as well, that even if the McLaren gets slightly ahead of him into the brake zone, he'll be able to actually still keep that position on the brakes. But it's going to be very interesting to see if the McLaren tries to hang around the outside of him into 1, has a little look, thinks better of it, cuts back to the left, then tries to get a really good run through 2, Perez was a little bit low, so again, now with the straight line speed advantage of the McLaren, I suspect that Perez is going to have to really defend on the left-hand side going into 4. But the problem is he's got a hypercar coming past him and just pulling just enough, 2 or 3 car lengths there to not have to defend into 4 in the end.
Good fighting, considering that this is the middle order of LMGT3 as well. Lexus 1-2, although the second of those cars being caught by Rahel Fry. We're talking about 6th and 7th and 8th.
I wish we could go back on board with Rahel Fry. I love the onboard shots. She's only 0.4 behind the 78 Lexus now, so that is literally tucked up behind at the speeds they're going. That's probably 2 car lengths.
Into the pit lane comes Valentin Hasclaux for Aston Martin in the number 10 car that started from pole position in the hands of Tony McIntosh. In fact, Valentin Hasclaux has just taken that car over. Yeah, Rahel Fry.
Go on, Johnny, take it away.
Trying to get a good run then out of the left-hander at Curva do Sol, but the problem is the rejoining Valentin Hasclaux is going to confuse matters, as is another Aston Martin, but this the hypercar version, the Valkyrie, charging its way down the inside. Rahel Fry has the experience to not allow that to distract her too badly.
I'll tell you one thing, sorry to interrupt there, Johnny, but in the GT3 car, they are GT cars. Ultimately, their mechanical grip is exceptional. And the hypercars, you would say, sort of like a beefed up GT1 of the old GT1 configuration, but still much more aero on a hypercar than a GT car. Nevertheless, the modern GT3 cars are still generating a pretty sizable amount of aero downforce. So when they're running behind, as you see Fry having a real go there, they touch side by side the Lexus with her, and she's had to tuck back in. She'll try and get a cut down the left-hand side into the next corner. The Lexus defending. She goes down the inside and should be able to take the position comfortably. And now we'll see what the Lexus has in terms of straight line speed. Would have got a better exit than Rahel Fry, but I think the Porsche now, fantastic move to take second place in LMGT3. But going back to what I was saying, in the GT3 car, as the Lexus pits, the 78 Lexus straight into the pits, when you're behind a hypercar, you also are losing downforce. So it affects you when a hypercar jumps right in front of you. It affects your grip level.
The fact that Nakayama was going to come in at the end of this pit stop, lap I should say, will have been in his mind, but it was actually a bit of a moment that he was having through the right-hander at Pico de Pato. Now, whether that was tyre wear on the ragged edge, this hard tyre being debuted by Goodyear should be more robust than the mediums that we're used to, but it was just the car jumping about half a car width to the left at Pico de Pato that provided the big opportunity for Rahel Fry that she had to take. She won't, and the Iron Dames crew won't necessarily have known the Ecodis squad were due to pit that Lexus, and it was important to clear it when she could. And whilst those two are fighting amongst themselves, they've probably been bringing the gap down to the overall lead in LMGT3, if you know what I mean. It's a kind of lead in GT at least. It was 6 seconds the last time I looked. It's jumped back out again to 7 or 8 seconds because Clemens Schmidt is finding traffic in different places compared to Rahel Fry. But she still has the scope potentially to reel in the Austrian as well.
Well, that's half the gap because it was 11.1 about 10 minutes ago when we were saying that it was very even between the front. So the front gap is actually gone up to 17 seconds between Alex Lynn and Jenson Button. Yep. At that point, when that was about 11 seconds or 12 seconds, the gap between the LMGT3 first and second to third was about 11. So she's halved it.
Tremendous run from the Swiss racer, who has had experience. In fact, she's going to take the lead now because Clemens Schmidt also pits on the next lap after Yuichi Nakayama. So Nakayama in for one side of the Lexus garage. Now the sister car will pit, and probably to change it over to, it might still be a bit early actually to go with the full-on pro drivers. You've got to do an hour and 45 minutes as a silver racer, as the 77 Ford Mustang down the inside of one of the two McLarens from United Autosports. So that was a change for 7th place as Ben Tuck pulled off a move into the Senna S on Sean Galale. And Galale, the Indonesian racer, dropping to 8th place. But Rahel Fry gets her just rewards now to lead LMGT3. We are in a pit stop phase, and she's probably not that far away from having to make her next stop as well. But it's been a real charge from the former DTM runner, and also has done some Audi TT racing in the past. run at Le Mans in all sorts of different GT machinery. Rahel Fry still a big, big talent. Glorious sound of the V8 thundering its way out of Yunkao corner with Alex Lynn at the wheel.
Fantastic. The 12 Alex Lynn right now, yes, he's got Jensen 18 seconds behind him, but then it's a further 17 seconds back to the third place car. So he's effectively got a 36-second advantage. I suspect at this point they won't want the two cars in front to fight each other too much or lean each other too much. So as much as can be with all this traffic, Alex Lynn in a really comfortable position. And when you've got a lead like that, you can afford to be a little bit circumspect in traffic. You don't need to take huge risks. You don't need to dive bomb down the inside of an LMGT3 car and open yourself up for contact that potentially could happen if they don't see you. So he can really just work the traffic. If he loses a second or two here or there, it's not the end of the world.
One driver change I have noticed is that Alessio Rivera in the 21 Ferrari has just taken over from Simon Mann. Simon looks to have done his 1 hour and 45 minutes, no problem. But I'm drawn to Francois Heriot as the bronze racer. He should also have to have done an hour and 45 minutes. And I've only seen 1 hour 43 and a half minutes. Now, there is a little bit of give and take for some of these times, but I didn't think it was as big as 90-odd seconds. So maybe some head-scratching going on down at the 21 crew. I hope they've not made a miscalculation, and that's just a bit of false data floating around at our end of the systems. But Alessio Rivera in, and probably thinking he'll be in to the end now. Won't be able to make it on 2 stints alone, unless there's a bit of caution along the way, because there's still 2 hours and 20 minutes to go in this 5th round of the season. What we are seeing is some good pace, though, from Rivera, the ingoing driver. The result of the investigation into car number 6 and an indiscretion about a pit stop infringement, that's going to be just 5 seconds added to the next pit stop, so shouldn't be too detrimental.
Lap times are still very strong.
Marco Wittmann, who is the extra driver or the replacement driver into BMW hypercar number 20, reporting a vibration. Picked up a vibration, he said, but his engineer said, well, yeah, copy, but actually the lap times aren't indicative of that, so continue around, try not to get too distracted by it. If it's a vibration and it just stays consistent, I'm guessing that's fine, but should it get worse, then you may need to pit.
Yeah, vibrations are always worrying when it comes to cars, because they can be a whole variety of things, but they're normally tyre related.
Yeah.
So it could be pickup, because especially if you're running offline, you get a lot of pickup on. Sometimes there's so much pickup you almost can't see where you're going, and it takes a while to get the pickup off of the tyre, and that can be a problem. Or it can also be in the indication of a tyre failure beginning to happen, like a sidewall, a slight delamination, which is throwing the balance of the tyre out, which is then beginning to get worse and worse. As a driver, you become quite experienced at recognising what is sort of pickup and what is potentially a more serious problem. But your instinct always goes to, oh my God, is that just pickup, or is that something a bit more serious? Or you've blocked a tyre and you've got a slight flat spot, or sometimes the tyres spin on the rim.
Yes.
And then that can put the tyre slightly out of balance as well. So there's a whole variety of reasons. Most of them innocuous. Some of them not so much. So.
No, indeed.
But hopefully in this case it's an innocuous one, yeah. And it just throws it, just the driver's you're so sensitive to every little noise, every little change that happens, that you just get on the radio, and sometimes you just get on the radio to tell your engineer, just so you can kind of share the information, like a problem shared is a problem halved, so to speak, and also so that later on, if something happens and you say, oh yeah, I was getting a vibration on lap 10 and then it blew at lap 20, and the engineer's saying, well, why didn't you tell me?
Yeah, of course.
So there's an element of that as well.
If it's pickup, that scenario can improve then, if you kind of ride your way through it.
Oh, it'll come off, because all it is literally rubber adding itself. The marbles, you go on the marbles, you see cars doing it to gain weight at the end of a race, and they drive all over the marbles. And if you were to look at a tyre at the end of a race, when you've gone with a hot tyre on all those marbles, you've probably got, without exaggerating, a centimetre of rubber on the top of that tyre that isn't actually belonging to that tyre.
Yeah.
So if you're running on something that big, like if you were to throw a patch a centimetre thick onto the middle of a tyre, it's going to make that tyre vibrate. But when you corner, you can get it off. But it's not always that easy to get it off, although I would have thought in Brazil, with it being as abrasive as it is, should, if you stay online for a lap and a half, you should be able to get it off.
So vibrations aren't always going to stay with you. They can improve, they can stay the same, or they can get worse if the tyre does finally let go for whatever reason. But Marco Wittmann's
summed up life there, really, haven't he?
I suppose so. Those are the three scenarios, the three directions of stuff.
Better get worse or stay the same.
But at least Marco Wittmann has expressed that there might be an issue, and his engineer is aware of it. So that's the 20 car. The 46 BMW, speaking of Beamers, which is a GT car, has just made a stop. And Rahel Fry now in from the lead of LMGT3. She'd overtaken Yuichi Nakayama in the second of the Lexus. Didn't need to overtake the first of them because Clemens Schmidt already pitted, and now Rahel Fry, I reckon, pitting 2 or 3 laps later. But this will be a driver change to Michelle Gatting, racing with a broken right foot after the Le Mans incident, where they were at the end of test day doing a practice driver change, and incredibly the car was dropped on her foot.
I still can't work out. She must have had it around the sill or something.
Yeah.
It's really unfortunate.
And it sort of bounced, I think,
it must
off
have
her
bounced
foot.
off her foot, yeah.
Those sills are very, very slim to the ground.
And when they drop them,
centimetres.
they drop them as well.
Yeah.
So they would bounce. So if your foot was in... But it's really unlucky to be standing with your foot in the wrong... I mean, she must have had her foot at an angle or something. Really unlucky.
But she says because it's her throttle foot, she can just about... It's painful. She's having to take the foot up and take painkillers. But were it to be the left foot, it'd be a completely different story.
Right, this is the sea. You see all these youngsters.
Left foot braking.
Left foot braking.
You didn't.
No. So for me, if it was a right foot, I'm banging trouble. Left foot, chop it off, still drive.
No issue at all.
I'll just shove it in gear. Don't need a clutch.
No, forget that.
Hand clutch it.
Yes. Well, some do.
I think the hypercars are hand clutches now, are they? I don't know.
That I don't know, but be interesting to find out. Yeah, so I was wondering, well, I'm thinking, right, well, she must be a left foot braker, therefore, so when you're trying to produce so much pressure, that is difficult when the big bone in the foot is still broken, she reckons, and it's having to heal when she's out of the car. She walks with crutches, trying to do as little with that right foot as possible when she's not driving. But just eager to be back into motor racing as quickly as she could. So she raced at Imola last weekend and now here in Brazil. Busy at Junção Corner with an Aston Martin hypercar, making clean work of the 27 Aston Martin GT, which is now in the hands of Mattia Drudi. He who was getting all the plaudits for taking outright pole in GT in the second Hyperpole session at Le Mans. And Mattia was one of a handful of drivers that did do all 3 24-hour races back-to-back. I think he even did a 25-hour race at Spa then in the Fun Cup as well. Bonkers. But he's back again with action in South America.
Great series, Fun Cup.
Have you raced in that?
I was racing yesterday at Croft.
Now you tell me. I didn't realise you were actually on the racetrack yesterday in Fun Cup.
Yeah.
Racing with how many other people?
I think there were 23 or 24 cars out there.
But you weren't sharing your car then?
No, I was sharing with Bonamy Grimes, because Gareth Williams, who I normally share with one of the Red River Sport clients, is in Australia on holiday. So I was sharing with Bonamy Grimes, and we had an up and down. We led for a while, and then ended up getting an unsafe release penalty, which gave us a 30-second stop-and-go penalty. So we finished 10th in the end. But very, very competitive and great fun. Clears on the tin.
Have you driven in the Fun Cup before?
Yes, done quite a few races the last few, because it's very good. Excellent. It's a very, very good driving proving ground for inexperienced and it's incredibly competitive.
Yes.
I mean, so competitive. It surprised even me how competitive it is, and it's only getting more and more competitive because you've got a real mixture of people that have been doing it for 20 years and real youngsters coming in who are super quick karters but just don't have the budget to go other places, so they come into Fun Cup and prove their worth in Fun Cup. So super competitive but really friendly and great fun, and you learn a lot in terms of wheel-to-wheel racing. I was like bearing on all my experience of the last God knows how many years to just try and hold my own, to be quite honest. So yeah, really close.
It's always struck me as it's not the fastest series in the world, I think it's fair to say, but the racecraft that is involved.
Colossal.
Because you're surrounded by cars nearly all the time.
And also if you slipstream, you literally gain like a second minimum a second a lap, and you can literally sit on someone's bumper through a corner.
Yeah.
Other than the fact that you can't actually see where you're going because you sit so low in the car, which can have a problem. But no, great. So you brought it up, so I thought I'd mention it.
No, good.
But the 25
Excellent.
hours of Spa is also a fantastic event to do. But they have something ridiculous, like 150 cars or something crazy. I can't remember what the number is, but a huge amount of cars out on track at the same time.
Am I right that WRT pretty much build all of those cars?
Yeah, Vincent Voss. So when I did the Fun Cup a few years ago in the 24 hours, he was the first person I called and said, can you kind of steer me in the direction of a good team?
Excellent. Maxime Martin's driven in that series in the past. He's
it's great fun.
Yeah.
I can't remember who it was. Was it Augusta Farfus or no, it wasn't. Somebody said he did this slightly different but same sort of thing, did the C2 race at Portimao.
Yes.
And he said it was the most fun he'd had in a race car. Can't remember for the life of me who it was. But it was one of the top guys that races in the WEC and Formula E and all of that. So sometimes, just because you're not going quickly, it's all relative. If you're doing 110 mile an hour and the guy next to you doing 110 mile an hour and there's 20 other guys doing 110 mile an hour, it's great fun.
Of course.
You know, if you're doing 210 mile an hour, you can't quite get as close to each other as you can at 110 and get away with it. So the racing stops being quite so close.
Yeah. Well, there's at least 2 drivers in this race, the 6 hours of Sao Paulo, that have Fun Cup pedigree, you might say. It wasn't Matthias Besch, was it, who's always
somebody
active in all sorts of different things.
As good as Matthias Besch is, you know, it was a much bigger name than that.
Right.
I'll think of it.
Okay.
I know who it was, Felix da Costa.
Okay, Antonio Felix da Costa, who has raced with Augusto Farfus, hence the confusion. Well, we need Antonio Felix da Costa back in this championship. Always busy in Formula E, but I know loves a trip to Brazil as well. Now, side by side for Aston Martin and Toyota, and this is for position 13th and 14th places as the Rio Hirakawa Toyota goes round the outside of the Alex Riberas Aston Martin. Both of the Valkyries remain in the race, 14th and 16th. Of the 18 cars that began in Hypercar. Remember those big delays for the 15 BMW and the number 35 Alpine. And Raffaele Marciello has just come into the pits in the number 15 BMW, but they are still targeting a race finish on that side of the Vets Racing Team garage. So it's the Belgian squad with the name within Fun Cup, i.e. building all those cars that look after the Munich BMW brand in both Hypercar and GT in this championship. Live from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre, this is RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels with the 2 Johnnies, Smolum and Palmer. We're into very nearly the final third of this race in another 8 minutes' time. We will have ticked past 3:30 in the afternoon in Brazil, and a couple more stints for the Hypercars still to come.
It's funny how it all settles itself down, doesn't it? Like now, you go Cadillac, Porsche, Peugeot.
Yeah, with reasonable gaps between each of the cars, 20-odd seconds, 25 seconds from Cadillac to Porsche. But yes, that pairing off established itself probably about 45 minutes or so ago, maybe more.
And Peugeot, you know, we keep speaking about them, you know, showing some real promise here, but fair play to them. I mean, they won't probably... They'll be quietly satisfied with 5th and 6th. I don't think they'll be jumping around too much for joy, but nevertheless, that's a real strong showing from them. How far off the lead are they actually at the moment, Johnny?
It's difficult to say because they're just showing a lap away. 40 seconds separate the 2 Peugeots. But what I can't give you is the gap from the...
We'll be able to see in a minute because he'll go across the line.
Yeah, but, from the Estra Porsche back to the Malta
It's a fair chunk,
Jakobsen.
isn't it? Even though they're 5th and 6th, it's a fair chunk behind, because if you think the gap at the front between the first 2 has gone up to 19, nearly 20 seconds now, then there's a further 26 back to the first of the Porsches in 3rd, and then another 31 seconds back to the Porsche in 4th, which obviously will be taking an extra 5 seconds at their stop for that infringement, which I can only assume it would be something, if they only got 5 seconds, it's going to be something like, you know, silly, like well, not silly, but something minor, like a mechanic not having his goggles down or something like that, rather than anything too serious, because pit lane speeding or something like that, you would expect a bigger penalty.
Yeah, and it might just be from a marshal report in the pit lane, which is now being fed through. or has been fed through, reviewed by a steward, and warrants a 5-second penalty. I'm struggling to work out whether the Peugeots are even on the lead lap anymore. I haven't seen
maybe they're not.
Their lap time trigger prior to the Cadillac coming back across the line, so I reckon there's only now 4 cars
on that
the lead lap.
Wow. So, yeah, there we were singing their praises, and it's still deservedly so, 5th and 6th. It is a short lap, remember?
Yeah.
But nevertheless, a bit like the beginning of Le Mans, it's a Cadillac and Porsche show, isn't it? I mean, if you'd stopped Le Mans at 6 hours, it would have been a Cadillac and Porsche show, wouldn't it?
Yes. Although we knew straight away that the Cadillacs were going to struggle for straight line speed down the Mulsanne on pretty much the opening lap. Tremendous couple of stints from Rahel Fry, who's now with Bruce.
And I'm in the box of car number 85, the Porsche Iron Dames Porsche with you, Rahel Fry. An amazing stint you did, reaching up to 2nd position. You were happy, but not super happy. Just you would have liked to take the lead. I know that.
Yes, exactly. There's still 1 step to go at the moment. I think we are even running P3. Nevertheless, we are happy, but we have to push because today we want to go on the podium.
Yeah, but you know, I told you came in as the race leader, but you did. You were leading after the pits.
Really? Okay, even better. I take it. But nevertheless, we have a bit more than 2 hours to go. Michelle now is in the car. She's doing amazing because she has to catch up. She was missing Le Mans. Now she's super motivated, and I'm pretty convinced that today we're going to have a strong result.
Excellent. Will Michelle remain in the car until the end of the race? Can she do that with her injured foot?
Yes, because she already tried last weekend in Imola for ELMS. She's ready. She has no pain when she's driving, and now the target is that she stays in until the end.
Okay, great. Good luck for you then.
Thank you very much.
Well, Rahel will be waiting in the wings should she be required, but Michelle Gatting, a real tough cookie, and has been putting plenty of posts on social media saying, cannot wait to get back in the car. I think also just how frustrating the injury in itself was. It was so avoidable that she's just desperate to come back with some medical advice as well, but doesn't want it to dent the season much. She admits that it's going to be quite some task for her and the others in the 85 to win the World Endurance Championship, but they do have a title to fight for in the ELMS because they're only a handful of points off the current drivers' leaders.
Yeah, and when you've got an injury like that, you get back in as quickly as you possibly can because you just want to stay in the car, 1, for your own performance, but 2, you know, if you're a professional driver and you can't race and the team have to get somebody in to replace you, then you're always running the risk that that person may end up keeping the seat. It can be a ruthless business out there in motorsport. So another reason that you don't want to be out of the car, or you want to minimise the time out of the car as much as possible.
There's also the other phrase that I've heard in the medical world, which is motion is lotion. So actually what you want to try and do, maybe not with a brake, but if you have 1 or 2 back troubles or whatever, actually the movement, which is difficult to do at first, can actually help with just making you a bit more supple.
Well, it depends how bad it depends where she was injured. I just imagine it's somewhere near the top of her foot. So,
yeah, she described it as the big bone in his foot.
So if it was a crack in the bone, like it's broken, but it's still a crack, so it's still intact. If it's not intact, I suspect if it's not intact, she would have had to have it operated on. So I suspect it's one of those where they can't really do a lot. When I broke my wrist, for example, they could pin it because it was actually separated. So if I hadn't, I broke my wrist a couple of times, but the first time I broke it, I actually put in a cast, and it took months. They said 8 to 12 weeks, but it was months before it was right. But the second time I broke it, much later on, I'd learnt my lesson and I had it operated on, and I was racing again 2 weeks later. I mean, it was blooming painful, but I was able to race, and the doctor said to me, it's probably stronger than the original bone was now that I've put a titanium screw through it. So deal with the pain and know that you're not damaging it. And so I just took a load of painkillers and had a couple of injections, and I was racing LMP1 back then, so it was tough. But you know, you need to get back in the car because that's the motivation. You want to get out there, you want to do the job. So I'm sure that she will be not even thinking about that right now because she's hunting. She's in a hunt. That's a good thing as well. She's in a real hunt and a real chance of a victory here today. I
imagine the adrenaline takes over as well, doesn't it? Especially when you're in a fight that it could be a race that you win. So that is the driving factor, as you quite rightly say. 1 or 2 driver changes taking place. Malte Jakobsen, a real star in the Peugeot camp this weekend, hands back to Loic Duval, who started the race in that car. Alex Riberas back to Marco Sorensen, pulling off that amazing manoeuvre within the opening 15 minutes or so, right up against the pit wall on one of the Alpines. No driver changes yet in either of the Cadillacs, but they're not due for a stop. He says that, though. I'm going to check the number 12 car to see how many laps it has completed. We're right on the cusp of another update as well at 29 minutes past 3 o'clock, so get that to you in just a tick. But what I want to know is whether we're likely to see any pit stops partway through the update. 161 laps now completed for Alex Lynn, and my page is not responding quite rightly, but I think we're not that far away from at least one or two hypercar stops. Loic Duval, as mentioned, has just been in. A Codis back to the top in LMGT3. Here comes one of the Alpines as well into pit lane, the car number 36 for Jules Gounon. But at exactly 3:30, let's take the hourly update.
World Endurance Championship.
The hourly update.
Alex Lynn is leading the 6 hours of Sao Paulo for 2025 so far. 22 seconds or so separate his Cadillac Hertzstein Jota V-Series R, car number 12, from the sister machine of Jenson Button, number 38. Still staying out for the time being. Both cars have made 3 scheduled stops, but the number 12 car shows 4 stops after that early penalty that needed to be served by Will Stevens. Michael Christensen in the number 5 Porsche is running in 3rd place, about half a minute further back from the Jenson Button Cadillac, so that's 54 seconds that separate the top 3 cars, and another half a minute to Kevin Estra's Porsche, which during its next pit stop will have to take an extra 5 seconds because of a pit stop infringement that happened at 2:35 this afternoon, so pretty much an hour ago. 5th position for the number 93 Paul Di Resta Peugeot, the 9X8 driven by the Scotsman. And Marco Wittmann now up to 6th place because of a stop for the number 94 Peugeot, which drops it a spot. Now, prior to these Peugeot pit stops, there were only 4 cars on the lead lap, so the 9X8s completing their 161st lap as I speak, and actually Di Resta will dive into the pit lane a lap later than the sister 94 Peugeot. That's allowed Marco Wittmann to climb to 5th place, but the BMW that he drives will also need to make a stop, of course, car number 20. 8th place is the 99 Proton Competition Porsche of Neil Jarni. It's Antonio Giovinazzi in the 51 Ferrari that is running in 9th position, and in 10th place the number 7 Toyota of Nick de Vries. In fact, the Toyotas are together a couple of seconds apart, separated by the 1.3 seconds make that from 10th down to 11th. LMGT3 is a 1-2 for Lexus. The gap is 9 seconds, but to Michelle Gatting right with the second of those Japanese cars and Yuichi Nakayama. Rahel Frey was able to overtake the Japanese in her previous stint, so we might be in a scenario where Gatting can do the same, but Clemens Schmidt's a bit further up the road in car number 87. So then it's the 78 Lexus, the 85 Iron Dames Porsche in 3rd. Valentin Hasclo in his Aston Martin for Racing Spirit of Le Mans is running in 4th position, ahead of Charlie Eastwood's TF Sport Corvette, number 81. Valentino Rossi's BMW 46 is in 6th place for Team WRT. The United Autosports McLaren of Gregoire Sauce is in 7th spot, ahead of Ricard Lietz's Manthey First Form Porsche, number 92. Ben Barker's Ford Mustang 77 for Proton Competition, and the second of the TF Sport Corvettes for Cumbrian racer Johnny Edgar, running in 10th place, number 33.
Keeping you up to date. The hourly update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship. The track temperature on Radio Le Mans with Mobil 1.
Ambient temperature still about the same as it was an hour ago at 21 degrees Celsius, but the track temp, the real peak of that's just starting to ease off with the Mobil 1 track temperature at 28 degrees Celsius.
Mobil Engine Oil. Exceptional protection for hybrid engines.
2 hours to go here from the RS1 Radio Show Limited network of channels. We're in the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre and witnessing a Porsche make a stop now. This is the number 5 car of Michael Christensen. So Estra's going to stay out. Remember, that's going to be the longest stop we expect for car number 6. I still haven't seen any of those red sidewall Michelin tyres, which was generally the consensus before we got going, Johnny Molan. The harder compound is an option for today, but certainly Alex Lynn from the Cadillac camp said we're probably not going to touch those all day.
I think because of the nature of the abrasive nature of this track, I think that they're finding that they can get the harder of the 2 compounds up to temperature easier potentially than they expected. So the outlap maybe seems a little bit sketchy. As I watched Norman Nato taking over from Alex Lynn in the 12 car, it looked a little bit sketchy down into turn 4 coming out of the pits, but I think they're getting them up to temperature pretty well. And then once they're up to temperature, if you've got a little bit more longevity in the harder compound, then that's the one to go for. I think having a really fast tyre for potentially 5, 6, 7, 8 laps, which then drops off a cliff later on in the stint, is clearly not what you want around here. Or anywhere, for that matter. But I think the nature of this track would lend itself to the hard working, potentially better than expected. And also, as you just said, the ambient temperature's going up and up and up anyway.
Yeah, and was bringing the track temp with it for a while, but I suppose that temperature at road level is only going to reach a certain point before it decreases. We have had it hotter during various free practice sessions prior to this.
Also, Johnny, you mentioned that having 4.5 sets.
Yeah.
But can you have 4.5? Do you not have to decide which compound you want beforehand, or can you have 4.5 sets of soft sat there and 4.5 sets of hard sat there, and then you just decide which ones you pick from?
Well, this was a lesson that I learnt at Le Mans this year, considering I've been to Le Mans a few years now, but I wanted the king of strategy, Paul Trustwell, to explain this to me. He said you basically go to Michelin and you say, right, we'd like a set of each to potentially use, and they only become part of your allocation once they're on the car and you leave the pit lane. So you can have hard tyres waiting in the wings thinking...
Yeah, but I don't think that... I mean, I may be wrong, but I don't think that operates at that level when you come to a flyaway race. It might work at Le Mans when you're just down the road from Michelin, but when you're a flyaway like this, for them to bring a bunch of tyres that are very unlikely to be used, that's an awful lot of cost, air freight and whatever. So what it used to work like for us was that we would get given an allocation that we had to choose from, and we would decide beforehand, and you might have 1 or 2 spare to allow you to go one way or the other, but we would decide beforehand if we were going to run a combination of all hard, all soft, or a combination of hard or soft, and we had to choose which tyres beforehand.
Some of the quotes from the drivers, not from Cadillac, because they were pretty much saying we'll be mediums all the way through, but I forget which manufacturer said that we're going to have to suck it and see a little bit, and if the temperatures go the wrong way, if it had been a warmer day, for instance, then that might have been the case. But I suppose what they can't provide, what Michelin can't provide, is 4.5 sets of both compounds.
Yeah.
So you're not going to be able to get 18 mediums and 18 hards and go, well, let's just decide.
But they probably bring enough to...
But I would imagine maybe 8 tyres of the hards. You're going to look at the general consensus and think we'll need enough mediums for everyone to use mediums all the way through the race, and then maybe half that allocation or 1/3 of that allocation.
Well, it also depends on what cars are doing, because we used to sometimes be able to go to them and say, look, we're actually going on towards the soft, and they say, well, actually, we thought there was a team that was going to do that. They're now choosing to go more medium, and so it was releasing more softs that would then become available for us, but they weren't in our original allocation.
Yes.
So they do have a limit. I don't believe that they bring...
But no, I agree with you.
But I may be wrong.
I would think for what we've got 18 hypercars to then provide 18 tyres times 2 for every single car. That's a lot of tyres to be moving from one part of the world to the other. So yeah, there's a little bit of a halfway house, and maybe Michelin are putting a time limit on it as well to say, well, we'll give you these hards for a bit, but if you don't use them, we're having them back, because there'll be somebody else down the pit lane that might be wanting to think about using them as well. That rather suggests to me as well, you know, you were talking about specialist compound for one manufacturer to the other. I think that was very much the days of LMP1.
Yes.
Whereas now it's a set compound, regardless of whether you're Toyota or Ferrari or Cadillac, and you just get the medium compound.
Well, that's
the
what
hard
LMGT3
compound.
have, isn't it? They don't need to worry about them. Well, they just need to bring wets.
They need to bring wets.
That's it.
And then this red sidewall tyre, which has done something like 7,500 kilometres of testing, but never been run in anger before. So there was a little bit of concern, perhaps, from Goodyear to make sure that the tyre was up to the challenge, but it's been pretty good to this point. Talk to the teams about whether they would have preferred to run this race on the medium. That might be a different equation, but I suppose when everyone is on the hard tyre and that is the only option, then everyone knows where they are.
But it will suit certain cars better than others.
Yeah.
I mean, for example, the BMW is on screen following Valentino Rossi in the 46 WRT car. That car has always been super competitive, and yet today hasn't featured at all, has it really? I mean, I know Rossi's currently running in 7th place, but just been overtaken by the 59 McLaren of Sossi. So again, not showing the sort of pace that we've come to expect from the BMWs. Would you agree with that?
Pretty much. I mean, there's also the success handicap that we've got to think about, and I'm just wondering whether that BMW is affected by that. No, it's running at its base weight. But if you finished in the top 3 in the previous 2 standard races, so that was Imola and Spa, and also are currently in the top 3 in the championship, then they strap an extra couple of kilos, which more than a couple for some cars. For instance, the 21 Ferrari's got an extra 42 kilos because of winning the Spa 6 hours and finishing second in the Imola race, and it's currently second in the championship. So they convert that by some sort of percentage.
42 kilos.
42 success kilos.
Yeah.
Yeah. No wonder it's not doing
I was going to say,
very well
no wonder.
today.
I was just wondering what was going on with them. I didn't realise that. That's colossal.
Yeah.
That's like 6-7 tenths a lap.
Well, the aim is to be 0.16% of a lap for one result, which was the second place at Imola, 0.24% of a lap for the win in Spa, and then 0.16 for being second in the championship.
So
you convert it.
So I said 6 tenths. So there you go. That's it. And
you should work on the board.
I should. Yeah.
That is
it well paid?
1 lap, isn't it? 1 lap of a...
But that's 1 lap, but then the extra weight that you've got to take into account in terms of tyre wear, brake wear, the effect on the car, everything, it compounds. It's not just 6 tenths a lap. Over a stint, you're probably going to end up averaging more than that. We're definitely going to average more than that. I wouldn't want to put a number on it, but it'll be more than the actual 0.56 that they're looking for.
So there are 6 cars that are carrying this success handicap weight, but the heaviest by far is the 21 Ferrari. I say that, it's actually only 6 kilos heavier than the Porsche that Ryan Hardwick's driving. That's 36 extra kilos. And then the next heaviest is the 88 Proton Competition Ford Mustang, which has had that damper problem. 88 still in the garage. That's having to carry an extra 12 kilos.
If you think over 150 laps that they've done so far then, Johnny, you know, if it was half a second, you're talking 75 seconds. That's a minute and 15 seconds. Which is going to be more than that because it's 0.56. So you're probably looking at a minute and 20, minute and 22 seconds given away in terms of performance.
Yeah, and that's purely on the balance that the championship are dishing out. And some people say that's a touring car aspect of success ballast that, you know, something like the British Touring Car Championship does to equalise the field.
I don't agree with them putting weight in. I think that's a really, really bad way of handicapping.
But some people say it's very much not an endurance way of slowing cars down.
But no, because of the whole nature of it, and I just don't... Where do you draw the line? You know, I mean, obviously there's going to be weight where you can't go above a certain weight, but I think you're better off doing it in a way that you do the handicapping with the pits. Maybe just add a certain amount of time on to the pit stop each time, so they have a slightly longer minimum, almost like serving a little extra pit stop. So
well, British GT have incorporated that in the past.
And I think that's a better way of
handicapping. Championship leader has to spend 20 more seconds in the pit, let's say.
Weight, there's always a safety element to it. You know, if a car starts flying through the air because something's hit something, if you've got another 42 kilos on board, you're exacerbating a problem.
Yeah. Well, it's been done with weight for a good few seasons now in the WEC, but this is a different way of doing it with the percentage of lap time. Normally it's just, well, there was only ever a maximum of 45 kilos. We're only 3 away for the 21 Ferrari. What I don't know is whether you can get north of 45 in this new way of doing it, because this is brand new for 2025. I haven't seen a figure higher than 45 kilos, but that's a lot of bags of sugar. Anyway, could possibly provide an answer as to why the 21 Ferrari, which is not leading the championship, but they are second. And the team that does lead the championship after a cracking Le Mans is the Ricardo Pera, Richard Leitz and Ryan Hardwick Porsche, which has got an extra 36 kilos, and that might again explain why Ricardo Pera was really struggling to get his car stopped into Jung Kao as he pulled off an attempted manoeuvre, at least on Danny Juncadella.
How come they've only got 36 kilos and they're leading the championship, and the other car that's second's got 45?
Again, because it's down to not only where you are in the championship, but where you finished the previous two races. So although they had a race win in Imola, they must have not finished in the top three at all in Spa. So it's actually only 2 times 0.24. It's very complicated. If you want to know more, folks, there's a sheet on the Alcamel website. I've got them all pinned up on my bedroom wall.
I'm glad you know what you're talking about, Johnny. It's nice to talk with an expert.
Yeah, I can click on various bulletins and read them, and then you can provide the opinion. That's how it works.
Yeah, fantastic.
It's good. 38 seconds is the difference now between the two Cadillacs. What's happened there then? Oh, Norman Nato made a stop, didn't he?
Yes.
And Sebastian Bourdais made a stop.
It was up to about 22, so that might be tyre related.
Yeah. But Jenson Button came in, 42 laps on the stint. It was a 42-lap stint for Alex Lynn as well. And did they pit about 10 minutes apart?
I believe it was.
3:32 versus 3:41. So pretty much the same as it has been ever since that stagger established itself around about the time of the penalty for Will Stevens. Well, it was 5 laps after that.
And they're stretching away some of that extra lead. For example, on the last lap, NATO took 2 seconds out of Sebastian Bourdais on that last lap. So it's stretching away now to beginning to look like, again, can't jinx it, an hour 44 still left on the clock, but 38 seconds with one more pit stop to go. It's beginning to look like that grasp is getting firmer and firmer for the number 12 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota car.
What was the best result to this point for Cadillac is an interesting question. I could probably work that out from the driver's perspective. The best result was Le Mans last time out, actually, for Lynn, Nato and Stevens. So there was an upturn in form. They actually moved into 5th position in the driver's standings yesterday with their 1 point for pole position, which elevated them above Kevin Estre and Laurence Vantor. And Lynn, Nato and Stevens are the better of the two driver combinations, because Earl Bamber, Jenson Button and Sebastian Bourdais are down in 14th position with only 20 points. Big fat zeros for the first 2 races, sadly, for car number 38, but started to build the points tally since then.
Riding on board with Michelle Gatting in the Iron Dames 85 Porsche and catching prototypes coming down the inside of her, all the wrong places. She's managed to get the gap down to 1.1 seconds. She's not lapping that much quicker than the 78. Is it
Nakayama?
Nakayama, get it right. In the 78 Lexus, but it got it down to 1.1, and unfortunately it's gone straight back up to 1.5, 1.6 with that traffic. Hopefully she can work it to her advantage as that traffic then encounters Nakayama.
So Nakayama to Clemens Schmidt has come down a bit as well. That's 10 seconds or so. Clemens Schmidt, a well-established silver-rated driver these days.
I don't understand. Again, this is confusing, and this is why. I mean, maybe you can look at the pit stops and let me know, Johnny, because the 85, if you remember, with Rahel Frey at the wheel, came in, overtook the 78 to come into the pits. When it came into the pits, then lapped another 2 or 3 laps longer, then also pitted to hand over to Michelle Gatting. And at that time, the lead was 5.7 seconds to the 87 Lexus.
Here's Rubens Barrichello with Bruce.
Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin garage. It must have been a proud father moment yesterday.
It was a super moment. I tell you, it reminded me of the pole lap that I had with the Brown in 2009, because it was a thing that the whole Brazil was pushing him, and I wasn't here because I was racing just in a place 2 hours from here, and I had the TV on in my car before I went out to qualify, And I put the car on pole yesterday with him. What a moment for the family.
Excellent. Double pole the same day. It's pretty tight now for the podium. The car is still in contention. How does it look like?
I think the team is doing a fantastic job. Eduardo is driving superbly. I'm super, super proud. I think they have a shot for the podium, and I hope so.
Okay, fingers crossed for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So yeah, going back to what I was saying with the Gatting 85 Porsche coming into the pits, there was about a 5.2 gap that time to the 87 Lexus, and then by the time all the pit stops cycled through, it was quite interesting to see that the gap grew to about 5 seconds between the 78 Nakayama car, who stayed in the car, to Gatting in the 85 Porsche, and then about 13 or 14 seconds to the lead in GT3. So just quite interesting that these gaps in the pit stop seem to be panning out quite differently between cars. I can only assume that that's to do a little bit with the tyres that they put on, whether they're taking full 4 tyres or whether they're taking 2 tyres. Back to the lead of the race, Nato just working his way through traffic. He's got a really, really comfortable advantage now. The 50 car, 51 car of Ferrari hypercar following 50 car following the 009 Aston. The Ferraris have been fighting the Astons all the way through this race, which just shows you really, and no disrespect to Aston Martin in this, but just shows you really how far the Ferraris have fallen in this race compared to where they were in Le Mans. And as you can see, Johnny, there on the top right-hand side of the fender of the 50 Ferrari, there is a lot of rubber sitting on that top part, and you were talking to me about pickup and what it does.
Yeah.
See all of that rubber, that's rubber that's come off, as much come off the track and been thrown up onto that part of the car rather than rubber that's coming off the tyre itself. And that just shows you how much rubber is out there in terms of what pickup can do in terms of the vibrations that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, some information about Michelin just appearing on the screen in front of us, but incorporates the soft tyre, which isn't even being used this weekend. You can use medium and hard. Most teams using the medium rubber, and we thankfully haven't needed any wet weather tyres to this point. But yeah, there's no way of knowing whether that's rubber from the Ferrari tyres. I think I agree with you, it's much more likely to have come from the marbles that are scattered generally off the racing line, but that tyre is... the excess tyre tends to be picked up through the corners and then flung off on the straights. And I remember in the days when we used to go to China, to Shanghai for a World Endurance Championship race, and all the straight was completely covered in
it's like a ribbon.
Chunks.
Well, you see it at Le Mans even, it's like a little ribbon of track through a sea of rubber. And one thing with the rubber build-up on that, and they used to have louvers within the wheel arches. They've allowed you to have open wheel arches so the rubber can really get thrown free, but you can have a situation where that rubber falls down.
Okay, so from Jenson, need to manage both left-hand side tires. Biggest place is turn 6, 7, and traction.
Getting a bit of radio there for Bourdais. Information, feedback from Jenson Button, who was obviously in the car before him in the 38 Hertz Team Jota car, giving him a bit of input as to where he seemed it was best to look after the tyres.
And interestingly, those were the right-handers he was talking about. So Ferragura... No,
he said left tyres, yeah.
Left tyres, but through 6 and 7, which are the right-hand corners.
That's why, because he's looking after left-handers through those. Yeah. So interesting that they were looking after the left-hand side, but I guess if you're replacing right-hand tyres only at stops, which they are doing on occasion, then even more reason, if you're double stinting your left-hand tyres, that's another reason why you need to be looking after your left-hand tyres.
And that goes the same way in a clockwise circuit. You know, it's always the left-handers in a clockwise circuit which are the most vulnerable for... If you're replenishing the left side tyres more often, as you would do around a clockwise circuit, you've got to take it easy on the right.
And the nature of those corners as well is where you're carrying speed in, you're carrying momentum into the corners, you're braking and turning in, so you're turning the steering wheel as you apply the brakes and loading up the front tyre, as we mentioned at the top of the programme, Johnny. And that's where you're going to be really, if you overdrive the entry to the corner, really overstressing that tyre. And that's what he's talking about. You can actually drive the thing quite smoothly, a little bit shallower steering angle, and not turn and brake into the corner quite as much. And lose maybe a few little tenths, but end up still really looking after that tyre. It's amazing, actually, sometimes how close to the ultimate pace you can drive sometimes when you're actually able to still look after the tyres quite effectively just by driving it a little bit more smoothly, but still maintaining.
There's another kite on the track, potentially, on the main straight this time. And yes, indeed, just before the first corner at the 50-metre marker, another kite has been found. This is not a bird of prey, but a literal flying kite. So it's not on the racing line, but nevertheless...
Shouldn't be too long a full course yellow for this. I'm surprised that... I suppose that could have got picked up.
Labelled as debris.
It's not exactly solid, is it? I mean, I guess that could twist around something and cause a problem. I mean, it's not exactly dangerous, but it could cause a problem if it got in a brake duct and you got overheating or something like that, I guess. So, yeah. Seems a bit innocuous, though, doesn't it, for a little kite?
Yeah,
to have a full course
especially
yellow.
because there've now been 2 full course yellows for the same reason, not the same kite, I hasten to add. Because
full course yellows don't really change a lot unless you're in a pit window where you can pit under full course yellow and gain because of that. But full safety car,
you can't pit under a full course yellow these days in the World Endurance Championship. You're locked out of the pits.
Oh well, in that case, it's absolutely pointless, which is probably why he throws them so often. But a full safety car, obviously, that can change the whole aspect of the race. Yeah. And the last thing that, for example, the Cadillacs want right now is a full safety car.
Indeed. And we have had those scenarios where safety cars have fallen this deep into a race. This is a different race director, though. Eduardo Freitas is here this weekend, but it does appear that Ramsey Fires is doing most of the major calls. The former director or former race director of the Bahrain International Circuit, and he did such a good job there that he was picked up then by the FIA to look after the WEC races, mainly as a deputy to Portuguese Freitas. But I wonder whether this is an indication that Eduardo Freitas may be thinking about edging away from the scene of motor racing. He's been a Formula One race director in the past as well. It'd be a real sorry day when he does announce his retirement. The Bond-type villain of the voice from the ether. Ramsey Fires.
Easy for you to say.
Yeah, I normally do get it right. Ramsey Fires is the correct order of those names, and we will hear the countdown in a moment.
And again, we're on Rahel Frey, and she is desperately trying to do exactly what she did at the restart to get the Mercedes, and she's right behind Nakayama in the 78 Lexus and desperately trying to do exactly the same. But he was a little bit more aware on the restart when they went green, and then they're back. But she's absolutely on his bumper, so I suspect it won't be long before Michelle Gatting gets in front of to take second position in front of the Lexus.
Yeah, so a little bit of this will be car performance, but most of it down to the driving talent of Michelle Gatting, who in the same movement is overtaken by one of the Cadillacs. So that is the car about to sweep across the line, most likely to be Sebastian Bourdais. Yes, it was. So he's a minute behind the sister car of Norman Nato. Iron Danes Porsche not quite close enough into the Senna S this time.
It's interesting because the lap times, actually, Rahel Frey was actually lapping quicker than Michelle Gatting at the moment. So although Michelle Gatting's caught the Lexus, it looked like Rahel Frey, with the same driver on board the Lexus, let's not forget, seemed to have a bit more legs on the car. I don't know whether the Michelle Gatting didn't take tyres at a stop, but I would have thought driver change would have necessitated that, as the VistaChet Ferrari absolutely kissing the pit wall on the left-hand side all the way down into turn one. Ran a little bit deep. I'd have loved to stay on that shot to see if it actually managed to make that stick, because it went very deep into one, Johnny, because when you go that close to the pit wall, going back to the rubber, you're picking up so much rubbish on your tyres that when you get to the brake zone, it really affects your grip level.
Yeah. If we were in Australia, we'd call that junk on the road, and he ran right through the junk. Alessio Rivera it was, alongside Pedro Ibrahim in the Bend Team WRT, and it does look like the Italian stayed ahead of the Brazilian racer. So Rivera, great car control, but realising that the gap there was being severely compromised by the BMW racer, didn't fold back the mirrors on either side of the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari, but the 21, he certainly had to breathe in, did Rivera, to make that work, and he's now trying to hunt down Lynn Herdenius in the Mercedes, but got about 12 seconds to try and do that. So the pressure's on to threaten this domination of a Codis ASP team Lexus that are running first and second. But again, Yuichi Nakayama under stern pressure from Michelle Gatting. Could an element of Gatting be being a tad slower than Fry, just being that injury that she's trying to be not conscious of, but it'll always be there?
Well, that's what I was wondering. But it'd be interesting to see. Maybe Nakajima took tyres and she didn't. I don't know. So, but certainly she's got quicker pace, but it's a real sort of a 10th here, 2 tenths there, rather than Rahel Frey, who was able to pull him in at 5, 6, 7 tenths a lap at various times.
Yeah, the average lap time for Fry in the previous, well, in her first stint, I reckon was a 136.3, 136.6 in the second stint. That might have been double stinting tyres. So far, it's been a 136.1 on balance for Michelle Gatting, which is slightly quicker.
Look at Nakayama's.
Nakayama, 135.9 from the start of this. What has it been? It's not telling me how many laps he's done, but it's 50 minutes or so.
Well, that can't be right, because he's lapping 2 tenths on average quicker, and she's caught him. So that's not right. So I'm going to disbelieve those figures you just gave me, Johnny.
Fair enough. I don't know whether that's... I mean, has she been catching him?
Yeah, she's definitely caught him from her stint.
Oh, no, in the last 10 laps, but was she catching him from the start, or was the gap opening up? Because I don't know whether the Lexus is better at the start of the stint and then towards the end.
You're looking at the average of the stint, so over the stint, that's the average.
If the Lexus gained time at the start, but now it's coming back again.
No, but she started 5 seconds behind him, and now she's a second behind him. So it doesn't matter if he stretched away to 20 seconds and it came back. Ultimately, over the stint that they've done so far, the average will be quicker.
Garage, you were leading before. We were just talking and said you lose quite a bit of time after the pit stop.
Yeah, it's been good actually. I mean, I think we're a little bit surprised at our pace, to be fair, compared to the rest of the field. We're still racing the Porsches a little bit, but yeah. If we can keep it together, it's definitely a Cadillac day today. And Hertz Team Jota, phenomenal job. It's been a tough weekend for us in terms of finding a balance that works, especially for the 38. Great qualifying yesterday, and to be first and second at the moment is fantastic. You know, I led quite a few laps. We're on a different strategy to the 12 because they're pitting, I think, about 10 laps before us. So it does mean our last refueling will be shorter than the other car, but we seem to have lost kind of 30 seconds since the last pit stop, and I don't know what happened, whether it was a slow stop or something. But yeah, we're still okay. But it's a pleasure to drive the car around here. You know, it's the most I've enjoyed the car this year, and lovely to be fighting, at the front.
Yeah, you had a good stint, and also possibly the two cars are going to be quite close together at the end.
Yeah, maybe. I think they've put out a bit too much of an advantage right now, but. You know what, a win would obviously be amazing, but after the year we've had so far, I think if we're able to be on the podium, that's an extraordinary race for us, and I'd be very, very happy. It'll actually, if it did happen, it would be my first podium in WEC, so it's been a while. So, no. Anyway, there's a long way to go, an hour and a half, a lot can happen, good and bad, but we've got Seb in the car. He knows what he's doing, and last year it's just lovely to be back here in Interlagos. So many great memories, and hopefully we can make some more today.
Good luck, and we all hope you're at that podium.
Cheers, thank you.
Well, looking back at the figures of 2009, not actually for Jensen when he won the title with Braun GP, but for his co-driver, who was Rubens Barrichello that year, and Rubens was on pole in 2009 here in Interlagos. Couldn't convert it into, I don't think he converted it into a podium. He's only ever had one podium, Rubens Barrichello, here. What I didn't check was Jensen's result. He may well have won that race in 2009.
Yeah, I think he did. If it was early on in the year, he definitely did.
He was winning many races in his title season.
In his title season, this was the last race of the season.
I have a feeling it was late on, yeah.
And he didn't. He finished like 5th or 6th or something like that.
Okay.
But I'm quite pleased the fact that Jensen's confused as to why these gaps go out in the pit stops, and suddenly you come into the pits and you're 11 seconds, you go back out, you're 33 seconds, and I'm glad that he's confused as well, because that's really confused me. And the gap he was saying is 30 seconds. Actually, the gap between first and second now is 52 seconds.
It's all good. Track temp is falling quite quickly now.
So Brendan Hartley's engineer in the number 8 Toyota just giving him a bit of encouragement, because he's under a lot of pressure from the Ferrari hypercar behind him, which is Antonio Fuoco in the car in the number 50. fighting and battling at this point for 15th and 14th position. But going back to what Jensen was saying, it's a 52-second gap now, Johnny. So that's colossal if you think that a lap is 126, 125 average. So you're getting up there for almost to the point where the lead car is going to put a lap on the whole field. So it's even with a shorter fuel stop, and he said they're off strategy. They're not really off strategy. It's a 10-minute difference, so it's about 6 laps. Not a big enough difference on fuel for that to make more than a couple of seconds difference, 3 or 4 maximum. In fact, that's way too much. So I suspect that he's trying to put a positive spin on it, and I think a podium will be fantastic for that crew, given that they've struggled this year with reliability and other issues. So I think a 1-2. I don't think Sam Hignett at Hertz Team Jota will really care which order it's in. If he gets a 1-2, he'll be delighted, as will everyone involved with the team, David Clark, everybody, and well deserved it will be.
Quite right too. It'll be the best result of either of the Cadillacs this year. In fact, well, for the crew currently in second, they would love just a podium finish because they've been a good way away from that for most of the season. The best result to date for the Nato, Stevens and Lynn combination was at Le Mans, which was a 4th place finish when you take away the non-WEC regulars and account for that removal of one of the Ferraris because of the rear wing issue. Down the inside, speaking of Ferrari, goes on the Toyota, and that was on the 14th place, car number 8. So it was Antonio Fuoco attempting an overtake. Contact just about avoided, but the Ferrari didn't get through at the Cedar de Largo, then had to jump to the right to avoid the 81 Corvette from the GT category. Good run.
He actually puts his left wheel just on the grass, and then here what happens is the Corvette actually helps Brendan Hartley because he can go to the right a bit and he can't go to the left of him, so he has to jink out and follow him. Fuoco, he can't go to the left as he would have done if the Corvette hadn't been there with the extra momentum he's got. But Fuoco, one of the quicker hypercar Ferrari boys, looking pretty fired up, and Brendan Hartley clearly in a little bit of trouble with grip levels, as you can see. And sooner or later, I think that you're going to see that this is going to end up with Fuoco literally stuffing it down the inside of Brendan, potentially even coming up now into turn 1. He's getting a real run up the hill all the way through. Brendan's going to defend the inside, I should imagine. No, he doesn't.
Arkiban Kadas, use that name again. Yeah, and down the inside, Fuoco fired up. I see what you did there. I like that.
You like that? Yeah.
Down the inside goes Antonio Fuoco into the Senna S, and will indeed get the place on the Toyota. But both of these cars seem so evenly matched, and in the wrong sense, because they're fighting for positions in the teens.
That was for 14th.
Yeah.
Going back to the start, I tell you, we were talking about a 1-2 for Cadillac, but the Porsche, the number 5 Porsche, which led so much at the start, is now only 11 seconds behind the number 38 Cadillac. So
True.
It's not inconceivable that could end up being a swap of position, but it certainly looks like the first 3 are now on their own on the lead lap. So the first 3, barring anything, will be locked in. If they're barring reliability problems, the first 3 are pretty much locked in now with an hour and 23 minutes left to go on the clock.
Yeah, just need confirmation that it is now three cars, but I think you're spot on right. Yeah, there goes Norman Nato through the second sector ahead of Lawrence Vantor on the equivalent lap through the second sector. He hasn't appeared yet into the braking area for Juncao, so we're down to 3 cars now on the lead lap. And I've just been investigating the 2009 Brazilian Grand Prix. It was won by Mark Webber, Robert Kubica second for BMW, Lewis Hamilton third.
What was he, 5th?
Jensen was 5th.
There you go, great memory.
And Rubens from Pole, also for Brawn, ended up finishing in 8th place, but did get a single point for that. That's when the points went down to just 8th position in 2009. It was an October race, so yeah, right at the end of the season. I know it was the last one. It certainly was in 08. Because remember me talking about the battle between Felipe Massa and Lewis Hamilton? That was the final race of the season, wasn't it? And the crucial overtake on Timo Glock from Lewis Hamilton into the final corner as the rain hit, I think, for the last 2 or 3 laps of that Grand Prix. So many tales to tell around this place. It's still relatively young in the history of the World Endurance Championship, only the 5th meeting of the modern day
but it's
WEC.
an iconic track. The history, the motorsport history of this track is right up there with some of the greatest in the world, definitely.
Yeah. It came into being, was it in the 60s? No, earlier than that. But it opened in 1940.
Yeah.
So
I remember the days in the 80s, Senna and the McLaren.
Yeah.
You know, getting sort of not being able to lift the trophy at the end of the race because he had all sorts of issues in the car, and just fantastic history. Certainly for me personally, growing up in the 80s, watching racing, I can remember the Brazilian races is right up there.
Do you remember it as one of the opening races? Historically,
well,
in the Grand Prix season,
it did both, didn't it?
Yeah,
It seems to
but it depends what era you come from. You see.
But I remember it being at the beginning, and I also remember it being at the end.
Right.
So, but I don't remember. And then it went for a while where it was the final race, wasn't it? As in 08.
Yes.
And in 09.
I think in 09, yeah.
Yeah, it definitely was, because Jensen won the championship here. Because I remember he qualified really badly, and then he ended up having a really strong race. And Barrichello qualified really poorly, really well, and ended up having a terrible race.
Mm. Well, Barrichello's managed, I think it was 3 poles in Formula One here. Never managed to win a Grand Prix, but did get a podium in 2004. Rubens Barrichello for Ferrari. I think it was in those days. But
new tyres going on the BMW there.
So that was the 46 BMW getting a fresh set of boots. Charlie East was just pitted from what was the lead in LMGT3, but that's only because of the pit stop cycle. So the 81 car slightly off strategy. Michelle Gatting coming in as well. Now she was chasing the Lexus, of course. So
he's got.
How did Charlie Eastwood get to ahead of Michelle Gatting? Now struggling to work out.
Oh, I think it's pit stops.
Yeah, maybe.
So there's an hour and 20 left to go.
Yes.
So he can't get to the end on this tank of fuel. So
that's correct.
They're going to be doing not exactly a splash, but they're going to be doing a fuel, aren't they? Towards the end, they're going to have to be doing a little bit of a 15-20 minute stop, because the GT3s are doing what, an hour?
GT3s are doing, well, let's just take an example of the 87 Lexus. It's done 55 minutes, so not quite an hour, an awkward number.
So they'll have to stop. So they're going to have a half tank. So it'll be interesting to see if they stretch it all the way to the end, or whether as soon as there's half an hour to go, they'll come in and do that splash early.
That Lexus stint, which was just shy of an hour, was also with at least one lap of full course yellow in it as well, which incidentally, I think the full course yellow numbers totally messed up the average times that I was reeling off to you, and you went, I don't believe any of that, because Lexus was being caught by a Porsche.
Yeah.
But I suppose, depending on where the full course yellow is being encountered, you might be in a slow speed, you might be in a high speed, and therefore it's theoretically meant to balance things out.
But they would take those out of the average lap times anyway. They take those laps out.
I'm not sure they do on the system I'm using, unfortunately.
Well,
but maybe that's a recommendation for next year. I'll try and put that forward.
If you're going to look at just green lap average, you can't have yellow in it. That's why it's called green lap average.
Yeah, fair point.
Sorry,
I'll pass it. No, it's not my system, but I will pass it on, because the people that put this together are very receptive to fine tunings for the future. So I'll put that on the list. Together, the 77 Ford Mustang and one of the 2 nearly identical McLarens, which from a drone shot is difficult to work out, but I can look at another screen from the same system. That bit's a bit more reliable. It's the 95 car of Marino Sato that has come in, along with Ben Barker in the 77 Ford Mustang. That leaves Jose Maria Lopez out front. 5 pit stops for that Lexus.
This must be tyres. Charlie must have not taken tyres at the last stop, because you're exactly right, he has, even though Gatting has definitely lost time in that, because she's dropped behind the 78 Lexus, well behind. She's at the moment showing in 8th, but I suspect that when the pit stop cycle through in LMGT3, that will move up slightly. But Lopez still leading.
There was a drive-through. We've missed a drive-through for the Iron Dames Porsche. Now, what was that for? And it was a full course yellow procedure issue for the 85 Porsche. That's what's put it behind the Corvette. So a drive-through penalty.
So do you think, what time was that? Was that
10 minutes ago.
Oh, so it wasn't the Rahel Frey one. It must have been her when she did the restart.
Well, sorry, the drive-through was served 10 minutes ago. It was assessed to Gatting under investigation full course yellow procedures. Now, what I don't know is who. It might be 85 Gatting as they're assessing it, but that doesn't tell me whether it was Rahel Frey or Gatting in the car during the actual offence. But either way,
but we were on board. We were on board, and she didn't accelerate until it went green. So it can't be the Rahel Frey one. When.
Oh yeah. When you said she's anticipating a good restart here, and she got ahead of
the Mercedes.
Was that Martin Berry?
Yeah, in the Mercedes, the 61, I think it was.
Yes. Well, apologies, because it may well have been shown on some screens, but we missed it at the time. By the way, Ben Barker got away from the Marino Sato-driven McLaren, although the McLaren wasn't able to access the fast lane until a bit further down. He might have had to just briefly get off the throttle so he could tuck in behind the Ford. Element of a little bit of an early release from the United Autosports car, but all's well that ends well, I suppose. But yeah, 10 or so minutes ago, the 85 car coming down pit lane, which put it behind the Charlie Eastwood Corvette, and that extra stop, a drive-through, has been very, very costly. It's now in 6th place, the Danes Porsche.
But the Charlie Eastwood pitted and didn't take tyres, I'm sure of it, because he's now closed the gap to Lopez, who's gone back into the 87 car, and he's only 7.5 seconds behind, and he's now 25 seconds ahead of the sister Lexus in 78 car. So the only way you could make that kind of jump is to save 15 seconds.
Let's go to TF.
Corvette currently second. So the strategy has played pretty well for you guys. You're now splitting the two Lexus. Can you give us a little bit more of a reading of what's happening?
Yeah, for the moment it's looking good. I think, as you said, we are P2, 6 or 7 seconds behind the leader. We should have a slightly fuel advantage in the end. So we will see, because Lexus is very strong in the first stint with no tires. So let's see, we are quite strong in second stint. So if everything goes well, a podium should be able, and maybe a win, let's see.
Okay, let's be positive. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just looking at the pit stop times for the 81 TF Sport Corvette of Charlie Eastwood, he spent 56 seconds there or thereabouts in the pit lane, so there's no way you can change any tyres in that amount of time. That's fuel only for Eastwood. However, drama for the 77 Ben Barker Ford.
It looks like the muffler of the exhaust is cracked or whatever, so we want to be sure to avoid having a bigger issue.
So that's an exhaust-related issue. Muffler may be damaged, and the car's having to come in to assess it. Ben Tuck comes out from the back of the hospitality going, what's going on? Why is the car in the garage? But
that was such a shame, because he'd just done that really nice move coming out of the pits, hadn't he, and gained a place on the McLaren.
Yeah, and they were neck and neck for a brief time. Marino Sato was in a disadvantage. He was half a car length behind, so had to concede at the end of pit lane. So you wanted me to check the 81 Corvette. That's a 56-second stop. The 87 Lexus was on your list.
Yeah.
1 minute 18.
That's new tyres.
That suggests tyres all round. 78 Lexus, 50 seconds.
So they didn't take tyres either.
That was 15 minutes ago, that pit
so
stop,
that
but they didn't take tyres either.
That puts Charlie in a net second, definitely, then. And he should be able to stretch, because he's the advantage over third place as well. Radio with Marco Sorensen.
Excellent job, Marco. Excellent job. We have 11 laps to go and we are going to fight with Ferrari 50, and both Toyotas towards the end of the race. Good job so far. Good job. Keep pushing.
So to sum up what's going on in GT,
that's an engineer, by the way. That's exactly
giving
what
advice
a
to
driver.
Sorensen.
That's exactly what an engineer needs to. That's exactly what Marco will want to hear. He's fired up anyway. He's got an engineer. You almost feel like it's the two of you. You know, you feel like there's a pairing of you. I know. Just going for it and giving you some incentive, whether it's true or not that they're going to be fighting with Toyota and Ferrari at the end. I have no idea. But certainly, based on what Marco's done earlier on in the race, you wouldn't doubt it, would you?
Very efficiently delivered as well. Fewest words possible, but in a kind of measured style and an excitable style as well, to give Marco Sorensen the impetus, not that he needs it, but to be able to, for Aston Martin in this brand new car to fight with the established names is fuel for the belly, for sure. First, second, third in GTs. So it's the leading car that could afford a full set of tyres. The chasing cars that obviously have to cut a few corners now in terms of tyre performance in an effort to get road position versus that 87 Lexus. So TF Sport Corvette up to second place, but how long will that hard tyre last? I suppose the advantage is they're running the hard Goodyear tyre, so there's a bit more meat on it potentially than the medium.
But the Lexus behind didn't take tyres either.
Correct.
So that's what I'm saying. So really,
so it's the chasing cars.
He can focus on front of him, Charlie, rather than worry about what's behind him, hopefully.
Okay, yes. But that is the 78's crew in their attempt to... Well, which stop happened first? Was it the Corvette or the Lexus? Because that might have be a bit of call and response. The Lexus crew saw that Corvette didn't change tyres, so they've got little choice but to do the same, to try and re-establish that 1-2.
No, I think they pitted before.
Do you? Okay.
Well, you can check.
I know I can check, but that's going to take an effort.
That's no fun.
Okay, right, so let's just work out how I can do this, because it's down to the timing that they came in. Make sure we're not missing anything in the real-time action. The 009 heading into the left-hander at Descida do Largo. So 78 car came in at 1 minute past 4 and 6 seconds. The Corvette... Oh, at 10 past 4, so a good chunk afterwards, almost 10 minutes later.
So you don't need beauty, you got me.
There you go, you remember everything.
I don't know about that.
Well, as long as it's happened in the last 6 hours, your memory's terrific.
Normally tyre structure, unless you have a situation like Will Stevens with the problem that they had with pressures and the infringement, normally you'll pretty much, barring punctures, stick to your tyre strategy through the race. Yeah. So it would have been decided when, for example, I assume Charlie will not go out to the end because he's only an hour. He was when he put those tyres on. They might put tyres on him in the last stint, but they could put tyres on. They could short stint this one because he's going to need to do a half an hour splash, bring him in half an hour, and when there's, well, less than that, when there's 50 minutes left of the race, they could bring him in and put new tyres on if they haven't already used their allocation, and then that would be a really good stint to the end. I guarantee that the 87 of Lopez will go to the end now on the new tyres that they put on, or the newer tyres if they weren't new. Whether the 78 car will, because they pitted quite a lot, 10 minutes before, so they could put new tyres on to the end as well. But they're kind of on the hour stint, whereas Charlie's kind of half an hour short. So, as his teammate alluded to, they're going to be short fueling at one point, and that's going to gain them 3, 4, 5 seconds. And in that particular instance, unlike the overall lead, that could be really useful to Charlie in the fight for the LMGT3 win. So Corvette very much bring themselves back into the mix for this race.
I mean, 10 past 4, we're working towards a 5:30 finish. So he's going to be next stopping about 5:05 maybe. So you're talking about roughly half an hour to get to the finish for Eastwood's Corvette.
He'll have 25 minutes, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So he has to stop again, obviously, as they all do.
Yes.
But my point being, they've stretched it in the Corvette. So that opens up a little bit more strategy, that they've got a bit bigger window how they can play that strategy.
And a shorter final stop, because there's less fuel that needs to go in.
Put less fuel in. Mm-hmm. So do they go all the way and have a real short fuel at the end? Or do they pit, put new tyres on when there's 50 minutes left?
Yes.
And then go to
get it out of the way, just in case there's a late safety car or something.
Yes. Well, if it was a late safety car, then they're really in trouble. But if it's a full course of yellow and they stretch it and go further and they get a full course of yellow, no, you said they can't pit under full course of yellow.
No.
So really, they need to pit when they can get to the end and put tyres on.
But if you've got your pit stop out of the way as early as possible, so let's say the tank can do a 50-minute stint and you pit with 50 minutes to go, and then there's a safety car after that, you're in a good position, aren't you? Because everyone else potentially still got to make their stop. And you've already fueled up, so you're closest to the safety car once all the cars in front of you have to dive left.
Yeah, but they can pit before, if it goes full course, if it goes...
So we need to carry more speed T8 and T12 entry and be less aggressive on throttle, turn 6.
I mean, I don't think that's Alessandro Pierguidi, by the way, on the team radio, or more specifically his engineer, indeed.
I hate this engineer driving, saying to the drivers, I really detest it. I couldn't believe it when I heard Lando Norris, his engineer, sort of coaching him on the road. I mean, tell them, you know, where you're losing time. Say, you know, you're maybe losing, you're quick everywhere, but you need to focus on Maggotts and Beckett's or wherever. That's fine. I remember it was very funny. I found because his engineer said to him, Oscar Piastri's quicker than you in the fast corners, but that doesn't really help. And Lando was like, well, which corners? You know, so, but it just never ceases to amaze me, even at that level. Sometimes how the sort of generalizations that go on. But yeah, when I think
all engineers want to be racing drivers, basically?
I think quite a lot of engineers are frustrated racing drivers, certainly in my experience. But certainly maybe telling him to be a little bit more careful on the throttle coming out of a turn 8 or wherever it was is useful information, because they can see that you're overheating the rear tyres. But telling him you need to carry more speed somewhere, I mean, he should be doing that anyway, I would have thought.
Unless you're being told to run to a delta for the fuel burn and the tyre burn, and now all of a sudden that's the strangulation being released slightly to say, okay, we'll give you a bit more flexibility in those sort of areas. It may not have been communicated that well, and we didn't hear Pierguidi's response either, but he's a nice chap, so maybe just took the advice. All right, fine.
I suspect the fact that it was silent says it all.
Well, it was, yeah. I wasn't going to mention that, but yeah, agreed. The 61 Mercedes of Lynn Hedanius is now under investigation. That's also a potential full course yellow procedure infringement. So going into or coming out of the full course yellow is generally where that happens, not always. Still about 50-odd seconds, the difference between Norman Natto's Cadillac that leads the Rolex 6 Hours of Sao Paulo and the second place Sebastian Bourdais-driven car. Lap 199 is being worked by the Frenchman, by the Norman Natto Frenchman. They're both of that part of the world. Sebastian Bourdais, born and bred in Le Mans.
Gap's come down to the Porsche behind him to 8.3 seconds. So Porsche's still chasing him down and is coming, but I don't know if they're going to have enough time. It might pan out in the pit stops, but I think he's pretty much, Johnny, isn't he, on pretty much an identical pit stop strategy to the number 5 Porsche. The gap to the lead car from Sebastian Bourdais is still at 52 seconds, so it hasn't been stretched out by to Norman Nato, or by Norman Nato, but it's not come down either, so that's a really healthy gap to have with an hour left in the race to go. A 52-second lead, that's comfortable.
And you are right, yeah, 35 laps for both the first and the third placed cars, so the 12 Cadillac and the 5 Porsche, both pitted 35 laps ago, and therefore just after 3:30 Sao Paulo afternoon. We began in the morning at 11:30, so a reasonable time to go motor racing. Sometimes these races are arranged to be starting mid-afternoon and then running into later evening. We have had to have time bolted onto races in the near past as well in the World Endurance Championship. Think about Spa, was that last year when Earl Bamber had a huge crash on the Kemmel Straight and it took several hours to repair the barrier damage, so that meant we were racing at Spa until 8 o'clock on the Saturday night, much later than planned, but all going okay at this point. We've had full course yellows to this stage. Anything more intrusive will really have a say on the result depending on where everybody is in their strategy. But it's the 38 car which has pitted much more recently. Was there a bit of wheel arch to wheel arch between the 33 Corvette and the McLaren? By the way, the McLarens do have different coloured door mirrors, I beg your pardon. I was suggesting that they have identical livery, but that was the 95 car being overtaken by the 33 Corvette. And a tidy little overtake in the end, down to a bit of car position as well from Johnny Edgar, who pulls the move on Japanese racer Marino Sato. That was for 8th place in the GT category. I'm just going to find if it's been submitted now, the document about car 85, because I'm still interested in precisely when that full course yellow infringement happened. And it was at 4 minutes to 4, so it's quite fresh, actually. And, yeah, it is Michelle Gatting, so nothing to do with Rahel Frey.
Yeah, well, we were on board with that, so I couldn't see anything wrong with that. But I didn't see, we caught the end of the Michelle Gatting restart, so I couldn't see what she might have done there.
Yeah, they were very quick to turn that around.
She did seem very, very close to him, to be fair, when it went green, considering she was 2 or 3 seconds behind when it went full course yellow, and then she was kind of on his bumper. So maybe she was just a bit too quick to get too close to him before the restart. And obviously, the whole point of a full course yellow is that if you're a second behind the car in front when you go full course yellow, you should start again a second behind the car in front. Now that distance might change in terms of the distance, in terms of where you're on the track,
yes,
but the time shouldn't.
Yes. Well, there's nothing wrong with the eagerness of that broken foot, certainly. In fact, it was a bit too eager on that occasion.
Clearly. I think she might have seen what Rahel Frey did and maybe thought she'd try and emulate it.
Yeah. Oh, well. One drive through is the result, and tumbling from second and potentially a race win for the Iron Dames back to 6th position. That leaves... It's been damaging, hasn't it? This late on in the race as well.
She's just behind... I think she's just behind the McLaren, but I think then there's a 15-second gap. And a drive-through, what do you think that is, 25 seconds?
It's 24 seconds from point to point.
But then you've got to come out and go round.
Exactly. So I think you suggested it was about 25, 26 when everything shakes out. Because you've got to slow down for the pit lane, speed back up again.
So if you look at 25 seconds on there and work out where she would be.
Okay. I mean, that's tough because not all the cars are on the same lap. We can do that whilst we have another look at an hourly update because it's 4:30.
The FIA World Endurance Championship.
The hourly update.
Always a nice little psychological hurdle leapt when the first 2 digits of the time to go disappear. It now reads 59 minutes and 33 seconds of the Rolex 6 Hours of Sao Paulo. Live here from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Cadillac Hertz Team Jota 1-2 on lap 203 for Norman Nato. In car number 12, his Cadillac V-Series R leads the motor race by 53 and a bit seconds over Sebastian Bourdais' chasing, in inverted commas, Cadillac. He's just keeping things solid and managing the gap back to the Julian Andlau Porsche. But that is coming down. It was lessened by 0.2 of a second in the last lap alone. And certainly the Frenchman's going to have to be wary about how close that number 5 Porsche is going to get in this final hour. 6.7 seconds the current gap from Bourdais back to the Porsche Penske Motorsport car number 5. The 6 car from the same outfit, driven by Laurens Vanthoor, had to deal with that extra 5 seconds during one of the pit stops because of a pit stop infringement, but that's not been too damaging. Actually, that Porsche had already fallen off the lead lap when that was assessed, I believe. So just the 3 cars on the lead lap. And behind the Laurens Vanthoor Porsche is Loic Duval's Peugeot. We've actually got Peugeot still 5th and 6th places. Loic Duval making a stop. Is that to hand back over to Malte Jakobsen? Possibly so, although, you know, there's always the chance of a little upset when you do a late driver change with a twisted belt and whatnot. Shouldn't take too much longer on the pit stop, in fairness, unless they are also changing tyres. That's the 94 car. 6th place is the 93 of Mikkel Jensen, and the gap between the Peugeots is just less than 5 seconds. 7th place for the Sheldon van der Linde BMW, car number 20. Then it's Ye Yifei in the Le Mans winning AF Corsa Ferrari number 83 running 8th. That's also going to dive to the pits. Alessandro Pierguidi's number 51 Ferrari is in 9th place ahead of Nicolas Verone's driven Proton Competition Porsche, which is the number 99 privately entered car. LMGT3 is led by Lexus, car number 87 for Jose Maria Lopez, the Argentinian Platinum racer and multiple World Touring Car champion. Then it's Charlie Eastwood managing to leapfrog the second of the Lexus during the last pit stop phase. They didn't do tyres on the 81 Corvette, and that's given it greater track position. Still trying to get a gap between Eastwood and Finn Gersitz. It appears substantial in certain phases. I think it's about a sector worth, but obviously the sectors are of different lengths around the Interlagos circuit. Finn Gare sits down into third position, therefore, in the number 78 car, but that Lexus didn't do tyres on the previous stop either. Valentin Hasklow in the Aston Martin, number 10, from the pole position, now finds itself in fourth spot. Gregoire Sauce in the United Autosports McLaren is in fifth, number 59. Michel Gatting's number 85 Iron Dames Porsche was fighting for the race win and was up as high as second place. Actually led the class when the Lexus both pitted, but Michel Gattings had to take a drive-through in the last few moments after a full-course yellow indiscretion just before the last clock hour. Gregoire Sauce in sixth place, so that's been a bit of a shuffle, actually. Gattings just got ahead of Sauce, I reckon. Ricard Leitz in the number 92 Manthey First Form Porsche is in seventh. Johnny Edgar in the 33 Corvette is in eighth, ahead of Marino Sato, fading a little in the 95 United Autosports McLaren. And finally, to complete the 10, Valentino Rossi's BMW number 46 from WRT.
Keeping you up to date. The Hourly Update.
The FIA World Endurance Championship. The track temperature on Radio Le Mans with Mobil 1.
And the current Mobil 1 track temperature is 25 degrees Celsius.
Mobil Box is the new Mobil 1 smart packaging solution for workshops that ticks every box.
Less than an hour to go. Cadillac on the edge of a very good result and coming in for their final stops now as well. So a bit of pressure on for the crew looking after car 12. Race leader Norman Nato in first, as is so often the privilege of the race leader. I can't think that they're going to be thinking about a driver change here because they've been double stinting their drivers throughout. So Nato in for the finish.
Yeah, and also if they get this clean, he shouldn't even lose the lead because he had a 55-second advantage. He had actually stretched it out a little bit, 2 or 3 seconds in the last 2 or 3 laps with traffic, and the conversely third place to second place gap, so 38 Cadillac down to the number 5 Penske Porsche, Johnny, has gone to 6.6 seconds now. So there is actually a real battle on here between Sebastian Bourdais and the 38 Cadillac, and Julian Andlauer back on again in the number 5. And this goes back to what I was saying to you before about 2 drivers instead of 3 drivers. So Sebastian Bourdais' pace, because you get in, no matter how good a driver you are, and he was a fine racing driver, you get out there, when you get back in after having done a good stint like Julian Andlauer, you're in tune, you're fired up, you've got the rhythm of the track, and it really does help. Even the drivers at this level, it really does help to just eke a little bit more out of the car the second time around, and you've worked out what you need to do. So I've got a funny feeling that the second place is going to be a real battle to the end as that number 5 Porsche comes into the pits. Again, Andlauer will stay in the car, change the water bottle, give him another drink, keep him fresh.
Yeah. And what I didn't realise at the time for Robert Kubica in that incredible stint in the closing stages, his water bottle had broken. So in that final 4 hours, I don't know when the drink ran out, but he was having to do it on the fumes, if you like, from a bodily perspective. Would have loved a slug of the H2O, but it just wasn't available, and they didn't want to try and assess that and fix it during those all-important pit stops.
Looks like the Porsche's going to take 2
left
tyres
side,
only.
Right side tyres, I should say.
Yeah, I would say it looks like it's going to be right side only. You know, again, yeah, right
side
only. Yeah, I don't think they're taking left.
They look to be used already, although possibly only scrubbed in qualifying, but actually you don't get the chance to scrub tyres in free practice anymore.
So when you go out with a car like this, Johnny, sorry to interrupt, but it's really, really weird because you've got hot on one side and cold on the other, and it really is, it feels like the car's almost broken sometimes for a lap. Well, not a lap, half a lap, a few corners, and then they start coming in.
But predominantly around this track, it's the right side that you're leaning on. You're looking for the most amount of grip, and that's where all the cold tyres are. Here comes the now race leader.
This is what I was talking about. They weren't on the same strategy, but they're now coming in almost identical because they know they can get to the end. So they don't want to get caught out by a safety car or something like that, like I was mentioning to you earlier. So as soon as you can make it to the end, you pit and go for it. So it'd be interesting to see if Charlie Eastwood in the 81 Corvette in the LMGT3 class, if they do a similar thing. And obviously, at that point, they'll take full fuel to the end.
So that has, on the face of things, appeared to be a shorter stint. It was a shorter stint at 31 laps, was it, for the 38 car? Yeah, well, 31 laps.
They'll need less fuel, the 38 now, so this will be a shorter stint, but even though they took to outside tyres as well.
But it aligns the two Cadillacs. So, yeah, coming into that stop, it was a 37-lap stint, I reckon, for Bourdais.
That's what I mean. They brought them back on target, so they're exactly on the same.
So the stints that have just been done, compare them like for like, and the 38's 5 laps shorter because you're now aligning them to the flag.
Yeah, exactly.
And they actually, did they pit a lap apart as things turned out?
Yes, I think they did pit a lap apart.
And they are, no, not quite side by side. Here's Michael Christensen with...
Slow Mercedes.
Is a Mercedes going slow, but here's Christensen.
Of the Porsche number 5, it's going pretty well. Super strong stints from yourself and from Julian since the beginning. How does it look like for the end?
Yeah, Julian did a great start of the race and pulled away. Okay, the caddies are very fast, so in the end had to give up the first position. But yeah, we're doing our best out there, and I think we have a clean race, smooth race with a good pace. The caddy is strong, so we just have to keep fighting and hope for the best and maybe a little bit of luck.
Okay, good luck for you for the end of the race.
Thank you.
Michael Christensen chatting to Bruce Giuani there from the number 5 crew. You mentioned the slow Mercedes, Johnny Molam, going into that interview, and it looks like a puncture on the right-hand side. Most likely, perhaps, to be the rear right that has gone down on that. That's the Linda Dania's car, isn't it, that had been going so well to this point for the young Dutchman. Car 61, and Maxime Martin back into it now. 60 being driven by Lorcan Hannafin, by the way. The two Mercedes are running in 13th and 16th, respectively. Here comes the number 6 Porsche, Lawrence Vantor, which briefly got ahead then into 3rd position of Julian Andlauer, but that will now be righted as Andlauer crosses the line. The gap is 44 seconds. That's because of the shorter stop for Sébastien Bourdais, because less energy needed to go in. And did they do tyres on Bourdais' car?
Yes, they did.
Okay.
So they both took outside. So that's 8 seconds gained just on fuel.
Yeah.
Well, a little bit less, 6 seconds. But that's interesting that that's all it really came down to. 5 laps of fuel, 6 seconds.
Yeah, incredible. I don't know whether the timing screen needs to just settle down a little bit because tyre temperatures will be taking a while, but I think that's a real gap, actually.
I would expect that. No, it definitely is. It definitely is. I mean, he had 52 seconds coming in. NATO in the 12 car had 52 seconds over the 38 sister Cadillac, so that works out about right, give or take a second. You've got to allow for outlaps, cold tyres, so it's always going to be a slightly slower outlap, which is going to also reduce the gap. But then when the car that follows is pitted and he's on his outlap, then you gain that second or 2 seconds back again because you're up to speed because you've got the tyres up to temperature. So it ebbs and flows a little bit, but that's about right. I think the real gap that we need to look at now is the gap to the number 5 Porsche, which seems to be about 8.3. So if anything, and that they did everything exactly the same. So actually, Team Jota there gained about 1.4 seconds just in having a faster pit stop, and I think that was just in general a faster pit stop.
Yeah. So 8 seconds is the likely margin to condense now over the final 48 minutes or so. Bourdais to Andlauer. Sheldon van der Linde enjoying a short spell in 4th position in the number 20 BMW. And that car, well, just check when that car's next due in. It's on 37 laps. Are they, with the hope of trying to sneak onto the podium, looking to actually run that as long as possible, if there's any advantage in that at all? Waiting for a late caution, perhaps. I don't know.
I'm just really intrigued to see going to the LMGT3 class. There's been a great battle going on there. I've just been really intriguing to see now. I believe that Charlie has pitted, Charlie Eastwood, in the 81 car.
Yes, just now.
He has come in just now. Obviously, now he's come in from 2nd place. He's now got a situation where he's dropped down to 8th place, but all of the cars in front of him have to pit before the end of the race, and probably they will also come in shortly, even though they could go a bit longer. but he's chosen to do exactly like the 38 Team Hertz Jota did and come in now that he can go to the end. So it'd be interesting that all that pans out. He'll be back into second position. It'll be good. Give me his pit stop time, Johnny, and let's see if we can make whether it was a 50 or.
We're talking about Eastwood now.
A number 81 Corvette.
81 Corvette, yeah.
Because it'd be interesting to know what tyres he's got to the end. I suspect it'll be a faster stop, slower stop, so he would have taken tyres.
A minute and 13. So
yeah, so
that's going to be two tyres probably.
Yeah, at least two. So he'll have some good rubber to the end of the race, and should be in a net second when all of the other pit stops pan out in front of him. So he's still in with the fight for the victory in the LMGT3 class, I think. Yeah, the overall victory, I think, here is done and dusted.
For Cadillac.
Yeah. In terms of the win.
Second play is more difficult, as you've been suggesting for a little while now, because Julian Andlauer...
Hang on.
This is from earlier on, remember?
Sorry, I'm getting a bit overexcited then. I was just watching something and thinking, the Porsche has just taken second place off of
No, the FX you can hear in the background is all encapsulated in a, to this point, package of action. But the race continues on in the background. Another pit stop for Alessandro Pierguidi, by the way. That 51 car has just come in from 10th position to do its final stop, so 45 minutes from the end. Good pace from Mattia Drudi. In fact, from a lot of the gold and platinums in the GT division. Unfortunately for Drudi, in car 27, he's down in 14th place, but he has just done that car's best lap of the race. The 31 BMW from the Bend, Team WRT, in its special Brazilian colours of yellow and green this weekend. And Augusto Farfus, 20-plus years in motorsport now, and many of those years associated with the BMW brand. He's just done the fastest lap for that particular car, a 1:36.0, but it's looking like not much better than 10th at this stage for Augusto Farfus. Depending on just how many more pit stops have to take place in the LMGT3s, but you would imagine, now that we're well into the fuel window to the flag, that most of them will want to get that pit stop out of the way as early as possible. Michelle Gatting hasn't yet made her final stop, I'm going to say.
No, none of them have. The only ones that have made the final stop, the only person is 81. The 81 car. Well, of the top six. So Charlie Eastwood was running second in the 81 car. He's dropped to...
He has to seventh. Yes.
Everyone in front of him has yet to stop.
But how has Michelle Gatting got up to second place again, despite that?
Because she's yet to stop.
Well, yeah, but if nobody else has stopped ahead of her, she was something like sixth.
Where's the 78 car? So that's also stopped.
Right.
Okay.
So Gersitz has come in.
Yeah.
And Eastwood's come in.
So everyone in front of Eastwood is yet to stop.
Everyone in front of Eastwood, you reckon? So Rossi in the BMW. Eduardo Barrichello in the number 10 car has just done the best GT lap of the race so far. So that just shows you how grippy the track is now. Remember, it was resurfaced at the back end of last year. They did a bit of touching up at the start of this calendar year. And a lot of drivers have said that the grip levels weren't necessarily as high as they were expecting, but it's much more consistent now all the way around the 4.3 kilometres. And Eduardo Barrichello showing that yesterday's qualifying performance was not just a glitch, if you like, or a special moment. He can repeat it at will. And a 1:34.7 might just be the first of a few killer laps from the GT division.
As the sun's beginning to set now in the beautiful landscape of Brazil. And that, as we were talking about earlier on, Johnny, with the getting the clean windscreen, maybe using a tear-off at this point, because when the sun really drops low and starts cutting across the windscreen, if you're driving straight into it, it can really, really glare you out, which is nowadays really good when you've got the smoked visor on your helmet. You can just pull it down and use it as a little sun visor.
Clever stuff. Well, there's going to be a warning flag for Lorcan Hannafin, who is not likely to get a top 10 finish, I'm going to suggest, down in 15th spot, but that's a warning flag about track limits. I'm now interested in precisely what the sunset time is in Sao Paulo at this time of year, bearing in mind they are in their winter, so shorter days. And now I realise why this race finishes at 5:30, because official sunset time is 5:36. So the idea is to run it into the longer shadows of the day. Corvette up against McLaren, 4th and 5th places for Johnny Edgar and Marino Sato. And again, these cars looking to make their final stops of the race yet, but I'll add a few more to the list that have already come in. So Eduardo Barrichello's number 10 Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin has made its final stop. Gregoire Sauce, one side of the United Autosports garage for McLaren, but the sister car still has not, far more focused on trying to take 4th place away from the Corvette of Johnny Edgar. And this is a nice little battle. Should be Edgar in first, and then Sato 4 laps later.
Sato just lost his right front dive plane as he tried to go the long way around on the Corvette. So I think it was through 7, and lost his upper of the 2 dive planes on the right front bumper there, which will lose you some downforce and maybe generate a little bit more of an aero push through some of these longer corners, which can really hurt you at a track like Brazil.
Eduardo Barrichello's just done another fastest lap in the GT part of the field. So 134.7. He shaved a further 2 and a bit tenths off it to get it down to a mid 134.4. And no other immediate concerns regarding race control messages. Go on. Oh, no, I didn't think it was touchscreen. I thought that's a clever laptop, but to have known to suddenly realise that I've got a better one than I thought. Anyway, what are you saying? 6 seconds is the gap between Sebastian Bourdais and Julian Andlauer. So the gap's coming down as we suggested. No issues at the head of the order, though, for Norman Nato in car number 12. Still 50 seconds clear. From a visibility perspective, there are certain parts of the racetrack that are becoming more tricky than others. You do head into the shade at Ferradura and the Curva do Laranjina corner, turn 7. Laranjina. Ginga. What are you laughing at?
I just think you're Portuguese. Fantastic.
I have been practicing, or attempted to. Here's René Rast.
René Rast, the driver of the number 20 BMW WRT car. Can you tell us why did you do a pit stop right now? You're slightly offset with the strategy. So how does it look like for the end of the race?
Currently, I think we're in P6 or P7, fighting with the Peugeots. We were a bit later because we saved a lot of energy at the beginning of the race. That's why we had a shorter stop now and tried to basically undercut somebody. If it pays off, I don't know yet, but we'll see.
We will see at the end of the race. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, it's a good question to ask because there are 1 or 2 teams that might pick up something more than they were expecting this late on in the race. I'm surprised how forthcoming René Rast was there, if he's told us the truth, of course. But the 20 BMW, with not a bad chance of sneaking a top 5. The 99 was fully locked up and almost crossed up into the Descida del Lago then. That was Nico Varrone attempting an overtake on Alessandro Pierguidi in his 51 Ferrari. He did get by, but then immediately conceded the place because he ran out of road.
Yeah, he was right on the left-hand side, throwing up a load of dirt, got it on his tyres, went straight off onto the runoff and lost about 3 seconds, so didn't pay off.
Maybe worth the gamble.
I think we should have a full safety car to lift that little dive plane out of the middle of the road at turn 5. What do you think?
That's the IMSA race in here, isn't it?
That's it, yeah.
So,
focus yellow.
What do we need? 5.5 hours of a qualifying race.
Can you imagine if they went full course yellow? I can just imagine NATO on the radio. Why?
No, what we need is a virtual safety car, which then immediately has to be followed by a safety car according to the regulations, and I don't know, make it sort of 2. Well, then you'd have to do the pass around.
Does a virtual safety car have to be followed by a?
In this, yes, not in Formula 1. But in this,
why?
That's the rule. It's so.
What's the difference between a virtual safety car and a full course yellow then? Because everyone has to slow down to the same speed.
Yes. Well, the difference between a virtual safety car and a full course yellow in this is that a virtual safety car lasts for 2 laps generally, and you can pit.
Oh.
So, but it's also a way of neutralising the race like that, rather than waiting for the safety car to wait for the race leader. So if you've got a car off in a barrier somewhere and the marshals are concerned about the driver's welfare, then generally you would go virtual safety car just to slow everybody down, make it a safer environment. But full course yellow slows everyone down. Yeah, but
to the same speed. I can't remember what it was now. 80? Is it 80 kilometres an hour? I think we had to run. We had a button that we just pushed the full course yellow button, and he went at the speed that it allowed us. Like a pit lane speed limiter.
Yes, but it doesn't then provide you with because ultimately you might need a safety car to recover the incident, and to concertina the field into a much smaller pack. That is a better environment to get a trailer out there to extract the car.
But a virtual safety car concertinas the field then?
No, but what I'm saying is your ultimate goal is a safety car, right?
Yes.
But it's too dangerous to wait for the safety car to find the leader, so you want to go 80 Ks straight away.
I get exactly what you're saying, but why not just go full course yellow and then go safety car? Why go virtual safety car and then safety car?
That option is there as well.
Because there's no difference in my mind to a virtual safety car and a full course yellow.
Well,
That's
there
my
is in the rules, because you can pit.
Oh, only the pit, but in terms of getting the cars to slow down to the same speed and to a safe speed, there's no difference, no?
I agree with that.
Okay,
but
you're allowed to pit under a virtual safety car, but you're not allowed to pit under full course yellow. And
yes.
I get all of that.
Virtual safety car was brought in, I think, 2 years ago at the start of last year, to give just another option.
So like somebody had too much time.
They're in order. So you have single wage yellow, double wage yellow, full course yellow, virtual safety car, safety car. But there's actually nothing to stop you going from a full course yellow into a safety car, should you wish. But you'll be locked out of the pits for all of the full course yellow and for the first 3 laps of a safety car as well. So you're going to get cars running out of fuel.
So they've introduced that to allow them to be in a position where if it was near people's fuel window, they can go full course yellow, but allow people to
say
pit.
It's going to be safety car, but here's your window of 2 opportunities.
That's why they've done it. That's exactly why they've done it then, obviously.
We got there eventually. I didn't make the rules. I'm just trying to explain them to you. That's the worry, or the concern for me. Anyway. We need Eduardo Freitas on the phone, or maybe in the commentary box, because he's not doing much else this weekend.
No, that's fine.
His mate, Ramsey Fayez, is in the hot seat.
I've had to sit in rooms and have chats with Eduardo.
Oh, have you?
I think I'll pass.
This would be much more friendly, I can assure you. Sheldon van der Linde's just done the fastest lap for car 20 of the race. We may have debris on the racetrack at turn 10 and 11. So that's Bico de Pato, and just afterwards, you were talking about the debris. So what are we going to go for? Virtual safety car?
Yes, go on. Let's make it interesting.
Bring all the field nose to tail. I'm not sure those associated with the Royal Tunbridge Wells crew at Jota, Hertz Team Jota, will be particularly happy with that.
Well, they had to take this because if it did go by any chance full course, the 87 of Lopez had to pit because it would have absolutely stopped the race.
Well, I think as soon as that debris message appears, that was their push the button moment. Yeah. Because the problem is...
And he should be relatively short-fueled now to the end, so he shouldn't lose too much.
Here we go. Here's Eduardo himself.
Has a drive-through penalty for disrespect of blue flags. Car 59 has a drive-through for disrespect of blue flags.
That's one of the McLarens. And it is a full course yellow. So as soon as that prepare for full course yellow message appears, the pit lane is closed.
Can he get out? Is he allowed out?
You are allowed out as long as you've been in there already. But that's what they were trying to jump.
Yeah, so that's perfect.
But nobody else can come in the pits and respond now because it's too late. The prepare for full course yellow message has already been displayed to everybody.
Yeah, so they timed that absolutely perfectly. It couldn't have fallen better for the 87 Lexus.
That is Jerome Policon and the rest of his crew.
We are collecting debris between turns 10 and 11. All cars to bear to the right. All cars to bear completely to the right between turns 10 and 11.
Michel Gatting might not have been in a position on the road to take advantage of that debris message when it said we may have debris on the road. I mean, how long was it later that the prepare for full course yellow message was shown? 16:55 and 40 seconds, 16:56 and 40 seconds. So you had a minute to be in the right place on the racetrack, and you needed to be coming out of turn 11 and 12 really to be able to respond to that.
If you could do it, it's a bit of a no-brainer because you know you've got to pit before the end. You can get to the end. You know that you're looking for that kind of opportunity, which is why you're staying out effectively. So it was a no-brainer, and it felt just right, and that's absolutely nailed it on for the 87 car.
Coming out of the full course yellow in 30 seconds, Celia Martin, Rahel Fry, still with smiles.
They shouldn't be, though, because there's no way they're going to finish on the podium, I don't believe.
Seconds to remove full course yellow.
We will remove full course yellow in less than 15 seconds.
Here's the automated countdown to make it as fair for all as possible.
7, 6, 5, 4.
So Eastwood's in a good position, surely, in the number 33 TF Sport Corvette, having made their stop nice and early.
Interesting that they now call it down like that, but in our day they would call it to the engineer, but the engineer would be calling it to the car. So I'm assuming that the race director's not in the ears of the drivers, so they will still be, the engineer will still be relaying that countdown to the driver.
Yeah. No, I think it's basically been considered that an AI voice can do the final count, because, you know, to count from 10 down to 1 is not really a responsibility that should fall the way of the race director or the vice race director, the deputy. And it also means that, you know, it rules out any final stumbles. But I still think that is not that's not the AI voice that all the drivers can hear. Like you say, it's repeated by each individual engineer then down the team radio line. Green flag anyway, and everybody else picked up the speed. Iron Dames Porsche leading LMGT3 for the time being.
Yeah, but it owes us a pit stop.
It owes us a stop.
Only 17 seconds, so they're going to drop back.
So who's going to capitalise? Jose Maria Lopez in the 87 Lexus, definitely. Charlie Eastwood's Corvette. Finn Gersit's in the other Lexus. It might be exactly the same order as it was, half an hour or so ago. Lexus Sandwich with the Corvette as the filling.
Yep.
And final checks for...
I'm not sure about the Lexus Sandwich. I think that the 78 car's not been running particularly quickly recently, so I think they might struggle.
Okay.
But I think it'll be the 87 followed by the 81, and then it's down to the 85 Porsche to see where they filter back out, anywhere between 3rd and 6th, I would say.
Johnny Edgar's coming in the other Corvette, the all-yellow version, number 33, and is back out again. The team were just checking on the state of wear on those tyres. I can't imagine they changed any of them because we're so close to the finish now.
Yeah, that's the thing. You in this situation, even if your tyres have been on for a double stint, you just roll the dice, throw in half a tank of fuel and send it.
Yeah.
Okay, Seb, we see you're staying on throttle and braking in turn 4, so make sure you go fully off throttle, T4, braking.
So that is basically something that I actually had with my teammate at Le Mans one year. Christian Fittipaldi drove with me in the Celine, and he was a left foot braker, which is quite unusual back in those days, not anymore obviously. And we had to rig up a light on the dash that lit up yellow whenever he was on both pedals at the same time. And I remember Alan McNish telling me with the Audi drivers that they wouldn't let them left foot brake even if they wanted to, because obviously the younger guys coming in at that time were left foot brakers, because of the way that it used, no matter how efficient you were with it, there was always a tiny bit of overlap, and it meant that you used more fuel because you would kind of be braking and throttle at the same time, and so it was and also harder on brakes, so they wouldn't let them do it at Le Mans.
Just at Le Mans?
Just at Le Mans, I believe. Anyway, we rigged this light up for Christian to make sure that he wasn't, and he was getting a whole lap less. The way it ran, it wasn't a whole lap left, but the way it worked in terms of the fuel number, he was doing, even with that, he was doing 1 lap less than myself and Terry Borcella, who was the other driver with us at Le Mans. So we were doing, I can't remember, 13 laps in a stint, and he was doing 12. That just shows you the impact it has on the car. So that kind of information from the engineer is useful, because that's the sort of thing when you're pressing on and you're under a bit of pressure like Bourdais is, because the gap behind him is 4.8 seconds. So he's thinking, I need to drive as quickly as I possibly can, and that little overlap actually makes you quicker.
Yes.
He does need that information, because that's obviously going to not only use more fuel, burns a bit more energy, but also potentially overheat your brakes.
Did the addition of the light solve the problem for Christian then?
Yeah, I think so.
Just about. Yeah, excellent. Simple solutions, I suppose. And once you get retrained your mind with the aid of that visual, well done. Whoever suggested that, I don't know whether it was you, but
no,
I'm
not that clever.
But rigging it up must be
drive.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. I just talk. I don't really know much about for most of the time. But yeah, I suppose it's just about any sort of pressure on either pedal, which when you get it
they just
together...
had two pressure sensors.
Two pressure sensors, and then the light is triggered.
Yeah.
I used to do that in science, about year 9.
There you go. Could have been
maybe
a Le Mans
done
engineer.
it.
Yeah.
Took the wrong career path. There's a 60-second lead now for Norman Nato over Sebastian Bourdais, but it's down to 4.6, as J-Mo's just pointed out. That's the most likely change in this final half an hour. 3 minutes past 5. We're about half an hour away from the official sunset here at Interlagos. The Autodromer Jose Carlos Pache. Wonderful to be back again after a decade's gap from 2014 to 2024. Looking to be a very different winner compared to last year's race, though, which was a second for Toyota in the World Endurance Championship era. No Sebastian Buemi here this weekend. He was one of the trio that did take victory last year. We are coming back here in 2026 as well. That was established at Le Mans, when the calendar will be an exact repeat of this year's races. Hopefully not too far away from coming back to Silverstone, though, in maybe the next 3 years or so.
Oh, that would be amazing.
I think the World Endurance Championship needs to be in the UK.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, it got to the point whenever I was racing through the international circuit that I would still race in the UK because I'd come back to race at Silverstone, and it was the only track that I did, in the UK anyway, obviously. Now I'm having the pleasure of going to places like Thruxton and Croft and all these amazing tracks that I hadn't been to, some of them since like 1997. But we had a race, a major international sports car race in Silverstone, and we had one for every year of my professional career until probably the last 2 or 3 years. I mean, I remember doing the WEC and ELMS, where you did both. You had the WEC race at Silverstone and the ELMS in the same weekend, and that was fantastic. So such a shame that Silverstone lost the sports car, a major sports car event, because I think the British fans, I think, undoubtedly some of the most knowledgeable in the world, and you could argue with Formula One and everything that, you know, that they're some of the best spectators in the world, as we see Michelle Gatting coming into the pits. But I think when you get into sports cars and the real sort of enthusiasts and knowledgeable people, I think that's where the British public really comes into its own. So I think having a race in the UK is almost a requirement.
Well, European Le Mans Series is there in September, returning to Silverstone after a 6-year break.
I was going to say 5, at least 5, isn't it?
I think it was 19 the last time they were there.
So bring the WEC back as well, why not?
Well, plans are afoot.
Yes.
I think that's the purpose of bringing ELMS back, first of all.
So this is important, 85. Let's see where this ends up. They're going to do fuel.
Bar.
Are they going to do tyres? I don't think they will do tyres.
I can't believe that they will.
I can't see it. No, it'll be out, and she'll feed back out into... Slightly delayed there on the exit. Very close to pit out. Release that pit lane speed. Really try. She gets slightly crossed up coming out of the pit lane. Obviously really on it. The tyres are hot. She can really push. Will she come back out in 3rd place? Nope, she's not going to be in 3rd place. She'll probably feed back out in 4th. So it'll be Lopez.
It's going to be 5th. Barrichello's already gone through.
Yeah. So it'll be Lopez, Eastwood.
Well, hang on a minute.
No.
Just ahead of the 81.
Yeah.
Wow, still second then.
Yeah.
Despite Charlie Eastwood making that early stop. And that's the confusion as to when the Porsche triggers the next timing split.
Yes, because she would have taken so much less fuel then. And Charlie chose to do the other way around. Pitted early. Didn't get... When he could go to the end, they went a little bit longer. I suspect that Charlie will still be able to get her, though. I think that Corvette's good. And she didn't take tyres.
No.
And he did. So his tyres will be in better shape, and he's right on her gearbox. So now you're going to really see what about the BOP between a Porsche and a Corvette.
Yeah, got to find a
Charlie
way.
Eastwood, I'm no disrespect whatsoever to Gatting, a fine driver, but Charlie Eastwood's right up there, one of the best GT drivers in the world.
Although, I have to say, Michelle Gatting, for me, went into a different league when she fended off, I think it was Davide Rigon at the start of this year in Barcelona for... No, it was Daniel Serra in a Ferrari. And Serra tried every trick in the book and could not get by the Dane.
She's right
No,
up
I knew
there.
she was good, but then to be able to mix it with specialists like Serra, who I have huge respect for,
yeah,
then she was in a different league.
Yeah.
But I mean, Eastwood is on a bit of a tear, fresh from a victory in the 4 Hours of Imola last weekend, where the Corvette really turned a corner, and they feel like that at TF Sport as well.
And look at the 87 Lexus now, where that is, because he managed to get into the pits and go out. He's now got a lead not dissimilar to the lead of the overall leader, Norman Nato, in the 12 car, because he managed to duck into the pits just before it went full course yellow, and so the gap now from him to the car behind is up there in the sort of 40-50 second range.
5 Porsche over the line, 3.8 seconds now between Julian Andlauer and the tail of Sebastian Bourdais. He's got 22 minutes to try and close the gap and then find a way through. This will be welcome relief for Michelle Gatting, because one of the Ferrari hypercars has got between Charlie Eastwood's Corvette and her Porsche.
Yeah, but that will pay off back. It always returns the favour. So when your traffic's coming through, it hold you up, but then hold the person in front, hopefully, unless you're on a straight section. But I have to say that Gatting seems to... It's not going to be easy for Charlie to get past her. She seems to have edged away ever so slightly since that pit stop.
Well, no tyres for her, and I don't think adding an extra, not even a half a stint, is it? It's about just over a third of a stint of tyre wear. Are we convinced that Eastwood did do tyres in the last pit stop?
Yeah, because it was 1 minute 13, I think you said.
I did. God, there's not much that gets past you. And for that time, that might have only been 2 tyres rather than all 4 corners, but nevertheless, it's better than Michelle Gatting has at her disposal, you might say. But is there long enough of the race to go for it to really have an impact?
So this race is coming alive a little bit finally at the end, because it went a little bit off boil in the middle, I reckon. But obviously the overall win in both classes kind of a set now.
Yeah.
57 seconds now for Norman Nato over Sebastian Bourdais, but 3.4 seconds between Bourdais and Julian Andlauer, who's scything his way down into turn 1 past all the slower GT3 traffic, really trying to hunt Bourdais down, put him under some pressure. So there's a fight for second and third, and then we've got the same going on in LMGT3 with a fight for second and third between Michelle Gatting in the 85 Porsche and the 81 Corvette of Charlie Eastwood for TF Sport, and that was under a second the last time we checked.
Yeah, so the gaps for the lower places just off from the win are very interesting indeed. Jose Maria Lopez, the dominant force, but helped really by the brilliant call from his engineer to dive into the pits for the pit stop that they had to take either way, but excellent to have done it just ahead of the final full course yellow, as it may turn out to be for Debris on the racetrack. Everyone had ample warning, but didn't necessarily have the track position to capitalise on that. 1 second the gap between Eduardo Barrichello and Finn Gersitz, I notice. You suggested that the 78 Lexus might just be losing a bit of performance, and that might be to the benefit of Eduardo Barrichello, backing up his performance from yesterday. So the fight's on for second and third, no doubt about it, in both categories, and there are other scraps a little further down that we need to keep an eye on as well. Running out of eyes, really, in the closing 20 minutes to monitor various little battle packs.
That was so annoying then for Charlie Eastwood. Like, he moved to the left a little bit to try and dissuade the hypercar that was following from actually diving down the inside of him. And you do that sometimes in the GT cars. You kind of swerve into the middle of the road and back to just say, guys, just let me take the apex of this corner, let me get through it, then come round the outside of me, or whatever you need to do to get through. And don't hold me up, because if they dive bomb you into the corner, then you can't turn in until they get on the power, and it really does cost you half a second, 6-7 of a second sometimes. But Eastwood certainly seems to have now got back up onto the rear bumper of Michelle Gatting in that 85 Porsche, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to actually get close enough to make a move. I would say right now, if I was going to put my money on anything, I'd say there's more chance of Julian Andlauer passing Sebastian Bourdais than there is Charlie Eastwood passing Michelle Gatting. And I think in both cases, it's going to be tough.
Yeah. Well, again,
because we've only got, just under 18 minutes left, Johnny.
Correct.
The last hour has gone really quickly, actually.
Well, more stuff happening.
Information to the pit lane. Car 51.51, drive-through penalty for unsafe maneuver. Car 51.51, drive-through penalty for unsafe maneuver.
And that was all surrounding the incident down at the left-hander at Decido do Lago. Was that just a bit of compromising of the route for Nico Verone into the left-hander at turn 4?
Well, I mean, if he moved, I didn't see the end of it. I just saw Nico Verone trying to go past. I think it was Fuoco in the no, he's in. Is it
Pierre Guidi?
Pierre Guidi in the 51. I just saw the end of it, thinking that was pretty crazy to go all the way down on the inside on the dirt. But if Pierre Guidi put it in there, then obviously that can only assume that was the case. Then he will have got a penalty for that. Charlie Eastwood really closing up onto the rear bumper now. Michel Gatting is probably less than a 1/10 of a second, 2/10 of a second, I would say right now. 0.337 to be exact.
The Lexus of Finn Gersitz, as I've mentioned, is also under pressure for 4th position as Eduardo Barrichello feints to the left-hand side of the approach to Mugello.
There's a shot. Eduardo Barrichello has won Driver of the Day in LMGT3.
That's for the
Wingfoot Goodyear Award.
Yeah, most valuable driver, or Driver of the Day is a better phrase. They were using the other one for a period of time. I didn't quite know what that meant. But Driver of the Day.
I mean, he had driven beautifully, but he's Brazilian.
And he's from Sao Paulo, specifically.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Bit of nepotism here and there, never hurt anybody.
Well, he could yet improve his position 1 spot.
He'll be gutted to finish 4th. 4th is the worst place to finish, 4th or 5th.
Yeah.
You know, he set the fastest lap in his class, hasn't he? He set the fastest lap, I believe. He still holds the LMGT3 fastest lap of the race on 24.4. So
34.4, but yes.
Sorry, 34.4. Yeah, 24.4 is the overall, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
That he'll be pleased with that. But finishing 5th or 4th, he wants that podium here. He wants to stand on the podium in his home race. That would be fantastic. And you never know, it could happen if contact between Eastwood and Gatting, it could still happen for him.
They're close enough for that to happen. Also, the Cadillac that runs in 2nd place is now caught in behind that GT battle.
I'm telling you, it's going to be the 2 battles are happening, and Charlie Eastwood absolutely aware of not letting that number 38 car get in front of him. He doesn't want to lose momentum, and he did that beautifully. And this is where his experience really pays off in multi-class racing. Gatting has to defend. Charlie Eastwood goes to the right-hand side. He's going to get a good run through. All the way up. He's got the run on the inside. He's now got it. It's in a straight line speed all the way down. A drag race to turn 1 with Charlie Eastwood on the inside. Gatting tries to lean on him.
The Porsche's coming back, though, in fairness.
But I think she's going to have to really do or die down the outside, and Charlie will brake as late as he can and still make the apex. He'll then run her all the way out as far as he can. He does it and then moves in. That's exactly how I would have done it, and he should get away with that because ultimately she'll probably complain that he didn't leave her any space. But that was to be expected on the outside of someone. As long as you don't run them physically off the track, you should be allowed to get away with that. And Charlie Eastwood takes 2nd place. That's a great move. And it all got lined up because he let the 38 car not come down the inside of him. He forced him around the wrong way round. That then put 38 on the inside of Gatting for the following corner. Gave Charlie the momentum.
The game was up, really, where she had to sit in the middle of the road. That wasn't the ideal line then into Young Cow corner. And it meant that her exit was ultimately compromised. Tried to hang out around the outside. But
I mean, she did it right as well. And then she got a load of stuff with dirt on her tyres. So that's where
she
Charlie
caught the
won
curb
it.
because she was tighter on the apex at Young Cow.
Actually, in retrospect, what she should have done is just take a normal line into that corner, but then he might have dive bombed her and compromised her there off the apex. So she was kind of damned if she did, damned if she didn't. So she did everything she could there to avoid it, but ultimately he was always going to get a good run off the corner.
I was impressed with the Porsche's speed, though, on the high side of that run up through Subida des Boxes and into the little kink at 15. So good straight line speed, as we've been talking about from the Porsche off the corner. Both Porsches, the 85 and the 92, have looked very strong through the course of the day.
So here, I want to go back now. Now that that's been decided in favour of the TF Sport Corvette, let's go to the 2nd and 3rd overall battle and see how that's getting on. I think Bourdais managed to use the traffic to his advantage and eke out a little bit more of a gap than it was looking at one point. The gap is now down to 1.6 seconds, is that?
1.6.
So it got even under that, I think, at some point.
I got less than 1.6. Okay, I missed that at the time, but it may well have done while Sebastien Bourdais had his hands full with that second and third place fight.
That's exactly when it happened. But then I think obviously then he cleared them and Julian Andlau had to get through. But Julian Andlau will be giving it everything in the traffic now, taking absolutely no prisoners. And you know what I was saying about using the traffic, being careful. Norman Nato obviously cruising, can wait whenever he needs to wait, take zero risk. That is not the case for Sebastien Bourdais right now. Every single place he'll be trying to work out where he's catching the car in front, whether he's going to catch him at the apex. And Julian Andlau exactly the same. He's going to see Sebastien Bourdais creep through in a corner. He's going to go, right, I need to try and follow through or minimise the time loss. And he's got basically another 4 laps, I would say. 5 laps, 6 laps? What do you reckon? 5 laps. 6 laps. 6 laps,
One of the two, I'm going to suggest.
6 laps to make it count.
It's 90 seconds, isn't it?
1.5 seconds behind, 6 laps. And they're probably only about a tenth or two difference between them in terms of lap time. So this is going to all come down to traffic and how they deal with the traffic that they're catching.
1.4 seconds I'm going to offer you now from Julian Andlauer's nose, I'd say his Porsche, to the rear deck of the Cadillac of Sebastien Bourdais.
And what like Martin Brundle always says, that catching is one thing, passing is quite another. So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, well, Bourdais will always have the option of taking the defensive route, but as we've just seen with Michel Gatting, that's ultimately not the best way to do it, because you may well run out of steam at the top of the hill, having not had the best exit out of turn 12. Is that the best opportunity for the Porsche to get ahead of the Cadillac into turns 1, 2 and 3? Otherwise, it's tough, unless traffic provides you the opportunity. We've seen some good overtaking with forcing some cars into the path of GTs and then being able to drive around the outside, for instance. Saw that earlier on with one of the Peugeots, the 20 BMW, trying to increase its final position by 1 spot. Hadn't realised that the kidney grille of the front of that BMW actually illuminates as well. Must have done that at Le Mans, but it's not only got the headlights, but it's got the surround of the double grille as well, lit up, which is more prominent, more obvious at this time of the evening, early evening, 20 past 5. The lake's in the distance, hence the name Interlagos, as the BMW then crests this rise. 43 metres of elevation change around here from the pit straight down to the lowest point at turns 7 and 8. That BMW is much closer to the Peugeot and might be able to pick it off here, because the Peugeot couldn't get around the outside of the 31 BMW, was heavily delayed there, Loic Duval, and might be a sitting duck, as down the inside will go the BMW of Sheldon van der Linde. That was the only invitation he needed. The Peugeot's going to try and fight back, but it's all too late.
Yeah, he can still come around the outside there, but that's a great move. Really, really good move.
It's opportunistic, isn't it? It's being able to read the traffic, read the road in front.
He stayed to the right going down into 4, and it looked like he wasn't, because the Peugeot was keeping left, and he just stayed to the right. And then as the Peugeot moved over to take his line, he just dived to the left-hand side and outbraked him. And on the dirty part of the track, that's a really good move.
So BMW from 6th to 5th, and Loic Duval really losing a bit of time now on the BMW, so I reckon Sheldon's going to open up that gap. Peugeot for a long, long time looked like they might achieve 5th and 6th places, now more likely 6th and 7th, with Ye Fei in the AF Corsa Ferrari at a suitable distance.
Sorry, 0.7, 7 tenths of a second, 6.81, 6.5 tenths of a second, give or take, between Julian Andlauer hunting down Sebastien Bourdais.
They're now at Desida de Lago, so 3, 4 and 5 they go towards Ferradura.
And there's traffic up front as well, and Bourdais is going to catch it just the wrong moment as well.
So
he's going to hold him up through here. He's going to have to go to the right-hand side. He decides against it. He's going to have to go the long way around. This is holding him up all the time, so Julian Andlau will catch him another 3 tenths through there. And again, he's behind him. This just shows you that the LMGT3 cars are not really that much slower.
Not through these slower speed corners.
And now Julian Andlauer's just thinking, right, I need to go around the outside here. I have to go down the inside and hope that McLaren's seen him. He has. He's down the inside. So that gap now...
0.4 maybe opened up a little bit.
Yeah. And now I just clattered the apex curb at 12 then, coming up onto that long section. cutting to the Porsche Penske garage. Everyone's standing there almost praying. They really want this second place. And I can imagine that Team Hertz-Jota really want a 1-2. So there's a lot to fight for. Even though this isn't for the win, there's a lot to fight for in this positions. A lot on the line.
Down through the gears in the Senna S, and what's Bourdais' exit out of the crucial turn 2 like? It's not too bad. He had half the car over the curb, but that's a fairly flat curb there. And the Corvette's not going to interfere in matters. That's the 33 car that's not as well placed as the Eastwood-driven car. Into turn 4 at Desida de Largo again.
It's just seeing that Julian Andlau now in the Porsche. He's close enough now that it's actually hurting him. So it's going to have to be in traffic if he's going to make this stick, because he's close enough through these long middle sector that he's losing time. So he's dropped back a little bit. So he's losing 2 or 3 tenths through the middle sector because he's so close and losing downforce to the Cadillac in front.
Now, you mentioned about Eduardo Barrichello. If he finished 4th, it would be the most disappointing result because you're not on the podium. Well, here comes the young Brazilian now mounting a challenge to Michel Gatting, who is 3rd and is already on a track limits warning, so has to stay within the track confines, perhaps more so than the Aston Martin doing the chasing.
What was the hypercar doing there? Absolutely ridiculous, that hypercar. Who was that coming around the outside?
That was the 6th Porsche, I think. Yeah, it was. The 6th Porsche.
Absolutely ridiculous.
So that was at the Senna S. What, going around the outside of the Aston?
Well, he went around the outside of the Aston and then got should have overtaken the Porsche, then braked, and then moved across the front of the Aston, and then braked again at the second apex. So the Aston, basically, Eduardo had to basically stop to not run at the back of the Penske Porsche. But I suspect with his tyres and the pace that he's shown, he'll soon be back up on the rear bumper of Michel Gatting. And so this is, like we said, I think going to likely be, I don't think they're even going to get a podium.
5.5 minutes to go, yeah. Maybe it was Hypercar Porsche looking out for GT Porsche inadvertently and trying to stave off the challenge of Eduardo Barrichello. But he put this car on pole position yesterday after sterling work from Tony McIntosh in the opening phase.
He's going to send it, isn't he? I mean, it's Brazil. He's Brazilian. They probably told him he's won the driver of the... Well, they probably haven't told him yet. Don't want him to get overexcited. But... yeah, and the gap between Bourdais and Andlau are back out to 1.5, so that just shows you when you get close, you just can't quite keep that momentum. You can catch them, but passing them is another problem. But yeah, I think for Aston, he's got to. If it's at a final lap lunge, he's going to have to take it, isn't he, Johnny? I would. What would you do?
No, totally. I mean, you think about the number of fans that are here, or your family and friends are here, and they want to see you on the podium. You've already got pole position. And the race hasn't necessarily gone all the way of Racing Spirit of Le Mans, but they've got a quick car this late on in the race. If the door is marginally open into the Senna S, then, yeah, fill it and then deal with the repercussions afterwards. But Eduardo Barrichello's, he's got a sensible head on youngish shoulders there. What is he, in the early 20s? He's done a lot of stock car racing around here. When I mean stock car racing, it's touring car racing, basically. So is it going to be a touring car move?
So he'll know all the defensive moves then, won't he? And he'll know how to go around. He's got so much more grip than the Porsche in front of him. He can just place the front of that car where he wants it to, turn in early, hold and hug a long apex, and still get on the throttle and get a really good exit off of the corner. So just so much more grip as Michel Gatting defends the inside line. That's where she went wrong the last time against Charlie Eastwood. If you defend too much, you're really costing yourself on the exit, and you can't defend at 12. You just give the car behind too much momentum up the hill. This time she hasn't defended at 12. She's played it right, and then she managed to get back on the power. So he'll struggle this time. We'll see the power from the Aston Martin. He's in the slipstream. This is where the Porsche normally comes into its own. They've got a Aston Martin down the inside of them. He's going to get close enough to have a go. She's really going to have to defend. He might be able to make it work around the outside. He's going to try the inside. He goes back out again to the right-hand side. She breaks late from the middle of the road. Quite clever there. She's held it. This is where he needs to get a real run. Get on the throttle. Stay on the throttle all the way through. So this compromised her exit slightly. She went into one a little deep. But that Porsche's quick in a straight line.
That's the thing. Is it going to compromise her line enough? She's well over to the left now to defend into Desida de Largo.
And she did that exactly right. It's her right to do it. But now she's going to be slower. Now he's going to go to the right-hand side. There's contact.
There was a bit of contact. She had to get out of the throttle.
Through, and I think basically she moved over, leaned on him. It started moving the rear of her car, and she had to back out the throttle. If she'd stayed in it, she'd have had a monster accident.
They both would, I think.
Yes.
So,
but certainly her. So she's really trying hard now to actually make up that position.
Well, the Archibancadas absolutely erupted as the Aston Martin. There was a bit of rubbing. He was maybe just on the track.
He was. His left-hand wheel was, I think, just on the white line.
You only need millimetres of tyre at the legal side of the white line.
Yeah.
It was nip and tuck for me, but as long as it's tyre...
Are you going to take it off a Brazilian?
Certainly not. I'm not going to even approach the subject. But is that going to be looked at? Well, the guys...
I've seen guys right off the track there consistently. So, again, he gained a position, but I think his left wheels were still touching the white line, and that deems in WEC terms, not in any other circuit, certainly not when you're racing in this country, but in WEC World Endurance Championship, that is still on the track.
It should be the football rule for me. All of the ball over all of the line, i.e. all of the tyre over all of the line, and he was still touching that white line as the overtake was made. But as you say, had she not got out of the throttle, that could have been an almighty accident. We've got 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. Norman Nato is not yet crossing the line, but once he does, he's in the final sector. We'll be into final lap territory. 1.3 seconds is the difference between Sebastian Bourdais' second-place Cadillac and the Porsche of Julian Andlauer. But it looks to me that Sebastian Bourdais has weathered this storm expertly well, and he's also left a little bit of tyre life in reserve.
Yeah.
So he can push for this final lap and a bit. We are on the final lap, though, now for Norman Nato.
I think the Porsche Penske just pushed so hard, he just absolutely rooted his tyres. And as soon as he got close to Sebastian Bourdais and got into that slipstream for a couple of laps, pushing at that kind of pace, I think he's just totally overheated his tyres.
So on we go to the final stages of the penultimate lap between Sebastian Bourdais and Julian Andlauer. We've got to remember that Norman Nato is virtually a minute clear of everybody else, so he's now working his way into the nameless turn 8.
Fantastic performance, wasn't it, Johnny?
I think
Team
coming
Hertz
back
Jota.
from...
I mean, let's face it. I mean, I know they had the pole position at Le Mans, or front row even at Le Mans.
Locked out the front row. They did do it yesterday as well. But for 38 to get a penalty for
Sam Hignett
impeding.
and the whole Jota team and Dave Clark for putting the deal together. I mean, fantastic. It's good for the sport when situations like this happen, and you have... I think it's good that the Kubica car with Phil Hansen and Yifei won. I think sports cars used to always be about not just the factory teams, but the fact that privateers could take the fight.
For the first time this year, though, it's a non-Ferrari win because Cadillac take the 5th race of the season by a minute over Sebastian Bourdais. Norman Nato, together with his teammates, Alex Lynn and Will Stevens. You can argue who was the best of those three. Certainly Stevens showed an awful lot of speed in the early stages. Remember, they had to take a drive-through penalty as well in that opening hour or so. It's going to be a fair while before we see Sebastian Bourdais across the line in second, but he should just about make it ahead of Julian Andlauer. Jose Maria Lopez, though, Argentinian, so another South American that we have to talk about. A real good call from the engineer with Lexus number 87. Great driving from Raz van Umberescu for the opening couple of stints. Clemens Schmidt did some very heavy lifting in the middle order, but Jose Maria Lopez is always a stable man to rely upon, and his lap times have been imperious as well. As the second-place car of Sebastian Bourdais making a perfect result for Hertz Team Jota, Johnny Mola.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying, and really, really great result for them. Le Mans sort of flattered to deceive a little bit, still had some good results, but this is absolutely brilliant. I'm delighted for the team. They really, really deserve it. A bit of respect there between Julian Andlauer and Sebastian Bourdais after the checkered flag, which I like to see. And awesome result. They really needed this. And like I was saying, it's not just about the factory cars. The history of sports cars is about privateers taking on the might of the factory teams, and they've gone and done it here. Awesome.
Well, they are the official Cadillac team these days, of course. That switch, didn't it, from the previous team now to Hertz Team Jota. So they're running their Cadillac program worldwide. But quite right, Hertz Team Jota is in the name as well. Here's Norman Nato's reaction.
That's it, Norman. That's it. Mega job today. Mega. Cadillac is back, baby. Cadillac is back.
Ouais, tu vas passer dans le bûcher au moins. Well done, guys. Big job, pretty good recovery. We keep pushing it bloody fun. You deserve all the work that you guys did for Vol, to Alex, Earl, and everyone involved. Mentioned, so yeah, thank you guys. Congrats to Jota as well. Working progress, so pushing. Thank you.
Mike 12, and a lot of pickup, gravel.
And we were talking about tyre pickup all the way through the race and how important it is to drive across the marbles on this slowing down lap to make sure you pass the ride height test at the end of the race. The last thing we want is for these cars to be scrutineered and this ideal result to be stripped from them. But Norman Nato being reminded, making sure that he is going through all of the ticks and balances on that slowing down lap, but truly celebrating as well. And you can just tell that's a release of emotion after 6 hours of running. They had a strong car, but you've still got to turn up and do it.
Absolutely, and he got in with the car comfortably in the lead, and that brings with it a certain pressure as well, because you don't want to be the one that threw it all away. And I think Michelle Gatting will be feeling a bit disappointed now, because she effectively got in the car, and without that drive-through, could have potentially, I felt just right for Lopez in terms of that last full-course yellow, but they would have been comfortably in second place, and they've ended up finishing fourth. So that will be a slightly disappointing result for them. Kudos to Eduardo Barrichello for getting onto the podium. That'll be an excited young man on the Brazilian podium. And then I'm delighted for TF Sport and the Corvette and Charlie Eastwood and his teammates for a fantastic second place as well. That keeps their momentum going.
Chip Ganassi Racing was the old runners of the Cadillac program, and that was last year when you had the yellow or the gold-fronted Cadillac, the red-fronted Cadillac, and the blue-fronted Cadillac. But that has now entirely changed. I know what you're saying about privateers, but
they're bringing the fun. I mean, okay, it's a factory-blessed team, but I wouldn't call it a full-blown factory team. Otherwise, they'd be Cadillac Team Racing, wouldn't they?
Yes, but you also have
without Dave Clark and Sam Hignett,
Porsche and Penske Motorsport. They're not known as Porsche
absolutely.
Motorsport,
But then I guess I always think of Penske as just being Porsche. But I hear what you're saying. But I think Dave Clark and Sam Hignett instrumental in making that program happen.
Oh yeah.
You know, obviously with their privateer
last year
Porsche,
they ran a privateer Porsche.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying.
This is a Cadillac program.
Privateers. I mean, they're not.
It has a family feel to the team.
But
still,
in the sense of the professionalism of how they run it, then you know that I just think it's brilliant that a team like that can take on the might of any factory. But you're right. Nowadays, it's very much farmed out to different, like AF Corsa, to be honest.
Yeah.
The Ferrari team.
Again, from small acorns,
Amato
Ferrari
is basically he's running that whole factory project. So yeah, I hear what you're saying. But I just like Sam and David Clark, so I'm just pleased.
I think we all do. And we were straight over to those guys at Le Mans as well. They were very happy for Phil Hansen, who has come through their Jota program to be a Le Mans victor this year. How much does it mean to a Codis ASP team as well? Jerome Policon's team, who have been looking for a race victory and a much improved Lexus. And it sounds like an outgoing Lexus model, the RCF, because at Goodwood and the Festival of Speed, there's been a brand new Lexus going up the hill this weekend. Hasn't yet got a name, but it sounds like there's a road-going version and potentially a racing version already. And that could be a change as early as 2026. So is that the first win that we've had for Lexus this year? It was a victory for Corvette in Qatar, a win for Porsche in Imola, Ferrari at Spa, and then the victory at Le Mans went to Porsche. Yes, so that's the first Lexus win, I think, ever in the World Endurance Championship, because their car, in fairness, was nowhere in 2024, and they were just living off the scraps from the table. So they are truly ecstatic at that victory, and a convincing one at that. But it was helped out by the strategy call to get the car in just before that final full course yellow for Debris, even forcing a smile from Will Stevens, which is a rare thing. And Alex Lynn having to deal with a bit of disappointment maybe with the Cadillac's performance at Le Mans after the highs of pole position, but he did back-to-back poles here in Brazil, and they've now got the result as well. So that statistic is maintained that I was struggling to describe earlier on in the day, in that it seems like you've got to be on the front row in qualifying on a Saturday to win this race on a Sunday. Either the inside of the front row or the outside of the front row. You're yet to have a winner in the top class away from those positions. Here's Bruce Giuardi with the winners.
Should I start with Norman? You finished the race here in Brazil, in Interlagos. It must be quite emotional for first victory for Cadillac as well.
Well, yeah, and first victory for me as well in Hyperpole. I missed the race last year in Spa when the guy won, so congratulations. So now I'm really pleased for everyone, for Alex, for all Cadillac, and for Jota. You know, it's a new team. As you saw, like, we did a pretty strong Le Mans, and to keep going and make progress and to be where we are today. Like, so big thanks to these two next to me and to all the team.
Exactly. Congratulations. You did a great, well, the Le Mans, the performance was there. Pole position in Le Mans, pole position here, and finally the victory. You're on a good run.
Yeah, personally, this is year number 3 of racing this car. Many hours of racing the Cadillac V-Series R. To finally win a race of the World Endurance Championship, you can't imagine what it feels like. Honestly, I'm hugely proud of everyone and to be with my teammates. It's been an amazing year so far, and this is only the beginning.
Cool. It's the beginning, Will. Good start. At the beginning was a bit tough at the beginning of the race, but then you just went through and it's all coming together at the end.
Yeah, as we said when we spoke earlier in the race, we knew we had the pace in the car. Obviously, the penalty at the start made it a little bit more difficult, but the team have done a super job, and as my teammates have touched on, I think it's super special to be early in this program with Cadillac, to carry on the tradition as Jota, to keep winning races is really cool, and proud to be a part of it.
Congratulations to all the 3 of you guys. You can please go through this way. Enjoy the podium.
Yeah, so Norman Nato referring to the 6 hours of Spa last year when it was a victory for the Hertz team Jota Porsche in privateer format when Will Stevens drove that car, Callum Eilert drove that car, but Norman Nato was away. I think he was busy with Formula E action, so he missed out on the opportunity to share that win with at least Will. So now, finally, he gets to taste it. And here in Sao Paulo, what are we, about a year and a half on from that? Feels like a bit of redemption for the Frenchman. And to back it up then with a second-place finish for Sebastian Bourdais and Earl Bamber and Jenson Button. An excellent result, despite them being almost a minute apart. That will not matter in the record books because the LMDH cars of Cadillac managed to fend off that chasing Porsche, who did seem to be the best of the rest this weekend in the fact that 5 and 6 finish 3rd and 4th places.
Yeah, absolutely. And the first 3 were all on their own on the lead lap for the last hour and a bit of the race, at least, weren't they? So I think in terms of the depth of the fight, the GT3s, as always, delivered that sort of depth of cars going for, at least for podium positions. It'd be interesting to see if they hadn't had that last full course yellow for Debris, how close Charlie Eastwood would have been able to get to the Lopez winning Lexus, because he was pretty close at the end. I think he closed him down quite a bit from the gap that they had. He must have pulled about 10-15 seconds on him, but Lopez was cruising at that point. So that would have been a real good battle as well. So, but all together, both classes really delivered, and you can't say that anyone that finished on the podium didn't fully deserve it after that race today. It was a tough one, and the drivers will be feeling that in the shower tonight when they take a shower, and then when they wake up in the morning, they'll be feeling slightly battered, I should imagine.
There's clearly been an adjustment to the balance of performance this weekend, and I note that the top 5 finishes are all LMDH cars. So you've got the Cadillac that runs with the Dallara chassis, the V-Series R, 1st and 2nd. Porsche 963s on the Multimatic chassis, 5th and 6th. And the BMW with the late overtake for, 3rd and 4th for the Porsches. 5th place for the Sheldon van der Linde BMW with that late overtake on Loic Duval. And the pressure had been coming for a little while, especially because of that final pit stop where they did as little work as possible on the 20 BMW. That's also on a Dallara chassis. The best of the LMH cars were Peugeot, with both of their cars 6th and 7th, their 9X8s. So credit to the 2 driver lineups for each of the 94 and 93. Loic Duval, Malte Jakobsen finishing ahead of the 93 car of Paul di Resta and Mikkel Jensen. Where were Ferrari, I hear you ask? The 83 Le Mans winning car finished 8th, but the other 2 Ferraris, the factory cars, 11th and 12th, with Toyota down in 14th and 15th places, actually surrounded by Aston Martins, because both Astons again got to the finish of a 6-hour race. The 009 was 13th, The 007 was in 16th place, ahead of a recovering number 15 BMW of Dries Vanthoor in the closing stages. But remember, when Kevin Magnussen was at the wheel, that car made a very early pit stop and was in pit lane for a good half an hour or so before finally rejoining, and they could never really fight back from that. We had, looks like 3 retirements by the end of it. 88 Ford Mustang Gianmarco Liverato had a damper issue which they could never address. Ben Barker in the 77 Ford Mustang did not come back out again. That was a muffler problem on the exhaust, and the Iron Lynx Mercedes number 61. But it's a 1-2 finish from Cadillac. Hopefully we'll get some reaction in the near future from Lexus with their first win in the World Endurance Championship, winning fairly convincingly by 37 and a bit seconds over the Charlie Eastwood Corvette number 81. Also joined by Tom Van Rompuy and Rui Andrade. But it's a win for the trio in 87 of Razvan Umberescu, Clement Schmidt and Jose Maria Lopez. Excellent run to the flag as well for Eduardo Barrichello in car number 10 for Tony McIntosh, Eduardo himself, or Dudu as he likes to be called, and Valentin Haas-Clos preparing for the podium. We'll stick with this just for a brief time to get the podium itself and hopefully then some reaction from the GT runners. But Johnny Molam's going to leave us now. Thank you so much for your help throughout the course of the day. You got in here by the skin of your teeth, and you're now going to depart just before we finish, but that's fine.
That's how I like it. Helicopter in, helicopter
out.
Oh, I wish. I've got to go and M25 it now.
Oh, yeah, and that didn't particularly go well, did it, on the run here?
Thank you, Johnny. Absolute pleasure. I hope everyone listening enjoyed it. Thank you.
And he's out. That's the mic drop moment. Are you going to come back for COTA in the 6 hours? That's something like the 7th of September. If you're not busy, we'd love to have you on board. But then again, Bruce Jones might jump to it and get your seat before you can grab your hands on it. We'll wait and see. Bruce been busy this weekend at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. And with the crowd now assembling at the base of the podium, I think it is going to be a little while before we get the results for or get at least the interviews for the LMGT3 winners. We'll allow everyone in Interlagos and Sao Paulo to enjoy this podium. It's a historic one as far as Cadillac Hertz Team Jota are concerned. Their 2 cars, first and second, with the chasing Porsche then in car number 5, finishing in 3rd position. Well done to all involved, and I wonder in which direction the World Endurance Championship will be heading next. More reaction to this race, no doubt, on Wednesday night on Midweek Motorsport from 8 o'clock UK time through till 10 o'clock. But as the podium celebrations are about to commence, we'll say goodbye from RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, and from the Ford Performance Global Broadcast Centre. We're racing again in a month and a half's time in North America at the Circuit of the Americas in Texas. Bye-bye for now.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
News and analysis.
Speculation and debate.
Special guests.
Well, thanks to Radio Le Mans for a cracking race here for the 6 hours of Sao Paulo. Cadillac are your winners. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you in a few weeks' time when we go racing once more. Take care. Bye-bye.